Chapter 2779, Astonishing Improvements. According to Feng's understanding, few players and NPCs from Meteorite City and other nearby cities were willing to come to the anti-magic volcano to grind and explore. Several factors contributed to this situation. Firstly, the thin mana environment here prevented players and NPCs from exhibiting the power of their skills and spells to their fullest extent. This, in turn, would put players and NPCs at a severe disadvantage against monsters. Secondly, what little mana there was in the anti-magic volcano was incredibly chaotic, which made it nigh impossible to control. Hence, doing combat here would not allow one to improve their control over mana. Thirdly, and most importantly, the monsters inhabiting the anti-magic volcano consisted solely of fire-type elemental creatures and beasts. These monsters had a combat power a lot higher than the average monsters. In addition, they existed in large numbers in the anti-magic volcano. Even a 1,000-man team of Tier 3 players would have difficulty staying alive in this map, let alone grinding for EXP. However, unlike other players, Feng considered this neutral map the perfect leveling spot for him. This place really is amazing. There are actually so many great lords and grand lords here. As Feng looked down at the wandering monsters while hovering in midair, he couldn't help a little excitement. With this, I won't have to worry about not having enough crystals of souls. Volcanic Behemoth, Demonic Beast, Grand Lord, Level 139 HP 3,600,000,000, Infernal Warlord, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 137 HP 1,320,000,000, Infernal Chieftain, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, HP 3,100,000,000. Feng had to admit that the anti-magic volcano was a sight to behold. This neutral map teemed with Great Lord-ranked monsters. Moreover, they moved in large groups of 100 or more closely positioned to each other. If one made too much of a commotion when fighting a group of monsters here, one would easily attract monsters from other areas. However, despite the high difficulty of this map, it was the perfect grinding spot for Tier 4 existences, specifically Tier 4 experts with a mana domain. Feng charged at the volcanic behemoth, the strongest monster in sight, without hesitation. The next moment, when Feng got within 300 yards of the volcanic behemoth, the Grand Lord in question noticed his presence. Immediately, the 30-meter-tall beast covered in flaming scales let loose a deafening roar. The roar instantly attracted the wandering and resting volcanic beasts, and over 3,000 volcanic beasts converged on the volcanic behemoth's location in the blink of an eye. The majority of these volcanic beasts were level 135 plus lords, with some of them great lords. Even a 1,000-man team composed of Tier 3 experts of the same level would falter when faced with so many volcanic beasts. After all, not only were these monsters moving in an organized manner, but the mana their bodies radiated also showed faint signs of synchronizing, which would double the power of the fire-type spells they cast. Suddenly, thousands of fiery attacks shot into the air, heading toward Feng. Although the attacks were not fully synchronized with each other, the sheer number still allowed them to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. That was more than enough to deter any ordinary Tier 4 combatant from tanking the attacks. Come! However, when Feng saw the several thousand attacks coming at him, not only did he not show the slightest sign of fear, but he even displayed excitement. The next moment, Feng swung his hand and began manipulating his mana body's power. Suddenly, with Feng as the center, a ripple spread into the surroundings. At the same time, a storm brewed in the surrounding space, causing even space to shudder. Boom! 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 For a time, explosions echoed throughout the sky in rapid succession. The sky itself transformed into a sea of flames as the storm annihilated the thousands of fiery attacks. Afterward, the volcanic beasts enveloped by the storm knelt on the ground one after another. Only the Great Lord-ranked volcanic beasts remained standing. However, standing was pretty much all they could do, as even moving their bodies took grueling effort. As for the volcanic behemoth, the leader of the volcanic beasts, it didn't fare that much better than the Great Lord-ranked volcanic beasts either. My mana domain has improved to such an extent? Feng was astonished when he saw the thousands of kneeling volcanic beasts and the volcanic behemoth, which had great difficulty moving his current mana domain, was actually capable of suppressing even a Grand Lord to such an extent. Despite being a strength-based demonic beast, the volcanic behemoth had barely half of its mobility left. If he used his mana domain against agility-based demonic creatures, the suppression effect would most likely be even more prominent. After a moment reveling in the improvement of his mana domain, Feng stopped being polite with the volcanic beasts. Immediately, he activated Blade Domain and began slaughtering the volcanic beasts with the 7 summoned magic swords. All his attacks dealt damage in the tens of millions, with critical hits causing over 100 million damage. In the case of the Lord-ranked volcanic beasts, which had only several hundred million HP, they fell after just 2 or 3 hits. In the end, it took Feng less than half an hour to annihilate the 3,000+ volcanic beasts. Even the volcanic behemoth failed to escape his grasp. Since Feng fought monsters of a higher level, his experience bar skyrocketed after the battle ended. Of course, as he had already reached Tier 4, monsters at the Lord rank and below granted him diminished EXP. Only those at the Great Lord rank and above granted him normal amounts of EXP. This could be considered one of the disadvantages of getting promoted to Tier 4. Even so, Feng still reached 34% of level 127 after the battle. His leveling speed was simply phenomenal. At this rate, he could easily level up twice by the end of the day. However, he wasn't the slightest bit surprised by this situation. In God's domain, after one reached Tier 4, leveling up became a very simple task. All one needed to do was search for places with a lot of monsters. Hence, in the past, Tier 4 players would complain about the lack of grinding spots in God's domain. Often, the task of searching for monsters was much more troublesome for Tier 4 players than the task of killing monsters. What was even more troublesome was collecting the monsters' loot. The time it took to collect the loot of the monsters they killed was several times longer than the time it took to kill the monsters. Sure enough, the loot collection process is much more tiresome than the grinding process. Feng got a headache when he saw all the loot scattered within a 1,000-yard radius of himself. At this moment, he finally understood the suffering of those Tier 4 experts in the past. However, ignoring the loot wasn't an option either. After all, these monsters dropped considerably excellent loot. Among the items dropped were standard magic crystals, fire-attributed magic crystals, and various rare ores. The fire-attributed magic crystals were especially valuable, worth far more than the standard magic crystal. Attributed magic crystals were essential in the production of certain epic weapons and equipment. Some peak constructions also required attributed magic crystals to build. However, attributed magic crystals were incredibly rare in the modern God's domain. Hence, it would be a massive waste to simply ignore the loot. Feng ended up spending 2 whole hours gathering all of the items scattered across the battlefield. However, he had to admit that he had earned a huge harvest. Even if he ignored the numerous level 130 bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment he got, just the magic crystals numbered over 4,000 already. He had also picked up over 300 fire-attributed magic crystals. Afterward, he killed several more groups of monsters in the anti-magic volcano, pushing his level from 127 to 128, the total number of magic crystals collected to beyond 30,000, and the number of fire-attributed magic crystals collected to 1,500. Be it his leveling speed or money-making speed, both exceeded the standard of ordinary Tier 4 players. Since the sky was darkening, Feng found a safe cave and called up his system interface. That's enough for today. With several more days grinding here, should be able to exceed the average level of the peak experts here. By then, I shouldn't be at a disadvantage in levels when the infant dragon raid takes place. When Feng saw that he had already reached 19% of level 128, he found his leveling speed very satisfactory. Not to mention, he had managed to produce 7 crystals of souls through today's grind, far more than what he could produce in the modern God's domain. Afterward, Feng logged out of the game to rest. After all, he had already spent more than 24 hours online. Even if he was using the Fearless cabin now, staying online for long periods still wasn't wise. Once he went offline, before he could even climb out of his cabin, a message notification sounded in his cabin. The message's sender was none other than Liang Jing, the person managing Zero Wing's headquarters on his behalf right now. Guild leader, you finally decided to pick up. Liang Jing said in exasperation. I've already brought the 2 vice guild leaders to Yuantian City as per your request. What should we do now? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You're here already? Surprised by Liang Jing's swift action, Feng chuckled and said, okay, bring them to the upper zone's entrance now. I'll wait for you there. The upper zone's entrance? Liang Jing couldn't help growing a little excited at Feng's words. Okay. We'll be there in 3 hours. Feng burst into laughter at Liang Jing's excited expression. However, he understood her mood. After all, the upper zone was a place countless people yearned to enter. But this is a problem. I only managed to get 100 points yesterday, even after exchanging all of the credits I had. If the 2 of them join me, I can't even afford food for the 3 of us. It seems I'll have to convert those 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal now. The thought of the food prices here gave Feng a headache. Fortunately, he had earned a killing from mythology. Otherwise, he would have to start begging for food. Feng tidied himself up and hurried to the Green God Tower. Chapter 2780, Minor Character. Upper Zone, Base Layer. Feng enjoyed the scenery of the base layer as he strolled around the residential area he lived in. Contrary to his expectations, he did not see any of the paradisiacal sceneries depicted in the rumors spread in the outside world. Instead, what he saw were only high-rise buildings. The areas not occupied by high-rise buildings held facilities such as restaurants, training halls, and gyms. Moreover, compared to the outside world, almost all of the people gave the impression that they were incredibly busy, and they all had tense expressions on their faces. This could be considered natural. After all, the upper zone wasn't some kind of paradise. Instead, it was a place with far more intense competition than the outside world. From what Feng understood, Yuantian City's upper zone had a population of less than 300,000, nearly a quarter of which were employees of the Green God Company. As for the remaining inhabitants, the majority of them belonged to the various major corporations, and only a small portion were people who had entered the upper zone through special selections or reserved slots. Meanwhile, unlike what the general public thought, one wouldn't live a carefree life after entering the upper zone. On the contrary, one would face even greater pressure than when they lived in the outside world. The reason for this was the upper zone's ridiculously high cost of living. Just the matter of food already gave Feng a headache. Even the most basic meal cost 30 points, equivalent to 300,000 credits. Nobody would pay such an absurd price for food in the outside world. Yet, in the upper zone, this amount of money would buy only the most basic meal. This was still only a small problem in the upper zone. The truly troublesome aspect was the various training resources available here. Just living in the upper zone wouldn't be enough for a person to achieve longevity. One still needed to include various exercises and medicines into the equation, all of which cost a lot of points. Without sufficient wealth and resources, one couldn't live in the upper zone at all. Those born in the upper zone were allowed to live freely until the age of 12. Afterward, they had to undergo a series of tests until they reached 15. If they failed the tests, they would be banished from the upper zone. Moreover, passing the Green God Company's basic assessment would only qualify one to work at the lowest level of the Green God Company. Only if one conquered the mental path before the age of 20 or made a great contribution to the Green God Company would one gain authority and be considered an ordinary person in the upper zone. If one wished to live longer and better in the upper zone, and perhaps even gain influence and become someone respected by the major corporations, one would have to head to the middle layer. Otherwise, one would only be an ant living in the base layer. After all, the base layer's average lifespan might be 150 years, but that didn't mean every individual would live up to 150 years old. Moreover, there was also the matter of retaining one's youth and physical vitality. For residents living in the base layer, even if they could live a fulfilling life and constantly supplement themselves with the various resources available in the base layer, they could retain their youth until the age of 50, at most. Afterward, their physical fitness would decline. By the time they reached 100 years old, they would have entered old age. However, in the case of people living in the middle layer, they would still retain their youthful vitality even at the age of 80. Appearance-wise, they would look like they were just entering their 30s. In other words, the middle layer's residents got to retain their youth for nearly twice as long as the base layer's residents. And even at the age of 120, they would only be middle-aged and look like they were just entering their 40s. Who wouldn't go crazy at such a temptation? After strolling about for a while, Feng rode one of the upper zone's free levitating smart cars and arrived at the Green God Tower roughly 20 minutes later. At the end of the journey, he had to admit that the upper zone was truly amazing. The various transportation facilities here were completely free, and the cars were even equipped with fully intelligent navigation systems. He could travel anywhere he wished with just a word. Feng made his way to the Green God Tower's 7th floor, which was where all resource exchanges took place in the base layer. Everyone seeking to convert credits into trade points, exchange rare resources for trade points and contribution points, or exchange points for the various medicines the Green God Company offered would come here. Upon arriving on the 7th floor, he found that the hall, which was the size of 8 basketball courts, was crowded with thousands of people. Compared to the registration room he visited previously, this place was many times livelier. Most of the gathered people were wealthy children seeking to exchange for trade points using credits. As to why they were doing so, the reason was simple. Most, if not all, of the major corporations operating in the upper zone had existed for over a century already. After operating for such a long time, the shareholder families running these corporations had grown significantly in size. At this point, with how large the shareholder families' population had become, these families would be fortunate to put their children into the upper zone. In addition, the resources the Green God Company sought were all incredibly rare and valuable. For the sake of their own future in the upper zone, the various corporations wouldn't let the children of their shareholder families casually exchange resources for points at all. Hence, aside from the designated heir or heiress of their respective families, the other children who had entered the upper zone would have to rely on themselves to secure resources in the upper zone. However, as most of these children were not particularly talented, they naturally didn't have the means to get the necessary resources or achievements to earn themselves a lot of trade points and contribution points. They could only visit the exchange center every day to exchange for trade points using credits. As a result, despite the Green God Tower's exchange center being open 24/7, there would almost always be people lining up before the credit area's exchange counters. If news of such a scene were to reach the outside world, jaws would definitely drop. After all, every one of the wealthy children lining up in the exchange center was a prince or princess of a major corporation. Normally, they would have numerous people at their beck and call. Yet, in the exchange center, they had no choice but to behave like normal people and stand in line themselves. And even more surprisingly, none of these wealthy children in the queue was making a fuss. Unlike the credit area, there was only one exchange counter in the contribution area. Usually, almost nobody stood before this exchange counter, and anybody wishing to use its services could do so without having to wait. However, when Feng approached the contribution area, 2 people were already standing before the exchange counter there. Moreover, he actually recognized both of them. One of them was none other than Feng, the heir of the 5 States Corporation. Out of all the corporation heirs Feng had met before, Feng had the most exaggerated physical fitness. Feng also did not behave like the typical princeling of a major corporation. The person standing behind Feng was the butler Zhuolinxiu. "Young master, now that we've completed the Green God Company's assignment, I believe your total contribution points will reach 60,000 once the evaluation is complete and enter the top 10 rankings. If we factor in the corporation's decision to support you fully this time, I'm certain you'll be able to enter the top 3 in the contribution competition this time," Zhuolinxiu said excitedly. The contribution competition was held once every 3 months. The top 3 of the competition would gain the right to stay in the middle layer. Although the duration of the stay was only 3 short months, this was also one of the few ways the various corporations could gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, so long as Feng entered the middle layer, he could acquire resources that were far superior to what was available in the base layer. At that time, his status in the upper zone would immediately skyrocket. However, Han Feng remained indifferent to Zhuo Linxiu's words. Shaking his head, he said, "While I am confident of getting into the top 5, my chances of getting into the top 3 are still slim. The people currently ranked among the top 3 have held those positions for the past 2 years. According to rumors, those 3 people are close to gaining high-grade authority. They will definitely do everything they can to retain their positions, so it won't be easy to surpass them in contributions. In fact, despite not having put in any real effort, they have already accumulated over 100,000 contribution points. If we show signs of trying to compete for the top 3, it wouldn't be strange if their points suddenly doubled or tripled." At Han Feng's words, Zhuo Linxiu fell silent, acknowledging that the top 3 rankers were indeed a cut above everyone else. After all, those 3 people had already monopolized the top 3 positions of the contribution competition for the past 2 years. Trying to surpass them in contributions definitely wouldn't be an easy task. While Han Feng and Zhuo Linxiu were conversing, the staff member manning the exchange counter finished calculating Han Feng's contribution. "Sir, after including the assignment you completed this time, you now have 62,425 contribution points accumulated. You are currently ranked 7th in the contribution competition." 7th? Han Feng did not feel particularly happy to hear that he was ranked 7th in the competition, taking the result in stride. After giving the staff member a nod, he promptly turned around to leave. The instant Han Feng and Zhuo Linxiu turned around, they noticed Feng making his way to the counter. "Why is he here?" Zhuo Linxiu rubbed his eyes in doubt when he saw Feng, who was dressed in white casuals. The upper zone was a place that countless people sought to enter but couldn't. The guild leaders of many superpowers didn't have the qualifications to enter the upper zone even now. Yet, Feng, who was merely the guild leader of a pseudo-superpower, had actually entered it. This was simply incredible. At this time, let alone Zhuo Linxiu, even Han Feng revealed a rare look of surprise on his face. When Han Feng last met Feng, in Fenglin City's Redstone restaurant, the latter was merely an insignificant minor character in his eyes. After all, Feng and his subordinates simply weren't capable of reaching the playing field Han Feng fought on. At best, he could only use Zero Wing as a pawn to hinder his opponents. Even when Zero Wing developed rapidly and became enemies with many superpowers, he still thought nothing of the guild. After all, what the various major corporations were truly competing for wasn't God's domain, but the upper zone's resources. Yet, now, a minor character like Feng had actually set foot into the upper zone. This situation was as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Did the Boulder Corporation give him a reserved slot? Han Feng muttered in speculation. That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no way someone like him, with no background, can enter the upper zone, Zhuo Linxiu said, nodding in agreement. In the recent struggle for the reserved seats of God's domain's 12 great guilds, Frost Heaven had surpassed everyone's expectations and secured itself a seat, instantly becoming a true titan in God's domain. The biggest contributor to Frost Heaven's victory was undoubtedly Zero Wing. Hence, it wouldn't be strange for Frost Heaven to grant Zero Wing a few of the upper zone's reserved slots in gratitude. After thinking up to this point, Han Feng and Zhuo Linxiu calmed down. Meanwhile, as Feng walked over, he merely glanced at Han Feng and Zhuo Linxiu before continuing on his way. He did not take the initiative to say hello. After all, he wasn't exactly familiar with the two. He was also in a hurry right now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Zhuo Linxiu's expression turned ugly at Feng's response. He never imagined that Feng would actually show so little respect to Han Feng. The man didn't even bother saying hello and merely walked away like a stranger. Feng simply didn't place the Five States Corporation in his eyes. However, before Zhuo Linxiu could vent his anger, he was stunned to see Feng stop before the contribution area's exchange counter. What is he trying to do? Han Feng was confused when he saw Feng conversing with the staff member at the counter. That's the exchange counter for the contribution area. Did he come here to exchange for trade points because there was no line here? Sure enough, he is a minor character. He only knows how to head to places where he can gain advantages. He thinks he can save time by coming here, yet he is wholly ignorant of the rules, Zhuo Linxiu sneered as he looked at Shi Feng, who was still conversing with the staff, in contempt. However, no sooner had Zhuo Linxiu finished speaking than the nearby staff member suddenly exclaimed in a loud and excited tone, "Congratulations, Mr. Shi. You have gained a total of 50,000 contribution points and 5 million trade points this time. You are currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition." Chapter 2781, Times have changed 50,000 contribution points. 10th place. When Zhuo Linxiu heard the Green God Company staff's words, he was dumbfounded. In fact, even Feng, who possessed an apathetic personality, felt a little dazed at the staff member's words. After all, Shi Feng was initially only a pawn in their eyes. Yet, not only did he climb up to the same playing field they fought on, but he was now even actively competing with them. No wonder he didn't put us in his eyes. Realization dawned upon Zhuo Linxiu as he looked at Shi Feng. However, a moment later, a hint of mockery appeared on his face as he said, "It's a pity he doesn't know that the contribution competition participants are just warming up and that the current rankings are only temporary." The upper zone's contribution competition had been going on for many years now, and everyone mostly understood how it worked. Those intent on participating in a particular season's competition generally wouldn't reveal their cards in the first 2 months of the season. This was because contribution points were basically trump cards for participants. Naturally, it would be best if participants hid their cards as deeply as possible and only revealed them at the last possible moment. Only then could these trump cards play a vital role. Moreover, there was an added benefit to accumulating contribution points in secret, deciding whether one would continue participating in a particular season's contribution competition or not. After all, aside from time-based assignments, other forms of contributions could be reserved for future competitions if necessary. Since the contribution competition had been running for many years now, some participants had been accumulating contribution points for a long time. These participants were waiting for the fateful day when they would reveal all their cards, instantly securing one of the top 3 positions, and gain access to the middle layer. Meanwhile, the current contribution competition was less than a month along. Hence, the various participants were still testing the waters and had yet to seriously invest their contribution points. The majority of their current points were from completing time-based assignments the Green God Company issued, not from long-term assignments that could be turned in at any time. "Although I don't know why he made such a move, this is a good opportunity for us," Feng said, shaking his head as he regained his calm. "Old Zhuo, go talk to him and tell him I'll buy the remaining points he has kept hidden at double the price." Double the price? Zhuo Linxiu looked at Feng in surprise. "Young master, historically, purchasing points at 1.5 times their original value is already pretty high. After all, there is no way these people can secure one of the top 3 rankings. There's no meaning for them to hold on to their points. If other people were to find out that you're offering to purchase his hidden points at double the price, they'd most likely raise their own prices, as well." There were many instances where multiple participants joined hands to compete in the contribution competition. After all, unlike contribution points gained through completing assignments, points gained through other sources could be freely traded in secret. When a competition was about to end, participants who were close to the top 3 positions would often purchase the hidden points of other participants. Naturally, as Feng was aiming for one of the top 3 positions this time, he would also participate in this practice. The exchange rate would be based on the prices of the items sold by the Green God Company. "Just do as I say." The Green God Company announced that the top 20 participants would receive a reward, so many people are trying to compete for the top 20 positions. It is only natural for the price of contribution points this time to be higher, Feng said, shaking his head. According to the information he had obtained, the Green God Company intended to further squeeze the various corporations for their wealth. To do so, the company had intensified the competition by allowing the top 20 participants to exchange for a limited number of items exclusive to the middle layer. Once this information spread, the price of contribution points would definitely increase. However, while a price hike was inevitable, the increase wouldn't be exaggerated either. After all, there were only so many items the top 20 participants could exchange using contribution points. Beyond that purchase limit, whatever contribution points they had remaining would become useless. "I understand." Zhuolinqiu nodded and walked toward Shi Feng. On the other side, Shi Feng was currently ecstatic. Just a second ago, he had still been a poor bastard in the upper zone. Now, however, he had 5 million trade points to his name, enough to purchase 5 ordinary housing units in the base layer. Of course, these points were still insufficient to purchase a large villa in the base layer. However, they were definitely more than adequate for his daily expenditure. At the very least, even after welcoming gentle snow and aqua rose into the upper zone, he wouldn't have to worry about their necessities. However, it's going to be difficult to get another large influx of points. It seems I'll have to think of a long-term way to secure 7 luminaries crystals in bulk, Shi Feng thought with a sigh. 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal was a significant amount, yet it was only enough to get him 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points. With just this many trade points and contribution points, let alone catching up with the top 3 rankers of the competition, he probably couldn't afford anything from the middle layer. However, for his present self, obtaining more 7 luminaries crystals wasn't much of a challenge. After all, he was currently in the ancient god's domain. The resources available in the ancient era were far more abundant than in the modern era. After verifying on his quantum watch that he had received the 5 million trade points and 50,000 contribution points, Shi Feng planned to head for the upper zone's entrance to receive gentle snow and aqua rose. After all, this was the first time they were visiting the upper zone. Without anyone to guide them, it was very easy for problems to occur. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. There were many taboos in the upper zone. If they accidentally violated one of these taboos, there was a high chance they would be banished from the upper zone permanently. However, before Shi Feng could leave the exchange counter, Zhuolinqiu appeared beside him. Guild leader Shi, we meet again. Although Zhuolinqiu felt displeased at Shi Feng's earlier attitude, as Han Feng's butler, he still greeted Shi Feng politely. Master Zhuo, do you have business with me? Shi Feng asked calmly as he looked at Zhuolinqiu. Inwardly, though, Shi Feng was a little surprised by this situation. Although he had expected Han Feng to seek him out sooner or later, he never thought that the man would act so quickly. Kurue had informed him about the ins and outs of the contribution competition, so he knew that those competing for the top 3 spots would secretly purchase contribution points from other participants. Now that he had just exchanged for 50,000 contribution points in one fell swoop, those seeking the top 3 spots couldn't ignore his existence. Indeed, I do. Moreover, this is great news for you, guild leader Shi, Zhuolinqiu said with a faint smile. I believe you know about the matters regarding the contribution competition already, so I'll get straight to the point. Young Master Han wishes to purchase the contribution points you have yet to turn in. Moreover, young Master Han is willing to purchase them at double their market value. May I know what you think of this, guild leader Shi? Chapter 2782, Wealthy Shi Feng, double the market value? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he heard Zhuolinqiu's words. According to Kurue, the transaction price for contribution points would reach 1.5 times the market value at most. Moreover, that was when the contribution competition was incredibly intense. After all, unless one entered the middle layer, it didn't matter how many contribution points one managed to accumulate. Yet, Han Feng was offering double the market value. Even if the Green God Company would allow the top 20 participants to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer this time, this was still a very high price. After all, the difficulty of getting into the top 3 was simply too great. Before Shi Feng looked into the current top 3 participants, he had still been confident of getting into the top 3. However, after gaining an understanding of those 3 participants, all thoughts of entering the top 3 had disappeared from his mind. This was because those 3 people could instantly gain an additional 1 million contribution points if they grew serious. In other words, if he wished to secure one of the top 3 positions, he would need 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal at the very minimum. What did this amount represent? Even if he squeezed the 5 great super guilds and a dozen other superpowers dry, getting such a huge number of 7 luminaries crystals was impossible. Moreover, this was only the minimum requirement to compete for the top 3 positions. Hence, He had no choice but to wait for Zero Wing to grow stronger and set aside trying for one of the top 3 spots for the future. In the current competition, he simply had no chance whatsoever. Even if he was currently in the ancient god's domain, with its more abundant resources, the 7 luminaries crystal was still an incomparably valuable commodity. Moreover, its rarity was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. In fact, competition for the 7 luminaries crystal was intenser in the ancient era. From what he heard, the interstellar continent's various powers were similarly purchasing 7 luminaries crystals at astronomical prices. Residents of the interstellar continent could exchange for living resources in the real world using 7 luminaries crystals. In fact, if one collected a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals, one could even get promoted from an ordinary civilian to a resident of the core area. Simply put, every player in the ancient era was competing for 7 luminaries crystals. On the other hand, only the major corporations based in upper zones were competing for 7 luminaries crystals in the modern god's domain. The competition over the crystals had nothing to do with ordinary players. In fact, it didn't even have anything to do with ordinary corporations. Hence, even if he were to contest frantically for 7 luminaries crystals in the ancient era, the amount he could get his hands on was unlikely to secure him one of the top 3 spots in the current contribution competition. Now, he would be satisfied so long as he could secure one of the top 20 positions, and he could indeed afford to sell a portion of his additional points. That's right. Double the market value. Guild leader sure, you should be able to see young Master Han's sincerity in this matter, Zhuo Linqiu said, chuckling. I can assure you that you won't find another person in the base layer who would offer you such a price. The Five States Corporation was one of the top corporations in the country. It had deeper foundations than even the Boulder Corporation, albeit by only a slight margin. In addition, the corporation even had a genius like Feng as its heir. It was only a matter of time before the corporation set foot in the middle layer. After giving the matter some thought, Feng replied, I can agree to that price, but I have a condition. Feng's offer would tempt anyone. After all, this was equivalent to receiving a 50% discount on the various products the Green God Company put up for exchange. For Feng, who was currently severely lacking in the upper zone's resources, Feng's offer was heaven sent. Condition? What condition? Zhuo Linqiu frowned slightly. In his opinion, the price Feng offered was already quite generous. He never thought that Feng would want a foot after getting an inch. I want to settle the transaction using life potions, phantom potions, or the middle layer's limited products, Feng said. I will not accept anything else, apart from these items. 5 million trade points were already more than enough for him to get by in the base layer. There was no point in getting more. Only the limited exchange items were of value to him. Particularly, the life potion and the phantom potion weren't available in the outside world. Even if he tried to exchange for these items using his authority, he could get only 5 bottles per year. This amount wasn't even enough for his own use, much less sharing it with other people. This condition is too much. You should know that those items can't be bought even with a large number of trade points and contribution points. Zhuo Linqiu flatly refused Feng's condition. Nobody in the entire base layer would satisfy this condition of yours. Whether it was the life potion, the phantom potion, or the middle layer's limited items, they were all incredibly precious to the various corporations. No one would casually trade them away. How about I buy them at their original price? Feng suggested. Feng understood that he was indeed asking for a lot with his condition. However, this was also how negotiations worked. Only after both sides agreed on a price could a transaction take place. Zhuo Linqiu fell speechless at Feng's response. He felt that Feng didn't understand his previous words at all. However, before Zhuo Linqiu could manage a response, Feng's holographic projection suddenly appeared from Zhuo Linqiu's quantum watch. It is impossible for me to sell those items at base price. However, with my authority, I can sell some to you at double the price. This is also the lowest I can go, Feng said. Moreover, I believe that nobody else in the base layer would offer you a better price. That works. Feng didn't feel particularly surprised at Feng's counter-offer. On the contrary, he found this outcome to be quite excellent already. The limited items the Green God Company offered for exchange came with fixed price tags, and residents with the necessary authority could exchange for these items at any time. However, as their description suggested, each resident could exchange for only a limited number of these items. If a person wanted to get their hands on more, they could purchase these items from other residents at a marked-up price. Moreover, even if one were willing to pay the extra cost, one wouldn't necessarily be able to find a willing seller. That settles it, then. Feng nodded. However, let me get one thing straight first. Every transaction we conduct must be valued at 50,000 contribution points or more. Otherwise, our transaction will be invalid. That won't be a problem, Feng assured, smiling. He understood what was going through Feng's mind. A sum of several thousand contribution points was most likely nothing in Feng's eyes. Moreover, such an amount wouldn't be of any help to him in the contribution competition. After all, if the top 3 participants were serious, they could easily add 1,000,000 points to their names. Hence, a transaction of 50,000 contribution points was most likely the lowest acceptable amount for Feng. Okay. So long as you've collected 50,000 contribution points, you can come and find me at any time, Feng said before disconnecting the quantum communication. After Feng finished speaking, Zhuo turned around and walked away, leaving Feng alone at the exchange counter. When Zhuo returned to Feng's side, he had a hesitant expression. Just speak your mind, Feng said as he looked at his old butler. Young master, I'm afraid the old master and the others will have big opinions about your decision to sell him those items at just double the price, Zhuo said worriedly. After all, those items are things the corporation went to great lengths to accumulate. They are meant to serve as the foundation for the family's younger generations. Foundation? Feng suddenly smiled. Unless we enter the middle layer, the 5 states corporation will be nothing but ants in the eyes of those above. Also, we have failed to enter the middle layer after all these years. If we don't fight now, when will we fight? Moreover, the family has already promised to assist me with everything they have. If they're not even willing to part with these items, how are we supposed to compete with the other participants? However, just Feng's 50,000 contribution points won't change anything, Zhuo said. I naturally know this. Feng is only one of the small sources for me to secure contribution points. At this point, Feng's eyes began glowing slightly. The old man has already met with the other corporations in the upper zone and made some promises to them. I believe he should have no problem securing 700,000 or 800,000 contribution points for me. Afterward, it'll depend on whether I can complete the Green God Company's bounty. So long as I succeed, I am certain I can enter the top 3. He was hell-bent on winning the contribution competition this time. Meanwhile, after Feng and Zhuo left the exchange center, Feng made his way to the item exchange counter. Compared to the contribution points counter, the item exchange counter had many more people lined up before it. After waiting in line for around 15 minutes, Feng exchanged for 5 phantom potions and 5 life potions, as well as 5 strengthening potions, which cost the same as the phantom potions and life potions. In the end, he spent a total of 75,000 trade points. In the outside world, that was already equivalent to 750 million credits. The strengthening potion was considered the least promising product in the upper zone because it had only one function, the strengthening of the user's physical fitness. However, residents in the upper zone would have their physical fitness automatically raised to a certain level, even without any training. If one combined this effect with daily exercise, they could elevate their physical fitness to astonishing levels. Hence, there was simply no need to spend 5,000 trade points to exchange for a strengthening potion. Nevertheless, Feng naturally believed it was better for him to raise his physical fitness as quickly as possible. After all, the stronger his physical fitness became, the easier it would be to improve his brain activity. Often, when Feng gained enlightenment and achieved a qualitative improvement in his techniques, he would find himself facing various problems stemming from his inadequate physical fitness. Had he been as fit as Feng during those times, he wouldn't have faced any problems at all. Hence, He felt that it wasn't a loss to spend 25,000 trade points for 5 strengthening potions. Not to mention, he could already be considered a wealthy person in the base layer. It's almost time to pick up Qingxue and Aqua. After taking a look at the time, Feng promptly departed the Green God Tower and hurried over to the upper zone's entrance. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. 2 hours later, a levitating car stopped at a designated parking lot before the gigantic metal door serving as the upper zone's entrance. 4 people, 1 man and 3 women then alighted from the car. They were none other than Lei Bao, Liang Jing, Bai Qingxue, and Aqua Rose. As to why Lei Bao had come along, it was as a precaution. After all, many powers were currently targeting Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Liang Jing, someone with little combat power, was unsuited for going out alone. Hence, Lei Bao would usually accompany her whenever she left Zero Wing's headquarters. Ordinary bodyguards would have little to no use against the opponents Zero Wing faced. So, this is the upper zone? Liang Jing was surprised when she saw the vast steel wall at the upper zone's entry. Even Lei Bao was surprised by the sight. He never thought that the rumored upper zone would have such an appearance. Chapter 2783, Era of Hegemony Upper Zone, Entrance. While Liang Jing and Lei Bao were shocked by the sight before them, Feng, who had been waiting quietly by the entrance for some time, approached them. How is it? It's different from what you imagined, right? Feng asked, smiling faintly as he looked at the two. Their expressions and thoughts were exactly the same as his when he first arrived before the upper zone. Guild leader, how is the upper zone? Liang Jing asked as she looked at Feng. Is it as amazing as the rumors make it out to be? There were many rumors circulating in the outside world about the upper zones. Nobody was allowed to go near the upper zones without permission despite them being in the middle of bustling cities. Hence, while everyone knew of the upper zone's existence, no outsider truly understood them. In fact, there was not the smallest piece of official news on the upper zone in the world. The information everyone knew came only from rumors. Lei Bao couldn't help pricking up his ears at Liang Jing's question. To him, the upper zone was a place he never even dared to dream of visiting. After all, even world champions in fighting couldn't visit it. It's amazing. Feng replied with a smile. It's even more amazing than the rumors make it out to be. The people inside can constantly grow stronger physically without doing any training. So, is it true that even world champion level fighters are not a big deal in the upper zone? Lei Bao asked when he heard Feng's words. The fact that a place could automatically improve a person's physical fitness was simply unbelievable. This revelation thoroughly shattered his view of physical training. That rumor is slightly exaggerated, but it's not far off from the truth either, Feng replied, not trying to conceal the truth. Even without physical training, the upper zone's residents can still achieve a physical fitness rivaling Henglian masters. With some systematic training, their physical fitness becomes even more astonishing. It's actually such an amazing place. Lei Bao was shocked. He had undergone plenty of intense training to achieve his current physical fitness, yet the upper zone's residents could easily accomplish a similar feat without any training. Who would possibly believe this? However, Lei Bao knew that Feng wouldn't lie to him, so this inflicted an even greater shock. All of a sudden, Lei Bao felt as if he had lived his life for nothing. He felt as if all his previous efforts were nothing but a joke. Master Lei Bao, no need to be discouraged. Looking at Lei Bao, who suddenly grew disheartened, Feng said, Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future. At that time, it won't be just Qingxue, Aqua, and myself who can enter this place. I will let many more people join us. Just like those international corporations, we will treat the upper zone as our headquarters. Although Feng did not speak loudly, both Lei Bao and Liang Jing gasped involuntarily at his words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation and excitement flashed in their eyes. If anyone else had made this statement, they would have most likely treated it as a joke. However, Feng was someone who constantly worked miracles, having single-handedly developed Zero Wing to its current scale. Moreover, he never did anything he was not confident of succeeding in. His declaration meant that he had some way to achieve this goal. Zero Wing will also develop in the upper zone in the future? Liang Jing couldn't help growing excited when she looked at the distant steel wall. If Zero Wing really accomplished this feat, it would truly become a powerful existence. At that time, even ordinary superpowers would be a joke to the guild. Lei Bao clenched his fists in excitement and anticipation. He felt that his decision to join Zero Wing was the wisest choice he had made in his life. These 3 bottles here are strengthening potions. Liang Jing, take 2 back and give them to Fire and Violet, Feng said as he took out 3 strengthening potions and handed 2 to Liang Jing. He then turned to Lei Bao and said, Master Lei Bao, you take 1, as well. I believe that you should be able to go a step further with this strengthening potion. Fire Dance and Violet Cloud normally trained their physical bodies very seriously. The 2 of them also possessed incredible talent in this regard. Unfortunately, due to insufficient resources, their improvements had been gradual. With the strengthening potion's assistance, their development would no longer be hindered. As for Lei Bao, he also possessed excellent talent. Unfortunately, as he had always been a lone wolf, he never managed to get his hands on any resources and could only rely on hard work. However, he had reached the point where he couldn't improve further through hard work alone. Although Feng had previously given Lei Bao several bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which allowed him to improve his physical fitness significantly, it was evident that S-rank nutrient fluids alone couldn't fully bring out Lei Bao's potential. However, with the strengthening potion, Lei Bao might be able to go a step further and become a half-step Henglian Grandmaster. Meanwhile, if Lei Bao succeeded, then Zero Wing would gain an additional layer of protection. Thank you, Guild Leader. I won't disappoint you. Lei Bao's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Feng. He had heard of the strengthening potion before. This thing was basically treated as a divine item in the fighting industry. Just 1 bottle could allow a person's physical fitness to undergo a qualitative transformation. Unfortunately, the medicine was incredibly rare, much rarer than even the life potion. According to rumors, even Grandmaster martial artists had difficulty getting their hands on a bottle. In fact, some Grandmasters would even put their lives on the line just to get their hands on it. Yet Feng not only took out 3 bottles but even gave him 1. How could Lei Bao not grow excited in this situation? With this strengthening potion, he was confident that even if he couldn't become a Henglian Grandmaster, he could, at least, reach a level where he could contend with neutralizing Grandmasters. By the way, Guild Leader, more and more NPCs are appearing in God's domain. As a result, some superpowers have designs on the Secret Covenant Tower. In fact, they've already clashed with us over a dozen times outside Sky Spring City. Currently, both sides have lost over 1,000 Tier 3 players, Liang Jing said suddenly. Fortunately, Vice Guild Leader Illusory Words and Vice Guild Leader Unyielding Heart returned in time to preside over the situation. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, the 2 of them believe that if this situation continues, their 2 guilds are unlikely to hold back the various superpowers for very long. Moreover, some small guilds have already begun disbanding due to the NPC population pressure. Many new NPC forces have also emerged in the various NPC cities, and these NPC forces are constantly harassing the local guilds and pose a headache even for the various superpowers. Hence, the various superpowers are all trying to enter the Secret Covenant Tower, which doesn't have NPC intervention. Moreover, I'm afraid that they will only grow more desperate as the NPC forces scale up their harassment. Feng frowned upon hearing Liang Jing's report on God's domains and the Secret Covenant Tower's present situation. He hadn't anticipated that the NPC forces would actually begin taking action so soon. Moreover, with the NPC forces now taking action, the main continent of God's domain would enter an era where hundreds of countries fought for hegemony. To survive the upcoming chaos, the various superpowers would probably do everything they could to secure the sacred leveling ground known as the Secret Covenant Tower. I understand. After giving the matter some thought, Feng looked at Liang Jing and instructed, for now, have everyone in the guild avoid going out to do quests if possible. Instead, have them focus on grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower and restrict their sphere of activity to Sky Spring City and our 3 guild cities. Also, have Crimson Emperor and Unyielding Soul hasten their exploration. It doesn't matter even if it increases the chances of the secret getting out. Our side will do the same as well. Originally, he thought that it would take the NPC forces another 2 weeks to take action. However, contrary to his expectations, the NPC forces had evidently completed their investigations already and made a move. Once begun, the NPC forces' harassment would only escalate as time passed. It wouldn't be long before members of player forces would get attacked if they left the confines of towns and cities. Given enough time, NPC forces would even start launching attacks on guild towns and cities, forcing the various guilds to abandon their guild towns and cities. This, in turn, would cripple the guild's income and force them to disband. Okay. I'll contact them once I return. Liang Jing nodded. Feng gave Liang Jing a few more instructions, such as secretly collecting the basic materials needed to construct the small mobile fortress, then brought Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose into the upper zone. As for Liang Jing and Lei Bao, after looking at the three of them enviously for a moment, they promptly left in the levitating car. In the upper zone, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's condition immediately saw slight improvements. Now, they no longer looked as cold and indifferent as before. The degree of mental deterioration they suffered also declined significantly. After they consumed the luxury set meals, which Feng bought for 300 trade points each, their mental states even showed signs of stabilizing. They also no longer appeared indifferent to everything around them. At the very least, they display some interest in the upper zone's matters. Occasionally, they even took the initiative to say a few words. Seeing the two's condition stabilizing, Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The environment here should sustain the two of them for a long time. The next step is to figure out a way to consolidate my standing within the top 20. After seeing Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose enter their respective fearless cabins, Feng started planning how to earn 7 luminaries crystals in God's domain. Although he was currently ranked 10th in the contribution competition, the other participants had yet to take things seriously. Meanwhile, the competition's top 20 participants being able to exchange for 3 items from the middle layer presented a huge opportunity for the various corporations. They would definitely do everything they could to enter the top 20. If he wished to secure his position within the top 20, he would need 200,000 contribution points, at the very least, and possibly more if the competition was intense. After all, the various corporations had been operating in the upper zone for a long time now. The wealth they had accumulated wasn't something he could hope to rival. In other words, he was still short of 15,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals right now. This was an astronomical number, even for the 5 great super guilds. Afterward, Feng drank a strengthening potion and life potion before lying down in the fearless cabin in his bedroom. Log in. Chapter 2784, Tier 4 Upper Rank Anti-Magic Mountain Range, Deep Valley. At the Anti-Magic Mountain Range's core area, the mana was scorching hot. Individuals without 300 points in fire resistance would instantly die upon entering Deep Valley. In addition, plenty of level 140 Great Lord ranked monsters occupied this place. Due to the environment, native Lord ranked monsters could exert power on the level of Great Lords, while Great Lord ranked monsters could exhibit combat power at the standard of Grand Lords. Let alone players, even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't dare come here. However, a black shadow was currently flying through the flame-filled magma valley with over 100 Great Lord ranked magma colossi on its tail. All of these magma colossi were over 10 meters tall. When over a century of them ran together, their footsteps shook the valley. The commotion continuously attracted Lord-ranked monsters to join in the chase. Magma Colossus, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 140 HP 1,950,000,000. It seems this is the most I can attract in this area. After a glance at the Magma Colossi and Magma Golems chasing after him, Feng began chanting an incantation in midair. He had spent over a dozen minutes luring Magma Colossi. Despite his efforts, the group grew to just a little more than 100. Even the number of Lord-ranked Magma Golems only hovered around 3,000. When he tried luring more, some of the ones chasing after him would lose interest and return to their original locations. It was evident that the main god system did not want to allow Tier 4 players to slaughter these low-intellect elemental creatures freely. Hence, the system had granted them the instinct to remain in their respective territories. Meanwhile, as the magma colossi were about to get close enough to attack Feng, he completed the incantation for Flame Domain and released it. Originally, Flame Domain was only an AoE offensive spell. Its range and power weren't comparable to large-scale destruction spells. Even so, it still possessed incredible power. However, Feng's mana domain, mana quality, and the environment here had buffed Flame Domain to the point where it rivaled Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Even though the magma colossi and magma golems possessed high elemental resistance as elemental creatures, in front of absolute power, their HPs still fell rapidly. The monsters lost over 16 million HP every second. Moreover, the damage even increased by 20% every second. By the time Flame Domain's 7-second duration ended, the magma golems were already in tatters. They had clearly fallen into a heavily injured state. The magma colossi, though, fared much better, as they had lost only around 100 million HP and nothing else. If only I had a great wizard here. Just one Tier 4 curse would be enough to deal with the Lord-ranked rabble. Afterward, all I would have to do is focus on dealing with the great lords. Feng felt a little frustrated as he looked at the heavily injured magma golems. He had been grinding for 6 consecutive days now, and he had basically wiped out the monsters in the anti-magic mountain range's outer and inner areas. Now, he was left with only the monsters in the core area to grind for EXP. However, the majority of the monsters here were only at the Lord rank, and they awarded him with barely any EXP when killed. Moreover, they took the most time to kill due to their numbers. Fortunately, he had quite a few AoE skills at his disposal. The 7 Luminaries Rings Flame Domain was especially helpful. Without these skills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion just dealing with the Lord-ranked magma golems. The next moment, after casting Flame Domain, Feng followed up with Lightning Edge. This Lightning Edge was completely different from the Lightning Edge he had used in the past. When he executed the skill now, it looked as if he had summoned a raging river in the sky, one that covered 200 yards. When the raging river flowed across the crowd of monsters, the weakened magma golems were instantly killed. The power of the skill was not the slightest bit weaker than that of Tier 4 skills. Lightning Edge was capable of exhibiting such power now because Feng had already upgraded it to the limits of Tier 3. The skill's current power was worlds apart from when it was still at Tier 1 and Tier 2. Of course, the amount of EXP Feng had to invest in the skill was astronomical. This was also why, despite having grinded for 6 consecutive days, Feng had only reached 53% of level 138. Otherwise, he would have long since shot past level 140. However, Feng didn't really care about losing so many levels. After reaching Tier 4, levels were no longer that important to players. For Tier 4 players, reaching level 150 or even level 200 was a simple task. After all, they could earn EXP many times faster than Tier 3 players. In front of a Tier 4 player, Great Lord-ranked monsters that Tier 3 players had difficulty dealing with were no different from common monsters. They merely had more HP and took more time to kill. Despite this being the case, during Feng's previous life, one would often see Tier 4 players stuck at around level 130, even though Tier 3 players had reached level 145 already. The reason for this was simple. After reaching Tier 4, players would no longer gain significant improvements by relying on epic weapons and equipment, only fragmented legendary weapons and equipment could help. Meanwhile, apart from obtaining fragmented legendary items, one other way Tier 4 players could improve their combat power by a large margin was through Tier 4 skills and spells. Hence, after reaching Tier 4, anyone with brains would search for Tier 4 skill and spell books. This was especially true for Tier 4 magical classes. A Tier 4 spell book was more valuable than several pieces of top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Of course, due to the rarity of Tier 4 skill and spell books, not all Tier 4 players would be lucky enough to invest their EXP into nurturing their skills to Tier 4. Instead, most Tier 4 players would have to spend legacy skill points to learn Tier 4 legacy skills. Such players would be fortunate to have 3 or 4 Tier 4 skills in their arsenal. This was also why most independent players who reached Tier 4 would possess high levels, while the various large guilds' Tier 4 experts would have low levels. After all, the search for Tier 4 skill books required a lot of manpower. They were not items that could be found easily by relying on one person's strength. Lightning Edge was a Tier 4 skill Feng had obtained from the Titan Library. Previously, when he was still at Tier 3, he couldn't gain EXP rapidly. Hence, he had always left the skill at Tier 2. Now that he had reached Tier 4, he naturally couldn't continue wasting the skill's potential. After all, the Titan Library was a place players could enter only 3 times in their entire lifetimes. In other words, players could obtain 3 skill books, at most, from there. Most of the players that had visited the Titan Library had left with Tier 4 skill books because the Tier 5 and Tier 6 skill books were not things ordinary people could obtain. Even now, Feng was not confident he could get his hands on a Tier 5 skill book. After all, the higher a player's tier was, the more challenging the trial they would face inside the Titan Library. Back then, he had managed to reach the library's central area because he was only at Tier 2. If he had visited the Titan Library when he was at Tier 3, he might not have reached the central area. Needless to say, now that he was at Tier 4, his chances of success were even lower. Hence, unless he spent his legacy skill points, he wouldn't be able to learn new Tier 4 skills for the foreseeable future. This fact remained true even though he was currently in the ancient god's domain. Even during the ancient era, Tier 4 skill books were not common goods. Following this, Feng spent around 20 minutes finishing off the remaining magma colossi. After he defeated all of the monsters chasing him, his experience bar had gone up from 53% to 66%. Unfortunately, while these monsters awarded a lot of EXP, it would be some time before they would respawn. Apart from the generous EXP, the core area's monsters also awarded much more lucrative loot. Just killing this group of monsters netted Feng over 500 fire-attributed magic crystals, 4,000 ordinary magic crystals, and plenty of epic materials. As for the rest of the items the monsters dropped, Feng simply chucked them into his bag without checking. After all, it would take him a lot of time to inspect and organize all of the loot. To earn as much EXP as possible, he decided to ignore the items for now and have other people help him inspect the loot after he returned. As he had to admit that the benefits of reaching Tier 4 and grinding in high-level maps ahead of others were truly wonderful, especially in the ancient god's domain. Not only did he not have to worry about competition, but he could also earn resources by the truckload. Since he started grinding in the anti-magic mountain range until now, he had collected over 350,000 standard magic crystals and 43,000 fire-attributed magic crystals. Subsequently, Feng continued clearing out close to half of the magma colossi in the core area. His level had finally reached level 139 as a result. This was a level that even the ancient era's Tier 3 experts wouldn't dream of reaching at this point. With this much EXP, I should be able to upgrade Lightning Edge to Tier 4. After looking at Lightning Edge's skill window, Feng promptly chose to upgrade it to Tier 4. Feng's level dropped from 139 to 136. The skill had instantly devoured 3 levels worth of EXP. What a gluttonous fellow. Thank goodness I leveled up to 139 beforehand. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be at the average level of Tier 4 players right now. Feng smiled bitterly as he looked at his own level. If he hadn't leveled up to level 139, Lightning Edge's upgrade would have taken at least 4 levels worth of EXP, dropping him to level 135 or lower. However, the benefits he gained were correspondingly massive. With Lightning Edge at Tier 4, the skill would finally blossom and reveal its true power. Lightning Edge, Action Type, Tier 4 Upper Rank. When skill completion rate reaches 120%, the skill can exhibit power at the Tier 4 peak rank. Channeling time, 0. 2 second deals 1200% physical and 1500% lightning damage in a cone in front of the user. Initial coverage range is 500 yards. Duration, 7 seconds cooldown, 10 minutes amazing. As expected of a Tier 4 skill from the Titan Library. Feng was astonished when he read Lightning Edge's detailed introduction. It can already exhibit power at the Tier 4 upper rank standard even in its normal state. If I can execute it at 120% completion rate, combined with the skill's range, it is practically comparable to a Tier 4 taboo skill. As a swordsman, most of his skills were single-targeted, a huge limitation when fighting large numbers of monsters. However, Lightning Edge could now make up for this weakness. The only downside was the skill's relatively long cooldown. Even so, it would be more than enough to inflict heavy injuries on monsters and mythic bosses. Just as Feng was planning to continue grinding for levels, he suddenly received a message alert. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. The sender of the message was Solitary 9, and the message's content was simple: everyone has left their respective legacy lands already. That's quick of them. Feng smiled when he saw Solitary 9's message. Now that I've resolved the problem of my deficient skills and level, it's time to head back. He activated the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement, teleporting toward Meteorite City. As return scrolls did not exist in the ancient god's domain, players had to rely on their own 2 feet to travel to NPC towns and cities, which was a great inconvenience. If not for him having reached Tier 4, which granted him the ability to fly freely, and the omnipotent 7 Luminaries Ring, returning to Meteorite City would take ages. However, perhaps that was why the Ancient Era's players did not surpass the Modern Era's players by too much in terms of levels, despite the Ancient Era's advantages over the Modern Era. 20 minutes later, Feng arrived before Meteorite City's entrance. Just like before, he could still see a ton of people coming and going. Chapter 2785. Differences gradually emerge. Meteorite City, Main Street. As Feng walked through the city's main street, he noticed a visible change in the city's players. The number of Tier 3 experts roaming the main street was around 10% more than before. While this increase didn't seem significant, if one street saw a 10% increase to its Tier 3 traffic, then the other streets should have experienced a similar increase as well. In other words, Meteorite City as a whole had gained a 10% increase to its Tier 3 player population. In the case of Meteorite City, such an increase meant that the city had gained over 100,000 more Tier 3 experts, a number that probably exceeded even the total of the 5 great super guilds' Tier 3 experts. Aside from the Tier 3 player population, another evident change had also occurred to the city's atmosphere. To be precise, an atmosphere of tension and excitement now enveloped the city. Before Feng could start looking into the city's situation, though, he overheard a conversation between several Tier 3 experts in a nearby open-air bar. Crap. My application actually got rejected. I'm a level 131, Tier 3 ranger, for God's sake. Any other adventurer team or guild would be more than happy to welcome me with open arms. Skyflare is simply too arrogant, a tanned, robust youth snarled. A level 132 middle-aged man carrying a round shield shook his head and chuckled at the male youth's complaint. You're not the only one. The number of Tier 3 expert Skyflare is rejecting currently ranges between 700 to 1,000 daily. Less than 10% of those who apply at Skyflare actually get in. Moreover, Skyflare's recruitment criteria are growing stricter by the day. That's right. The present Skyflare is no longer the same as before. It already has 4 Tier 4 experts. Moreover, according to insider information, 2 of them managed to reach Tier 4 thanks to the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water. From what I heard, Skyflare still has plenty of Crystals of Souls and Soul Water. A level 131, Tier 3 assassin youth said, agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. I heard that one of those 2 newly promoted Tier 4 experts relied on only the Soul Water to get promoted, the middle-aged man added. The Crystal of Souls is incomparably rare, but it's a different story for the Soul Water. Even Skyflare's normal members have a chance to get a drop of Soul Water. Right now, if you lined up the people trying to join Skyflare, the line would probably extend from one end of the city to the other. I also heard that news of this has reached the neighboring cities' Tier 3 experts, and many of them are already making their way to Meteorite City. Once they arrive, the number of Skyflare's applicants will definitely skyrocket. If I'd known something like this would happen, I would have joined Skyflare long ago. Even if I can't get my hands on a Crystal of Souls, I would still be able to get a drop of soul water and maybe get promoted to Tier 4 and live a good life in the civilian area, the assassin youth sighed. The Skyflare Adventurer team had recently raised its recruitment standards. Now, even ordinary Tier 3 experts wouldn't be accepted. At the very least, one needed to be at the half-step refinement realm standard or truth realm standard to join. It seems Skyflare has recently developed quite a bit. When Feng overheard the Tier 3 players' conversation, he didn't feel particularly surprised. After all, the Skyflare Adventurer team possessed a bunch of peak experts. In addition, unlike the modern era's experts, the ancient era's experts had long since regarded God's domain as their everything. The combat standards of the players here were far superior to those of the modern era's players. If not for the ancient God's domain lacking means of restoring one's concentration, there would have been many more Tier 4 players roaming the world. After all, the ancient era's players had a massive advantage when it came to getting promoted to Tier 4. Afterward, Feng eavesdropped on a few more conversations about Skyflare's and Meteorite City's current state. From what he heard, he understood that Skyflare was preparing to expand its influence to other NPC main cities, and it was recruiting the necessary manpower to do so. Once it had enough Tier 3 experts, it would most likely make a beeline for the neighboring main cities. As for the local player forces of those main cities, they would probably have difficulty stopping Skyflare's encroachment. This was welcome news for Feng. After all, the stronger Skyflare became, the easier obtaining all sorts of resources would be. After listening in on a few more conversations and finding no more useful information, Feng went to the Silver Hotel. Silver Hotel, high-end room. When Feng entered the room, he found Lifeless Thorn and the others waiting for him. Of the 5 people in the room, 3 looked elated while 2 looked crestfallen. Feng also noticed that the auras of the 3 had undergone a qualitative transformation. These 3 people were Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo. As the 3 of them did not wear a black cloak to conceal themselves, their Tier 4 life auras were on full display. "Commander, we've let you down," Yenya said in a depressed tone as she watched Feng walk over. Cleansing Whistle, who stood beside Yenya, was also gloomy. It was evident she felt frustrated over her failure to get promoted to Tier 4. No need to be discouraged. Getting promoted to Tier 4 has never been easy. Even peak experts have a high chance of failure, let alone your present selves, Feng said in consolation. Moreover, now that you know where you're lacking, you can spend this time thinking of ways to address your flaws. I believe it won't be long before you too reach Tier 4 as well. Feng didn't feel particularly surprised by Yenya and Cleansing Whistle's failure. In fact, he wouldn't even have found it strange if Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had failed. After all, the Tier 4 promotion quest truly was a difficult hurdle to cross, one players couldn't overcome just by relying on combat standards. It required players to comprehend Tier 4 skills and spells under time constraints. However, there was a massive difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 skills. Learning a Tier 4 skill to 80% completion rate within a limited period was an incredibly difficult feat. In fact, a large part of the reason why Feng had managed to complete his own promotion quest was his extensive experience, having undergone it several times before. In comparison, Yenya and Cleansing Whistle did not have such experience. Hence, their failure was very normal. According to past statistics, 99% of the various superpowers core members failed their Tier 4 promotion quest when they challenged it for the first time. Most never reached Tier 4. Those capable of reaching Tier 4 had normally experienced 2 or 3 failures before succeeding, with some even having suffered 5 or 6 failures. Hence, Tier 4 could be considered an invisible barrier that thoroughly distinguished players from each other. It was also because of this invisible barrier that an insurmountable gap had formed between the various superpowers and ordinary powers. Upon hearing Feng's words, Yu Luo nodded subconsciously in agreement, as she had very nearly failed her promotion quest this time. Were it not for the Soul Water's help, she definitely wouldn't have finished learning her Tier 4 spell within the allotted time. "Guild leader, can Whistle and I remain here, then?" Yenya asked Feng. Unlike the modern God's domain, players here were not required to search for their legacy land when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. They could attempt their promotion so long as they paid the necessary magic crystals. The only problem was that players who failed their promotion quest had to wait 20 natural days before they could challenge it again. This, Feng was at a loss as to how to answer Yenya. I can't say for certain. I don't mind letting you challenge your promotion quests again 20 days later. However, I honestly don't know whether you can remain here for such a long period. The old man did not say how long they could stay in the ancient god's domain. They also didn't know what would hasten their departure from the ancient era. Of course, they weren't completely without options for leaving. Previously, the old man had said that if they drew the attention of the world of God's domain, they would be repatriated to the modern era. In other words, so long as they did something to make the world notice them, they would quickly be banished. One possibility Feng could think of was raiding the Tier 4 infant dragon themselves, without Angelica Teresa's help. Angelica Teresa was a historical figure in the modern god's domain. If the miracle of her slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon disappeared, the world of God's domain would most likely notice them. If even that didn't work, they could just cause a ruckus in the ancient era, such as killing important NPCs and affecting God's domain's history. The world would definitely notice them then. However, Feng didn't know when they could return to the ancient era again in that case. He also didn't know what kind of effects their actions would have on the world. Is that so? Yenya and Cleansing Whistle couldn't help feeling helpless when they heard Feng's answer. If they returned to the modern god's domain, reaching Tier 4 would become many times more difficult. After all, the task of searching for their Tier 4 legacy land was incredibly challenging afterward. Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo shared their experiences learning their respective Tier 4 skills and spells with Yenya and Cleansing Whistle. At the same time, the three of them also sought guidance from Feng regarding the combat methods of Tier 4 players. They were especially keen to learn how to utilize environmental mana in combat. After reaching Tier 4, they finally understood just how massive the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes was. Particularly, the way they controlled mana was completely different. As the first among them to reach Tier 4, Feng naturally had a better understanding in this regard. After Feng taught Lifeless Thorn's group for half an hour, Skyflare's commander, Lionheart, suddenly contacted him. In the ancient god's domain, if two players were too far away from each other, video calls between them would be impossible. At most, they could only exchange messages. The transmission of messages wasn't instantaneous, either. Depending on the distance, the transmission times would also vary. In the aspect of communication, the ancient god's domain was far inferior to the modern god's domain. However, it was this inferiority that made the ancient era feel more like a real world. "Brother Black Flame, you're finally back," Lionheart said, a hearty look appearing on his face when he saw Feng. "May I know when we can meet up?" "We can meet up now. I've already dealt with the matters on my side," Feng replied, smiling. "It just so happens that I need to discuss the previous matter with you." From Lionheart's expression, Feng could tell that the crystals of souls and soul water were of significant help to the Skyflare adventurer team. Otherwise, Lionheart wouldn't have contacted him as soon as he returned. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, okay. Let's meet in the Skyflare Hotel. I've already prepared everything on my side, Lionheart said, smiling. I also have a big surprise prepared for you, Brother Black Flame. No problem. I'll head over now. Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call and turned to Lifeless Thorn and the others. The three of you should get ready. We'll be heading to the Skyflare Hotel in a moment, and we might begin the operation right away. In response, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo nodded without hesitation. They understood that they were what Feng had been waiting for all this time. Now that they had completed their promotion quests, it was indeed time to take action. As for Yenya and Cleansing Whistle, Feng decided to let the two of them remain in Meteorite City in the hopes that they could avoid the world's detection and challenge their Tier 4 promotion quests again 20 days later. Shortly afterward, Feng's four left the Silver Hotel and made their way to the Skyflare Hotel. Chapter 2786, Foundation vs. Foundation. Meteorite City, Skyflare Hotel. Due to the arrival of Feng's group of four, Skyflare's executives had decided to assemble in full. As a result, the conference room serving as the meeting venue seemed a bit crowded despite being the size of a basketball court. Over 100 Skyflare executives filled the conference room, every one of them at level 133 or above. Even the weakest among those present were at the refinement realm and truth realm standards. The number of peak experts exceeded 20. If Skyflare operated in the modern god's domain with such a force, it would be considered a top adventurer team that even the various superpowers would be wary of. After all, only the superpowers could match such a force. First-rate guilds wouldn't even dream of accomplishing a similar feat. In addition, among Skyflare's executives, 5 possessed incredibly strong life auras, proof that they had crossed the Tier 4 threshold already. Compared to the rumors floating around the city, Skyflare actually had one more Tier 4 player under its command. Of the 3 newly promoted Tier 4 players, one of them was the female assassin Crimson Billow. The remaining 2 were both vice commanders of Skyflare. One of them was Blood Blade, a level 135 male berserker, while the other was Fated Fern, a level 135 female oracle. "What do you think, Brother Black Flame?" Lionheart asked when he saw Feng enter the room. Pointing at the gathered Skyflare members, he chuckled and said, "These are the elites of Skyflare. Are they to your satisfaction?" "They are indeed excellent." Feng nodded in agreement as he scanned the crowd before him. Smiling, he asked, "Is this the surprise you told me about, Commander Lionheart?" Setting aside the 5 Tier 4 experts, just the 100-plus Tier 3 experts present already represented astonishing combat power. Many of these Tier 3 experts sported epic items, with some even boasting fragmented legendary items. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the total number of fragmented legendary items that Skyflare had exceeded that of any individual superpower operating in the modern era. With such a well-equipped team at his command, Lionheart indeed had the qualifications to be proud. Of course not. Lionheart smiled, shaking his head. He then took out an ancient crystal from his bag and asked, "What do you think this is?" After a casual glance at the crystal, Feng immediately revealed a look of surprise on his face. A Tier 5 sealing crystal. Feng couldn't help doubting his eyes as he took in the dark gray crystal in Lionheart's hand. Tier 5 magic scrolls were incredibly rare in God's domain because Tier 5 skills and spells possessed astonishing power. The requirement for sealing them in a magic scroll was incredibly high. Moreover, even if one successfully stored a Tier 5 skill, one would be fortunate if the resulting magic scroll could exhibit half of the skill's original power. A sealing crystal, on the other hand, could perfectly seal skills and spells at the Tier 4 standard or above. Moreover, although sealing crystals were one-time use items, they did not impose any usage requirements. Players could freely use the stored skill or spell at 100% potential. Meanwhile, the darker the color of a sealing crystal, the stronger the skill or spell stored inside. Since Lionheart's sealing crystal was dark gray, the sealed skill or spell was at the Tier 5 standard at the very minimum. "That's right. This is indeed a Tier 5 sealing crystal," Lionheart said with a faint smile. "We got lucky and came across a visiting high noble from another city. After helping him complete an incredibly difficult quest, we were able to purchase this Tier 5 sealing crystal from him. I believe that with this Tier 5 sealing crystal, our operation will proceed much more smoothly." Indeed. If the skill or spell sealed inside is sufficiently powerful, it might be enough to land a heavy blow on the infant dragon, Feng said, nodding. While it was true that an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon was on par with Tier 5 monsters, that was true only for the average Tier 5 monster. A Tier 4 infant dragon still couldn't stop Tier 5 skills and spells that were above average in power. Hence, this Tier 5 sealing crystal could indeed serve as a trump card in the upcoming raid. Skyflare will assist you with everything it has this time, Brother Black Flame. I have gathered all of Skyflare's top experts. We have a total of 124 people, 5 of whom are at Tier 4. We have also finished distributing the teams. For the following operation, we will all listen to your command, Brother Black Flame, Lionheart said proudly. If you have anyone you wish to include in the team, you can freely make adjustments to the team, as well. I really have to thank you for this, Commander Lionheart, Feng said gratefully. While he was somewhat confident of dealing with the Tier 4 infant dragon, he had never actually killed an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon. Hence, it wouldn't be strange if their teams suffered annihilation. For the Skyflare adventurer team to give him its full support for such a risky operation required a lot of courage and determination. Nonsense. We are only helping each other, Brother Black Flame. If this operation succeeds, Skyflare will also greatly benefit from it, so how can we not give it our all? Lionheart said. If there are no problems on your side, we can take action at any time. Lionheart understood that their operation this time carried great risks. However, he had decided to go through with it not because he was betting on the low odds of success but to tie Feng to his boat. Both the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water were of considerable help to players in completing their Tier 4 promotion quest. One example of this was Crimson Billow, who had failed her promotion quest before. After using a Crystal of Souls, she had completed her promotion quest on the second attempt. In fact, even Bloodblade and Faded Fern had mentioned that without the help of the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water, they would have most likely failed their promotions. Hence, Lionheart began placing even greater importance on the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water. Meanwhile, if he wished to secure a stable supply of these two items, he had to befriend Feng. As for the infant dragon raid itself, Lionheart didn't really care whether it succeeded or failed. So long as he could tie Feng to his side, he would make a profit. There's no problem on my side. However, we'll need to reorganize the composition of your team, as I am going to add 3 people, Feng said. 3 people? Lionheart looked reflexively at the 3 people standing behind Feng. At this time, the 3 people behind Feng had concealed their auras and information using black cloaks. However, based on the appearances they revealed, Lionheart recognized one of them as Luo, whom he had met at the auction house previously. As for the 2 other people, they should be part of the group that entered Meteorite City with Feng. What surprised Lionheart was that Feng was actually bringing only 3 people for the operation. After all, they were going to raid an infant dragon, a creature known to be invincible against opponents of the same tier. Let alone a team of 100+ Tier 3 experts, even an army of 10,000 Tier 3 experts might not be enough to defeat the infant dragon. Yet, Feng was planning to bring only 3 people to the raid. Emichim. This is my first time visiting Meteorite City, Feng said, nodding. Sorry for the poor display, Commander Lionheart. Nonsense. Since you wish to adjust the team, we naturally don't have a problem with it, Brother Black Flame, Lionheart said, shaking his head. He then invited Feng to the team and passed the team leader's authority to Feng. Afterward, Feng inspected the team's statistics and assigned Skyflare's 5 Tier 5 players to 1 squadron. As for the Tier 3 players, he divided them across 6 squadrons, with 1 squadron having 12 healers and the other 5 having none. Upon seeing Feng's team distribution, Skyflare's members were inevitably confused. If their squadrons did not possess a single healer, what would they do when they got damaged? While healers could heal players belonging to different squadrons, placing all of the team's healers in a separate squadron would definitely lower their healing efficiency. Due to positioning issues, the healers wouldn't be able to react immediately if players from other squadrons received damage. However, what Skyflare's members didn't know was that Feng had never thought about the team's Tier 3 players taking damage and losing HP. After all, if a Tier 3 player got hit by a Tier 4 infant dragon, even if it were just a scratch, the player would die without question. There was no need for a healer at all. Everyone in the healer squadron must prepare at least 20 Master Mana Recovery Potions and 20 Master Steel Potions. If you don't have enough, you can go buy them now. I'll pay for them, Feng said as he looked at the 12 Tier 3 healers. At Feng's words, everyone present gasped. A Master Mana Recovery Potion could not only instantly restore a player's mana to full but also increase a player's mana recovery speed by 150% for 3 minutes. With 20 Master Mana Recovery Potions, a healer could last through a battle involving hundreds of thousands of players. A Master Steel Potion was even more extraordinary. At this stage of the game, it was considered a divine life-saving potion. When players consumed the potion, not only would their defense increase by 300%, but their maximum HP would also increase by 1000%. Although the potion only had a 15-second duration, its cooldown was only 60 seconds. If every healer carried 20 Master Steel potions with them, they would practically be immortal healers, so long as their potion stock lasted. Oh, I almost forgot. Every healer must also carry at least 5 magic scrolls holding Tier 3 defensive curses. It would be even better if you have a Tier 4 defensive magic scroll, Feng added. Lionheart felt a little awkward when he heard Feng's words. Brother Black Flame, I don't think there are even 20 or 30 magic scrolls holding Tier 3 defensive curses. I'm afraid it'll be impossible to supply every healer with 5. Is that so? After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, if that's the case, have everyone bring at least 1. Afterward, Feng spent the next half an hour reorganizing and re-outfitting the team until he was satisfied. This should be enough. Looking at the items the team members carried, Feng nodded and said, next, we can start making our way over to the dragon. Okay. Lionheart revealed a bright smile when he heard Feng's words. He then turned to Wind Chaser and said, Chaser, go make the necessary preparations quickly. Understood. Wind Chaser nodded, aware of Lionheart's intentions. Their purpose in assisting Feng this time wasn't to raid the Tier 4 infant dragon but to rope him to their side, as well as show him the power of the Skyflare adventurer team. Preparations? Aren't we setting off right away? Feng asked strangely. Brother Black Flame, you might not be aware of this, but that infant dragon's location is far from Meteorite City. Even if we travel on mounts, it'll take us around 3 days to arrive, Lionheart said. Hence, for the sake of this operation, I contacted the city's high nobles a few days ago to borrow some flying mounts from them. You'll rent flying mounts? Feng was a little surprised. He never thought that Lionheart would help him to such an extent. Be across/BB meet/B at the Ghostfire Hills where the infant dragon had its lair was indeed distant. Even the shortest route there would require them to cross nearly 30 leveling maps, including some level 140 to level 150 maps along the way. Hence, reaching the infant dragon wouldn't be an easy task. In addition, flying mounts were exceedingly rare in the ancient god's domain, for some reason. They were so rare that no player in Meteorite City had gotten their hands on a flying mount even now. Hence, players who wished to travel across long distances quickly would have to rent flying mounts from the city's high nobles. However, to do so, one would first have to raise their favorability with a high noble to the level of respect. Meanwhile, in Meteorite City, the players eligible to rent a flying mount numbered no more than 10. Moreover, the rental cost was a whopping 5,000 magic crystals per day. Most importantly, players could rent flying mounts only 10 times per month at most. Hence, the city's player forces would normally choose to rent flying mounts only for urgent matters. With so many people participating in the operation this time, Skyflare would have to rent at least 7 flying mounts. In other words, Skyflare would use up 7 of its monthly rental opportunities. That's right. With the flying mounts, we'll need only half a day to reach the Ghostfire Hills, Lionheart said delightedly. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. In the entire Meteorite City, he was most likely the only person who would dare make such a generous move. However, Feng shook his head in response and said calmly, there's no need to rent flying mounts from those high nobles. You'll be wasting your rental opportunities. We can just fly there right away. Fly there right away? Lionheart parroted Feng's words in confusion. Emichim. Feng nodded. Smiling, he said, I have a flying tool, so we can fly there right away. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. After saying so, Feng led Lionheart and the others to the Skyflare Hotel's rooftop. Skyflare's bewildered members followed after Feng, trying to figure out what kind of means Feng had that could fly their whole team to the Ghostfire Hills. After all, their team had over 120 people. It would take 7 flying mounts just to transport their whole team simultaneously. However, as Skyflare's executives were whispering among themselves, Feng opened the lid of a pouch hanging at his waist. The next moment, a metallic behemoth over 100 meters in length emerged from the pouch, thoroughly blocking out the sky above everyone. Chapter 2787, Unfathomable Black Flame, a Flying Ship. How is this possible? Skyflare's members gaped in shock as they looked at the Crimson Dragon flying ship in the sky, unable to get their minds around this scenario. This must be an illusion. Bloodblade declared, his eyes filled with disbelief. This must be fake. How can a flying ship appear in the hands of a player? In an era where players didn't possess even flying mounts, a flying ship was basically an item of legends. In fact, he had only ever seen flying ships mentioned in books before. Not a single flying ship had ever appeared even in a trade city like Meteorite City. According to rumors, only the Holy City's patrol guards had flying ships, which they would use when they patrolled the human territories of God's domain. Flying ships simply weren't objects players could get their hands on. At this moment, let alone Bloodblade, even Lionheart was stunned when he saw the Crimson Dragon flying ship. As for Crimson Billow and Wind Chaser, after briefly falling into shock, they turned reflexively to look at Feng. Who is this black flame? This question continuously resounded in their minds. They had conducted plenty of investigations into Feng and his entourage. After all, they were planning a long-term partnership with him, so they had to gain some understanding of him. Only, the more they looked into Feng, the more they found him unfathomable. They simply couldn't see through his depths. Initially, they merely assumed Feng was a Tier 4 expert from another NPC city. However, after they saw the effects of the Crystal of Souls and Soul Water he took out, they knew that they were definitely mistaken. After all, none of the neighboring NPC cities offered such items. From then onward, they felt that Feng was someone extraordinary, potentially the executive of a major power from a distant NPC city. Otherwise, he couldn't have casually taken out such precious items. Not to mention, he also possessed incredible strength as an individual. This was one of the reasons their commander, Lionheart, wished to display Skyflare's strength to Feng and rope him to their side. After all, partnering with a major power of such caliber would be of great benefit to the Skyflare adventurer team. Now, Feng even brought out a legendary item like the flying ship. They simply couldn't figure out his identity. At this point, the Skyflare adventurer team practically had exclusive ownership of Meteorite City already. Although Skyflare still wasn't comparable to large guilds that occupied several cities, it could already be considered an overlord in God's domain. Even if Skyflare was still inferior to the various top guilds, the distance between them definitely wasn't that massive. When Luo saw the reactions of Skyflare's members, she wasn't particularly surprised. After all, back when Feng first revealed the Crimson Dragon flying ship in the modern God's domain, he had similarly shocked the entire world. Alright, let's head up, Feng said before nonchalantly jumping onto the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship was an advanced flying ship capable of carrying up to 130 people, just enough to accommodate everyone present. At Feng's words, Skyflare's members promptly snapped out of their daze. They then silently boarded the Crimson Dragon flying ship while doing their best to suppress the excitement and shock in their hearts, afraid of appearing like provincials to Feng's group. Despite their best efforts, their suppressed emotions instantly exploded as soon as they arrived on the flying ship's deck. After all, the feeling of overlooking Meteorite City while standing aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship was simply wonderful. Just the fact that the Crimson Dragon flying ship was parked in the air above Meteorite City instantly made it the most eye-catching existence in the city. At this time, players and NPCs on the streets were gazing at the flying ship, their eyes wide with shock and envy. They also held heated discussions, curious about why a flying ship would appear above the Skyflare Hotel all of a sudden. The players, in particular, went into an uproar when they saw Skyflare's members aboard the flying ship. However, before Meteorite City's players could come to any conclusions, the Crimson Dragon flying ship began gradually ascending into the sky. Afterward, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished from Meteorite City, even faster than the flying mounts available for rent. How fast? At this speed, we can probably reach the Ghostfire Hills in around a dozen hours, Lionheart exclaimed. He was astonished to see Meteorite City rapidly shrinking behind him. He had ridden flying mounts before. However, compared to the Crimson Dragon flying ship, those flying mounts were significantly slower. The Crimson Dragon flying ship is still alright in terms of speed, Feng said calmly. However, while it is indeed slightly faster than common flying mounts, it is still much slower than Tier 3 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. In terms of destructive power, though, it is comparable to Tier 4 advanced extraordinary flying mounts. Although Feng had spoken very calmly, Lionheart and the others paid close attention to his every word, afraid that they would miss out on even the tiniest bit of information. Brother Black Flame, you must have spent a lot of magic crystals to secure this Crimson Dragon flying ship, right? Lionheart asked after giving the matter some thought. The flying ship he was standing on was simply too cool. From Feng's description of it, it was basically a tyrant of the skies. Anyone who said they weren't interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship would be lying. Quite a lot. Even now, my guild has only managed to produce 9, Feng said, nodding. You'd be greater than M/B. Most of the materials the Crimson Dragon flying ship needed were relatively common. However, it was a different story for the Titan's silver and magic elven stones required, especially the magic elven stones. Despite having bought out all of the magic elven stones on the market, Zero Wing had managed to construct only 9 Crimson Dragon flying ships until now. 9? Lionheart nearly failed to close his mouth. In his opinion, a guild would be plenty amazing to be able to procure even one of such sky tyrants. Yet, Feng's guild had 9. Are you interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship, Commander Lionheart? Feng couldn't help chuckling at Lionheart's astonished expression. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in such a treasure. While scanning the flying ship's deck, Lionheart said enviously, if Skyflare could have a flying ship like this, let alone occupying multiple NPC main cities, even going up against the top guilds wouldn't be a problem. The Crimson Dragon flying ship's combat power might not be a big deal for Skyflare now that the adventurer team had 5 Tier 4 players, but the flying ship's carrying capacity and speed were simply astonishing. With this flying ship, Skyflare's teams would no longer have a problem leveling up. They could travel to anywhere they wished. Skyflare could even use the flying ship to ferry resources between cities and earn a ton of magic crystals. Read latest chapters at Wuxia It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the existence of just one flying ship could allow Skyflare to undergo a qualitative transformation. Skyflare's executives nodded in agreement with Lionheart's words. It would be wonderful if their adventurer team could get their hands on a treasure like the Crimson Dragon flying ship. In fact, even if Skyflare gained an additional dozen or so Tier 4 players, the value these Tier 4 players could bring wouldn't even be close to what one flying ship could bring. A faint smile appeared on Feng's face as he said, Commander Lionheart, since you are so interested in the Crimson Dragon flying ship, I can sell one to the Skyflare adventurer team. The instant Feng finished speaking, every one of Skyflare's members turned to him involuntarily. Feng's words were a siren song, they couldn't help getting ensnared. Lionheart's breathing also quickened at Feng's words as he sought confirmation. Brother Black Flame, is what you said true? Of course, but it won't be cheap, Feng said, nodding. In reality, part of the reason he had taken the Crimson Dragon flying ship out was to display it to Skyflare's members and lure the adventurer team into buying it. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Lionheart answered with no hesitation whatsoever. Brother Black Flame, please state your price. So long as you are willing to sell this Crimson Dragon flying ship, Skyflare will do everything it can to buy it. Chapter 2788, Illusory Flames. While Lionheart agreed enthusiastically to Feng's offer, Yuluo looked at Feng in surprise. She never thought that Feng would actually be willing to sell the Crimson Dragon flying ship. In the modern god's domain, Zero Wing was the sole guild to own flying ships. Many superpowers wished to purchase one from Zero Wing, yet Zero Wing had rejected all offers. Of course, everyone could also understand that decision. After all, Zero Wing could reap more advantages by monopolizing the flying ship than selling it. If news got out that Feng was selling a Crimson Dragon flying ship to the Skyflare adventurer team, the various superpowers operating in the modern era would definitely die of envy. However, What Yulua wasn't aware of was that Feng had decided to sell Skyflare a flying ship because matters of the ancient era wouldn't influence the modern era. It was challenging for players of the modern era to visit the ancient era. And even if they managed to travel to the ancient era by luck, they wouldn't be able to stay for long. The number of players that could travel to the ancient era wouldn't be significant either. Likewise, the ancient era's players would have a tough time visiting the modern era. It was unlikely for the two worlds to have any major interaction with each other at this point. To put it simply, even if he sold a Crimson Dragon flying ship to the Skyflare adventurer team, Skyflare wouldn't affect Zero Wing's advantages in the modern era. Hence, he could trade some precious items to Skyflare without worry. Moreover, if Skyflare grew stronger in the ancient era, the adventurer team would also have an easier time collecting the ancient era's various resources for him. After all, he had neither the time nor the strength to establish his own force in the ancient era. In that case, relying on the local powers to secure resources was the next best option. Most importantly, the fewer the people that knew of the secret between the two worlds, the better. Otherwise, be it in the ancient god's domain or modern god's domain, he shouldn't think of living a peaceful life. Commander Lionheart, if you wish to purchase the flying ship, it will cost you 10,000 Titan silver ingots, 1,000 magic elven stones, and 1,007 luminaries crystals, Feng stated his price directly. For the time being, he could already secure more than enough magic crystals through exchanging the crystals of souls and soul water. Compared to magic crystals, he prioritized obtaining materials that were rare in the modern god's domain and 7 luminaries crystals. BSE rare/B. Moreover, trying to obtain these rare materials with the crystal of souls and soul water would be difficult since crystals of souls and soul water were non-essentials. After all, they merely increased players' chances of completing their Tier 4 promotion quest by a little. More precisely, the crystal of souls and soul water merely helped players complete their Tier 4 promotion quests ahead of time. In the case of players who never had a chance to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest to begin with, the items would be useless. This point was something anyone who had used the two items would know. Hence, while the various powers could accept using magic crystals, which were abundant, to exchange for crystals of souls and soul water, they would think twice if the requested currency was a strategic or rare material. After all, collecting these materials wasn't an easy task, and they were necessary for many applications. These materials basically served as the foundation of the various powers. That much? Lionheart frowned automatically when he heard Feng's price. Although he had known that the Crimson Dragon flying ship wouldn't be cheap, he never expected such a steep price. Titan silver and magic elven stone were precious resources essential to the construction of many buildings and the production of important items. As for the 7 luminaries crystal, it was something all players and powers coveted. The Skyflare adventurer team had gone to great lengths and sacrificed many experts to occupy a small area that generated 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, Skyflare still had to station over 1,000 Tier 3 experts there to guard the area at all times. Meanwhile, the price of 1,007 luminaries crystals would basically zero out Skyflare's stockpile. Upon seeing Lionheart's reaction, Feng said unhurriedly, "Of course, this is only the first option, Commander Lionheart. You can also consider going with the second option, which is to let me invest in Skyflare and give me 5% of Skyflare's income in the future." 5%? Lionheart pondered Feng's offer carefully. Honestly speaking, 5% of the current Skyflare adventurer team's income wasn't a significant amount. However, the story would change when Skyflare grew stronger. In the long run, the income Skyflare lost would definitely far exceed the price of Feng's first offer. "Commander, my suggestion is to go with the first option," Wind Chaser whispered as he looked at Lionheart agonizing over Feng's offer. "Although we'll be broke for some time after buying the flying ship, Skyflare's value will far exceed those resources in the future." Now that Skyflare already had 5 Tier 4 players, its future was promising. Giving away part of its income for just one flying ship was unnecessary. The other Skyflare executives also looked toward Lionheart, their eyes clearly conveying agreement with Wind Chaser. Taking a deep breath, Lionheart looked at Feng and said, "Brother Black Flame, I chose the first trading option." Once this operation is over, we can conduct the transaction in Meteorite City. However, the amount of materials you need is too significant. While we have enough 7 luminaries crystals, I can't say the same for the Titan silver and magic elven stones. I don't think we can meet your demands even if we take out Meteorite City's stockpile. We can, at most, fulfill 50% of your required amount. May I know if we can make up for the remaining amount using 100 top-tier epic weapons and equipment? This, after giving the matter some thought, Feng said, that's fine as well, but I will accept only level 150 epic weapons and equipment. In Meteorite City, the total value of 5,000 Titan silver ingots and 500 magic elven stones was equivalent to 80 top-tier epic weapons and equipment, at most. Moreover, acquiring so many top-tier epic weapons and equipment wouldn't necessarily be possible. After all, while many NPC merchants in the ancient gods' domain sold epic weapons and equipment, there was still a limit. This was especially true for top-tier epic weapons and equipment. Their rarity in the ancient era was not the slightest bit lower than in the modern era. Often, acquiring these items meant raiding mythic bosses and even superior mythic bosses. Bosses of such caliber were incredibly limited, and one would be fortunate to find even 20 of such bosses within Meteorite City's vicinity each week. Moreover, even if Skyflare now had many Tier 4 experts, raiding superior mythic bosses still carried great risks. Lionheart's offer of 100 top-tier epic weapons and equipment to make up for the difference was definitely favorable for Feng. Feng understood Lionheart's reason for doing so. In fact, if he were in Lionheart's shoes, he would go with such an option too. After all, the risks that came with giving away Skyflare's shares were massive. However, Feng didn't really mind Lionheart's choice either, since his initial goal was to obtain a large amount of Titan silver, magic elven stones, and 7 luminaries crystals. The second option wasn't actually a good option for him. After all, the number of times he could enter the ancient god's domain was limited. For Zero Wing, which was currently in dire need of resources, such a long-term investment wasn't desirable. This outcome was undoubtedly the best for Feng. Moreover, exchanging half of the required Titan silver and magic elven stones into top-tier epic weapons and equipment was also a good deal for him. After all, the current Zero Wing hardly had any level 150 epic weapons and equipment. With these top-tier epic weapons and equipment, Zero Wing's executives would also have an easier time completing their Tier 4 promotion quests. That won't be a problem. Lionheart nodded. Simultaneously, he revealed a bitter smile. For the sake of purchasing one Crimson Dragon flying ship, he had basically emptied out Skyflare's coffers. After this transaction, Skyflare would severely lack for not only magic crystals and various strategic resources but also weapons and equipment. However, despite knowing this, all of Skyflare's executives revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. They also continuously admired and inspected the Crimson Dragon flying ship. It was as if they could already imagine the beautiful future that awaited Skyflare once they obtained the flying ship. The Crimson Dragon flying ship flew for a dozen hours or so. After passing through numerous large maps, it finally arrived at a dusky land. Despite flames burning everywhere, this land was heavily forested. As soon as everyone entered this map, they immediately felt their stamina and concentration depleting. In response, Crimson Billow drank a fire resistance potion. However, she still sensed her stamina and concentration decreasing gradually and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Fire resistance has no effect on the flames here. At this rate, I'm afraid we'll run out of stamina and die if we stay here for more than a dozen hours. Normally, an increase in a person's fire resistance would allow them to counter all debuffs from fire. However, her increased fire resistance was actually useless here. This situation was simply unprecedented. B greater than E/B. It seems that we'll have to move quickly. While sensing the changes in his own body, Wind Chaser said, otherwise, we'll probably be annihilated before we can kill that Tier 4 infant dragon. Nodding, Feng promptly commanded, all Tier 3s will remain on the flying ship, while Tier 4s spread out and search for the infant dragon. Once you locate the infant dragon, report back immediately. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Skyflare's 5 Tier 4 players promptly floated up, ready to start looking for the Tier 4 infant dragon. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo, who had been concealing their auras with their black cloaks all this time, also gradually rose into the air, the sight attracting the attention of Skyflare's executives. They're Tier 4s too. Crimson Billow was shocked as she looked at Lifeless Thorn's group of 3. Although Feng had already surprised her plenty of times, she still found it astonishing that the 3 players who had tagged along with Feng were also Tier 4 players. After all, Tier 4 players were still rare in the entire God's domain. On average, a main city would only have 1 or 2 Tier 4 players. Yet, it was revealed that not only Feng but even the people following him were Tier 4 players. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Since when were Tier 4 players as common as cabbages? It seems Black Flame has far more secrets than we think. Fortunately, we chose to partner with him. I really don't want to imagine what would have happened had we chosen to make an enemy out of him, Wind Chaser said, smiling bitterly. Yuluo aside, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were part of the group that entered Meteorite City with Feng. Now that 3 out of the group of 5 were confirmed to be Tier 4 players, it wouldn't be strange that the other 2 players were hidden Tier 4s as well. To think that we were actually planning to use force if negotiations failed. In retrospect, Wind Chaser found their thoughts laughable. Subsequently, after Feng's group of 9 searched for about half an hour, Crimson Billow's voice suddenly appeared in the team chat. I found the infant dragon. It's resting inside a cave in the Southwest Valley. Chapter 2789, Dragon's Might in a cave on the southwestern side of the Ghostfire Hills. After Crimson Billow sent the infant dragon's coordinates, Feng had quickly gathered everyone. Now, all 128 members of the team were sneaking deeper into the cave. The flames seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, Yuluo said worriedly when she sensed her stamina and concentration depleting at a quicker rate. Moreover, the burning sensation is also growing stronger, the deeper we go. At this rate, I'm afraid the burning sensation will grow so strong that we won't be able to focus during the battle. Indeed. The burning sensation here is getting worse. Wind Chaser nodded in agreement. Under this burning sensation, I'm afraid ordinary Refinement Realm experts won't be able to exhibit combat standards at the Refinement Realm. Previously, the Illusory flames merely ate at his stamina and concentration. However, he now felt as if his whole body was scorching. Although the pain was subtle, it would still impact the performance of people with weak minds. Combat techniques, skills, and spells required precision control. Even a slight deviation could result in a massive difference in the combat power one could exhibit. After observing the environment, Lionheart suggested to Feng, Brother Black Flame, this cave is indeed extraordinary. I think our best option is to take the fight out of the cave. Otherwise, we'll have difficulty exerting our strength. I'm afraid that won't do. Shaking his head, Feng said with certainty, we must finish the infant dragon in this cave. Moreover, this is most likely our only chance. Outside this cave, we'll have trouble even touching the infant dragon. Dragons were the rulers of the sky. On paper, fighting the infant dragon outside the cave might seem to be to their team's advantage. However, doing so would actually place their team at a disadvantage. This was especially true for the team's Tier 3 players. Without the help of special skills, Tier 3 players couldn't fly by themselves. Hence, if they fought the infant dragon outside, the team's Tier 3 members would get sidelined. As for utilizing the Crimson Dragon flying ship to fight the infant dragon, that was simply a joke. Against a Tier 4 infant dragon, even an advanced flying ship wouldn't last more than 3 or 4 hits. In fact, it wouldn't be strange if the Crimson Dragon flying ship fell after just one attack. After all, the flying ship was merely capable of withstanding the attacks of ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Its defenses would crumble instantly before a Tier 5 attack. Shortly afterward, Feng and the others came across Crimson Billow, hiding underneath a rock. At present, though, Crimson Billow had a wilted expression on her face. What happened? Lionheart asked strangely when he saw Crimson Billow's condition. It's nothing. Shaking her head, Crimson Billow smiled bitterly and said, I'm just wondering whether we can really win against that infant dragon. Although it is an infant dragon, our team isn't a pushover, either. How would we know we can't win if we don't give it a try? Bloodblade said confidently as he looked at Crimson Billow's defeated expression. Don't forget that we have 9 Tier 4 players this time. That infant dragon is also only at Tier 4. However, after Bloodblade finished speaking, the cavern at the end of the road appeared in front of everyone. And a creature with a pale golden body over 100 meters long entered their sight. Infant Golden Dragon, Mythic, level 140 HP 112 billion, how is this possible? Everyone gasped involuntarily when they saw the infant dragon statistics. Even Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9, who had seen a half-step demon king before, were astonished. The infant golden dragon's stifling aura aside, just its HP of 112 billion was already plenty mind-boggling. With 112 billion HP, the infant dragon would recover to 24 billion HP every 5 seconds, or roughly 400 million HP every second. Even assuming each of their Tier 4 players could cause 50 million damage per second, after excluding the 2 Tier 4 healers, they could deal only around 350 million damage per second with the remaining 7 Tier 4 players. Moreover, this was all under the premise that the infant dragon didn't possess a powerful defense and wouldn't put up any resistance. Not to mention, the infant dragon before them was part of the Golden Dragon tribe. Its bloodline was of a much higher purity than ordinary dragons. Among the dragon race, the Golden Dragon's bloodline was second only to divine dragons. It's no wonder they say dragons are invincible among existences of the same tier. With such HP, even if we can survive this infant dragon's attacks, I doubt we can actually kill it. Wind Chaser couldn't help feeling shaken. Although HP wasn't everything, it could still provide an intuitive gauge of an existence's general strength. With how much HP the infant dragon possessed, it was easy to imagine how terrifying its basic attributes were. They were definitely at least 2 or 3 times higher than those of the average superior mythic monster of the same level. What did that mean? With an attack from a superior mythic monster of the same level, a Tier 4 player would still receive significant damage even if they merely defended themselves. However, if a Tier 4 player tried defending against one of the infant golden dragon's attacks, they would be fortunate to retain a scrap of HP to keep themselves alive. If they were unlucky, they would be one-shot. In other words, if their team wished to fight the infant golden dragon, they couldn't allow even a graze from it. Otherwise, lives would be lost. At this moment, Lionheart and the other Skyflare executives finally understood why Feng didn't assign healers to any of the Tier 3 combat squadrons. After all, Tier 3 players would be no different from ants in the upcoming battle. They were insignificant existences that would disappear upon coming into contact with even the slightest shockwave. Hence, there was naturally no need to assign healers to them. An infant golden dragon? Feng also smiled bitterly when he saw the mountain-like dragon before him. No wonder this quest was evaluated at the inferior mythic rank. This Tier 4 infant golden dragon's combat power reached the Tier 5 intermediate rank. Even Ferbero in his heyday wouldn't be a match for this infant dragon. In other words, the infant dragon simply wasn't an existence Tier 4 players could hope to confront. Possibly, only Tier 4 experts wielding legendary weapons and geared in legendary equipment could hope to defeat the infant golden dragon. Otherwise, the best option for players coming across this infant dragon was to obey their instincts and flee immediately. Brother Black Flame. At this time, Lionheart couldn't help but look at Feng and shake his head. Although I don't want to say it, I'm afraid there really is no hope of killing this infant golden dragon. After seeing the infant golden dragon for himself, he finally understood that the records in books weren't entirely trustworthy. After all, the infant dragon before him was many times more terrifying than what was described in the library books he read. It simply wasn't an existence Tier 4 players could hope to fight. At the very least, it is absolutely impossible for their present selves. Most likely, only Tier 4 NPCs would have a glimmer of hope. No, that's not necessarily true, Feng said, shaking his head. A hint of determination appearing in his eyes, he continued, we're not exactly out of options. It's just that we'll need to gamble. Killing this Tier 4 infant golden dragon was imperative. However, it wasn't just for the sake of completing his inferior mythic quest, but because he couldn't continue staying in the ancient god's domain. After all, his initial goal in visiting the Earthfall's secret land was simply to acquire the necessary resources for constructing the small mobile fortress. Now that he had achieved his goal, he couldn't remain here, as there were still many things he needed to attend to in the modern god's domain. Meanwhile, killing the infant dragon before him was his best chance to attract the world's attention and get the world to banish him from the ancient god's domain. Gamble? Lionheart was slightly surprised by Feng's words. He simply couldn't see how they could possibly defeat the infant dragon before them. I will start chanting an incantation in a moment, and it will most likely cause quite a commotion. So, I will need you to erect a magic barrier now to prevent the infant dragon from noticing it, Feng said, taking a deep breath. As for the subsequent battle, I will need you, Commander Lionheart, to act as support. Both you Luo and Fated Fern will be tasked with healing you. 9. You'll protect the healer squadron. As for the healer squadron, use everything you have to heal my summoned creature. Do not stop for even a moment. Summoned creature? Lionheart and the others were confused by Feng's words. They found it hard to imagine that any summoned creature could stop the infant golden dragon for even a moment. Despite their doubts, everyone still obeyed Feng's commands. The next moment, over 100 people each took out a magic array scroll from their bags and instantly erected a barrier to isolate the tunnel from the cavern. With this magic barrier present, the infant golden dragon wouldn't detect anything they did inside the barrier even if it was awake right now. Brother Black Flame, everything is ready. You can begin whenever you want. Lionheart said. Looking at the advanced magic array, he couldn't help feeling a little heartache. However, to avoid disturbing the infant golden dragon, they had no choice but to use it. Meanwhile, after Feng personally verified that everything was set up correctly, he took out the Bible of Darkness and began chanting an incantation. Originally, he had not planned to use the Bible of Darkness. After all, the cost of using it at Tier 4 was far too great. He estimated that after a few more uses, his soul would get devoured by the power of darkness. However, if he wished to slay the infant golden dragon now, he could only take the risk. Immediately after Feng began chanting, the mana inside the barrier gave off a bone-chilling sensation, the complete opposite of the burning sensation it gave off previously. Before anyone could react to the change, the barrier's interior suddenly went dark. Everyone could feel endless loneliness, coldness, and despair coming from the darkness around them. Standing in this dark environment didn't feel the slightest bit better than standing in the infant dragon's presence. As Feng continued incanting, the infant golden dragon slumbering outside the barrier suddenly opened its eyes as if startled awake. Its massive eyes then looked directly at the barrier-enveloped tunnel vigilantly. How is this possible? Fated Fern, who was hosting the magic barrier, was stunned by this development. The advanced magic array they used, Spatial Wall, could thoroughly isolate an area from the outside world. Even if a large explosion went off inside the barrier, nobody in the outside world should be able to notice it. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Nonetheless, the infant dragon had clearly noticed them. What a despicable dark energy. Looking at the empty tunnel before it, the infant golden dragon bellowed, "It seems you humans have fallen as well. To think you would actually come seeking death together with a demon." The infant dragon's bellow instantly extinguished the advanced magic barrier like a storm blowing out a candle. Simultaneously, the figures of Feng and the others appeared before the infant dragon. Brother Black Flame? Seeing that the infant dragon had already stood up, Lionheart raised his shield anxiously. He then sent a sidelong glance at Feng and asked, "Are you still not done?" The power of the dragon before them far exceeded his expectations. Normally, even mythic monsters couldn't destroy the spatial wall so easily, yet the infant dragon had accomplished this feat with just one roar. He simply didn't dare imagine how powerful an actual attack from the infant dragon would be. "I'm done. I made it just in time," Feng said, a smile appearing on his pale face. As soon as Feng finished speaking, a dark void appeared in the cavern's ceiling. A stone door even larger than the infant golden dragon then fell out of this void. Before the players and infant dragon could react to this turn of events, the stone door gradually opened. Chapter 2790, Heaven-defying battle. The demon gate inside the cavern opened. However, when the door was only partly open, a cold voice suddenly came from beyond it. Feng's group and the awakened infant golden dragon shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this voice. A little golden lizard and a heaven-blessed individual. Wait, no, you're not an existence of this world. Interesting. How interesting. Oh. The Bible of Darkness is actually damaged? Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. The demonic words that came out of the door echoed in everyone's mind. Although the voice spoke in a calm tone, the aura escaping the door paralyzed everyone momentarily. The infant golden dragon glared at the door in fear. A Tier 5 Demon King? Feng was astonished when he sensed the frightening aura from the demon gate. According to his expectations, he would already be fortunate if he could summon even a demon prince. After all, the Bible of Darkness had yet to reach its perfect state. However, the existence behind the demon gate was undoubtedly much stronger than a demon prince. In fact, none of the Tier 5 existences he had come across thus far had exuded such a powerful aura. This book isn't suitable for a little guy like you. Give it to me. Only if it is in my hands can I truly descend onto this land. At the Demon King's words, Feng suddenly sensed his control over the Bible of Darkness waning, and the Bible actually started flying toward the demon gate. Seeing this, Feng couldn't help being shocked. He never thought that a demon could resist and manipulate the Bible of Darkness's power. Hurriedly, he used all his strength to wrestle back control over the Bible of Darkness. Stop wasting your energy, little fellow. I will be taking this damaged Bible of Darkness. However, you can also rest assured. Once my clan and I thoroughly descend upon this world, I will make sure to spare you. At these words, the Bible of Darkness struggled even harder to break free from Feng's grasp. In fact, his connection with the Bible of Darkness was even severed completely, and the only thing he could do now was hold on to the book with brute force. Despicable human, you actually dared summon that thing here, the infant golden dragon bellowed. Evidently, it had figured out the identity of the existence beyond the demon gate. I will not let you succeed. Die. After letting out a roar, the infant dragon suddenly widened its mouth. Immediately afterward, a threefold magic array took shape before it. Not good. It's using dragon breath. Everyone, dodge quickly. Feng shouted, surprised by the infant dragon's actions. A Tier 4 dragon breath would undoubtedly carry power at the Tier 5 intermediate rank standard. Let alone Tier 3 players, even Tier 4 players would die if they faced it. The only way they could survive this attack was to dodge it. However, the infant golden dragon was simply too fast. Before anyone could react, the threefold magic array had already taken shape. The next moment, a destructive energy ball shot out of the infant dragon's mouth, the energy ball's speed and size making it impossible for anyone to avoid in time. Everyone could only watch as the dragon breath approached them. It's over, Lionheart reflexively closed his eyes when he saw the approaching dragon breath that destroyed everything in its path. As for everyone else, they also revealed looks of despair and bitter smiles. Previously, they thought that they still stood a chance against the infant golden dragon, albeit a small chance. However, after seeing the destructive power the dragon breath carried, they realized that any form of resistance would be meaningless. The only thing they could do was wait for death. However, just when the dragon breath was about to reach Feng and the others, that cold voice came from the half-open demon gate again. A little lizard thinks it can stop my descent? An illusory hand suddenly appeared out of thin air before Feng's team and caught the approaching energy ball. The giant hand then squeezed the energy ball, shattering it into countless dispersing particles of light. How is this possible? Everyone was thunderstruck by this scene. The dragon breath that carried such devastating power had actually been stopped so easily. They couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful the demon behind the demon gate was. However, despite this sudden turn of events, Feng's complexion did not improve. On the contrary, it even turned gloomier instead. Despite being only halfway summoned, the summoned Demon King could already exert enough strength to block a Tier 4 dragon breath casually. The Demon King's strength was definitely at the Tier 5 peak rank. This meant that the existence beyond the Demon Gate wasn't just an ordinary Tier 5 Demon King. It was a Tier 5 Great Demon King. If Feng allowed a Great Demon King to descend onto God's domain, even if it was the ancient God's domain, it would still spell disaster for the entire continent. Bia, however, before Feng and the others could recover from their surprise, the infant golden dragon suddenly appeared above them. At this time, golden runes covered its body, and the aura it exuded was significantly stronger than before. It can still become stronger? When Feng looked at the infant golden dragon in the air, he was genuinely shocked for the first time in a long while. After all, the infant golden dragon was much stronger than he expected. Comparable to Tier 5 existences? What a joke. The aura and power the infant golden dragon currently displayed had already more than doubled. It was definitely much stronger than ordinary Tier 5 existences. In fact, he doubted he could survive one attack from it even if he activated his berserk skill. Despicable demon, you can't use your full strength while behind that door. I refuse to believe you can keep blocking my attacks. So long as your summoner dies, you will have to remain in that endless abyss forever. The infant golden dragon glared at the demon gate, a hint of disdain and mockery in its eyes. It then opened its mouth and launched another dragon breath. This dragon breath was much more terrifying than before. As soon as the infant dragon inhaled, Feng and the others sensed the mana within the cavern disappear completely. In addition, the Tier 3 players even had their mana rapidly sucked from their bodies. And although the Tier 4 players managed to prevent their mana from getting plundered, their ability to manipulate mana was greatly hindered. Now, they couldn't even exhibit half of their usual combat power. This is that infant dragon's true strength? Bloodblade fell into despair as he looked at the massive figure in the air. Seeing it now, he couldn't help but find their previous notion of challenging the Tier 4 infant dragon laughable. The infant golden dragon was much stronger than what its HP portrayed. It simply wasn't an existence Tier 4 players could hope to challenge. This moment drove home to Feng why the quest he received was of the inferior mythic rank. He also understood why humans capable of slaying dragons were highly praised in God's domain. It would already be a miracle if a human could fight a dragon of the same tier and level to a standstill, let alone kill one. This was especially true for dragons that had reached Tier 4 or above. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to refer to such a feat as a myth. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a dazzling energy sphere carrying devastating power descended toward the team. Little lizard, you have truly angered me now. The infant golden dragon's efforts to prevent the great demon king beyond the demon gate from descending enraged him. Suddenly, boundless power of darkness flooded out of the demon gate. A gigantic hand 5 times larger than the one before emerged from the ground. The hand was so massive that the infant dragon looked like a toy in comparison. Boom! Not only did the gigantic hand shatter the dragon breath instantly, but it even grabbed the infant dragon. And despite the infant dragon struggling desperately to break free, the giant hand remained unfazed as it smashed the infant dragon into the ground. Boom! A crater with a radius of 1,000 yards and a depth of 100 meters appeared on the cavern floor. Apart from the Tier 4 players and the Tier 3 healers, who had consumed Master Steel potions, the other players in the cavern were instantly killed by the resulting shockwave. Although Feng and the Tier 4 players remained alive, they had lost over 2/3 of their HPs. As for the surviving healers, their HPs had also fallen to a critical level, they had very nearly lost their lives. Meanwhile, after the dust in the vast cavern dissipated, the giant hand was nowhere in sight. The only thing in the crater was the infant golden dragon. Presently, however, the infant dragon had both its wings broken, with blood flowing out from all over its body. Its life aura had also weakened significantly, and its HP had even fallen to just 63%. Given the infant dragon's current state, it was evident that the great demon king's attack had heavily injured it. How strong. So, this is the strength of a Tier 5 Great Demon King? Feng was dumbfounded by this outcome. The infant golden dragon had put its all into the last attack, and the attack's power had definitely reached the Tier 5 advanced rank standard. Yet, it still suffered a brutal beating. The difference in strength between the infant dragon and Great Demon King was clear for all to see. In fact, if not for the demon gate severely dampening the Great Demon King's strength, the infant dragon would have most likely died from that one attack. Meanwhile, after the Great Demon King executed this attack, his control over the Bible of Darkness had also weakened significantly. At the very least, Feng could now sense a connection between him and the Bible of Darkness. Feng hurriedly cancelled the summoning. Previously, due to the severance of his connection with the Bible of Darkness, he couldn't stop the summoning even if he wanted to. However, now that he had recovered a small portion of control over the Bible of Darkness, he could cancel the summoning. As for the cost of forcibly cancelling the summoning, he couldn't care less about it right now. After all, if he allowed a Tier 5 Great Demon King to descend onto the continent, only death awaited him. Moreover, the cost of this death wouldn't just be a loss of 1 or 2 levels. Instead, his body might very well end up a puppet of the Great Demon King, and he would have no choice but to retrain a new account. Hence, he absolutely couldn't let the Great Demon King exit the Demon Gate, even if doing so would leave himself in a weakened state. You damned heaven-blessed individual. I will make you pay a heavy price the next time we meet. Upon seeing the Demon Gate closing, the Great Demon King bellowed angrily and repeatedly attacked the door, causing it to tremble violently. Fortunately, the Demon Gate was sufficiently powerful. No matter how much the Great Demon King assailed it, the Demon Gate continued closing at a steady pace. Finally, 20 seconds later, the Demon Gate closed and disappeared from this space, leaving behind only the heavily injured infant golden dragon and Feng's team in the cavern. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Brother Black Flame, what should we do now? Lionheart asked in an uncertain voice after seeing the Demon Gate disappear. He didn't know whether they should flee or try to kill the infant golden dragon while it was heavily injured. Although the infant dragon was significantly weaker than before, it was still much stronger than superior mythic monsters of the same level. Is there even a need to ask? Looking at the infant dragon that was struggling to stand up, Feng said in a determined tone, "Now is our only chance to slay this infant dragon. With our strength, we can't defeat it in its peak state." Don't tell me you're willing to miss out on such an opportunity, Commander Lionheart. At Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 nodded in agreement. If the infant golden dragon wasn't heavily injured, killing it with their present strength was nigh impossible. Only Tier 5 players could possibly go up against it. I guess you're right. As Lionheart looked at the infant golden dragon, a trace of determination also appeared in his eyes. He then said, "Since that's the case, let's kill it before it recovers." After saying so, Lionheart raised his shield and led the charge against the infant golden dragon, with all the other Tier 4s except for Feng following close at his heels. Chapter 2791, Infant Golden Dragon's Fall, Insignificant Humans. Do you think you can insult me just because I am heavily injured? When the infant golden dragon saw Lionheart and the other Tier 45 charging toward it, anger flared in its amber pupils, and it let loose a deafening roar. A shockwave immediately spread from the infant dragon to its surroundings. Boom! 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 A series of collisions echoed throughout the cavern as Lionheart and the others got hit by the shockwave. Aside from Lionheart and Solitary 9, everyone else on the team went flying back several dozen meters, a stinging pain washing through their bodies. They also lost over 2 million HP from the attack. Lifeless Thorn and the others, who only had around 6 million HP, had basically lost 1/3 of their HPs to the shockwave. It's still so strong even after getting injured? Everyone gasped when they saw their own HP bar. The infant golden dragon was clearly extremely weakened right now, yet it still managed to inflict so much damage with only its roar. Its strength was simply terrifying. At this time, even Feng was stunned by this situation. In addition to its heavy injuries, the infant dragon was also suffering from the heavenly dragon's breath suppression. Otherwise, everyone would have most likely lost over half of their HP from the shockwave. Tier 3 healers, keep up. Restore the damage dealer's HP with everything you've got. Don't stop even for a moment. Feng, who was currently incapacitated due to the backlash from forcibly canceling the demon's summoning, hurriedly issued commands across the distance. You Luo and Fated Fern, you two prioritize healing Lionheart and 9. Make sure their HPs are full at all times. At Feng's command, Fated Fern, a Tier 4 oracle, swung her staff and double-cast 2 Tier 3 curses. Tier 3 defensive curse, Contract Barrier. Tier 3 strengthening curse, Heavenly God's Prayer. Immediately, a translucent barrier formed around the bodies of Lionheart and Solitary 9. Simultaneously, divine runes appeared on the bodies of everyone on the team, doubling everyone's resistances and defense and increasing everyone's physique by 20% for 20 minutes. She even has a Tier 3 AoE strengthening curse. Feng was surprised as he looked at Fated Fern's strengthening spells were incredibly rare in God's domain. In fact, they were 10 times rarer than ordinary curses of the same tier. This was especially true for AoE strengthening spells. The value of such a spell was practically equivalent to a fragmented legendary item. In his previous life, any player who wielded strengthening spells would receive the VIP treatment from the various superpowers. This was because, unlike berserk skills, strengthening spells had short cooldowns and long durations. An AoE strengthening spell could elevate a team's combat power to a whole other level. In the past, one of the reasons Violet Cloud was recognized as one of the 10 great cleric gods was her possession of many AoE strengthening spells. This prompted the various superpowers to desperately seek her. As far as Feng knew, nobody in the modern god's domain had gained a strengthening spell even now. Yet, not only did Fated Fern possess a strengthening spell, but it was even of the AoE variety. How could he not be surprised by this situation? Meanwhile, after Fated Fern cast Heavenly God's Prayer, the team's overall combat power evidently rose by a slight margin. Good. Let's continue. After seeing the barrier protecting his body, Lionheart charged forward once more. This time, the infant dragon no longer attacked with its roar. Instead, it swept its tail at the approaching players. However, despite seeing the tail that shattered even space itself bearing down on him, Lionheart did not back away. Instead, he raised his shield and stood his ground. He then activated the Tier 3 defensive skill, Blood Cloud. A crimson barrier appeared before his body, one capable of absorbing 6 attacks. Although the barrier could fully nullify only attacks at the Tier 4 standard and below, it could still diminish the damage of Tier 5 attacks. Boom! The blood cloud instantly exploded upon coming into contact with the infant dragon's tail. However, thanks to the blood cloud dampening the blow, Lionheart only stumbled 2 steps backward and lost a little over 6 million HP. For Lionheart, who had already reached level 137 and possessed 2 million HP, this amount of damage was still tolerable. Upon seeing that Lionheart could take on the infant dragon's attacks, everyone else on the team breathed out a sigh of relief and began assaulting the infant dragon. Bloodblade used his Tier 4 legacy skill Storm Dance. Lifeless Thorn also used his Tier 4 legacy skill Lightning Serpent. Tier 4 skills and spells bombarded the infant dragon's body one after another, every one of them dealing over 50 million damage, with some even doing over 100 million critical damage. However, compared to the infant dragon's remaining 60 billion HP, this amount of damage appeared minuscule. Is the damage still not enough? Feng frowned when he saw the result of the frenzied barrage. Apart from Lionheart, the 5 other Tier 4 players fighting were currently attacking the infant dragon with everything they had. Yet, the damage they caused just barely exceeded the infant dragon's battle recovery. Moreover, this was with the infant dragon's battle recovery halved due to its heavy injuries. The Tier 3 healers healing from a distance also couldn't help growing anxious in this situation. At this rate, their team would need more than an hour to finish the battle. Meanwhile, 1 hour was definitely more than enough for the infant golden dragon to recover from its injuries. If that happened, they would be doomed. Lionheart and the others were also aware of the situation. However, this was already the best they could do. Although they could activate their berserk skills to raise their damage output temporarily, doing so would be meaningless, and would prompt the infant dragon to enter its berserk phase earlier. At that time, without their berserk skills, they would be utterly incapable of defending against the infant dragon's attacks. Do any of you have combat resurrection? Feng asked the 12 Tier 3 healers behind him. In the ancient god's domain, ordinary resurrection methods couldn't resurrect players on the spot. One special type of resurrection method could. However, the player resurrected through this method would suffer a higher death penalty. I do. 8 of the Tier 3 healers responded to Feng's question. Good. Go and resurrect the 8 players with the highest strength. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw how many responses he received. The next moment, the 8 healers with combat resurrection resurrected 8 of Skyflare's fallen members. Take these spears and divide them among yourselves. After looking at the 8 resurrected players, Feng took out the 600+ thunder spears stored in his bag. Drink a master strength potion and activate your berserk skills. Afterward, use everything you have to throw these spears at the infant dragon. It's best if you can use up all these spears before your berserk skills run out. Don't hold back. Yes, sir. The 8 players nodded, fully understanding Feng's intentions. As Tier 3 melee players, they couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in front of the Tier 4 infant dragon. After all, if they tried moving up close to the dragon, they would instantly die to any random roar. The only way they could contribute to the raid was by relying on external items. Only then would they have a chance of dealing damage to the infant dragon. The 8 players consumed the master strength potions they had prepared beforehand, which increased their strength attribute by 70% for 3 minutes. They then activated their respective berserk skills, further improving their basic attributes. In terms of strength, the 8 of them could already rival mythic monsters of the same level. After seeing the infant dragon swing its tail, exposing its back, Feng ordered, attack. Aim at the dragon's injuries or the reverse scale on its back. At Feng's command, the 8 melee players promptly threw the thunder spears they held with all their might. Whoosh! 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 The next moment, 8 lightning arcs cut through space and landed on the infant dragon's injuries and reverse scale. Roar! The infant dragon roared in pain at the attacks. Simultaneously, damages exceeding 50 million appeared above its head one after another. There was even one critical hit that dealt over 130 million damage. The 8 melee players' attacks were not the slightest bit weaker than those of Lifeless Thorn and the other Tier 4 combatants. Only the frequency of their attacks was slightly inferior. Good. Next volley. Seeing that the attacks were highly effective, Feng promptly called for another attack. In response, the 8 melee players each took out another thunder spear and hurled the weapons at the infant dragon. When the attacks connected, the infant dragon's HP bar finally shrank, albeit slightly. As expected of the commander. We have a chance now. Solitary 9 couldn't help growing excited when he saw the rate of the infant dragon's HP decrease accelerating. Crimson Billow, who was frantically attacking the infant dragon, looked toward Feng in surprise despite herself. He still has a trump card? She never thought that Feng could actually add 8 more Tier 4 combatants to the fight. Now, with their damage output, killing the infant dragon within a short period was entirely possible. The infant golden dragon's HP continuously decreased over time. 60%. 40%. 30%. The speed at which the infant dragon lost HP was nothing like before. Only, in exchange for this boost in DPS, the supply of thunder spears declined rapidly. In just 2 minutes, the 8 Tier 3 players had already used up more than 400 thunder spears. Everyone, be careful. It's going berserk. Feng warned when he saw that the infant dragon's HP bar had fallen to a critical level. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the infant dragon suddenly let out an angry roar. Simultaneously, the dragon's body gave off a dazzling, golden glow, and its eyes turned bloodshot. It had evidently entered a berserk state. All right. Since Brother Black Flame has let us see his cards, let's show him ours as well. Glancing at Faded Fern, Lionheart shouted, Fern, it's your turn now. Leave it to me. Faded Fern smiled. She then took out the Tier 5 sealing crystal from her bag and began chanting an incantation. Immediately, as if time had frozen, silence fell over the entire cavern. The only exception to this phenomenon was the gradually shattering crystal in Faded Fern's hand. Before the infant golden dragon could smash its claw at Lionheart, a magic spear several hundred meters long suddenly appeared above the infant dragon and struck its head. Tier 5 spell, Destruction Spear. Boom! The infant dragon's titanic body instantly collapsed to the ground, the impact creating a crater several dozen meters deep. The space surrounding the crater even turned into a dark void. The next moment, a damage value exceeding 10 billion appeared above the infant dragon's head. In addition, not only did the infant dragon's berserk state get interrupted, but the infant dragon was even powerless to push itself off the ground. The power of the destruction spear stupefied everyone present. Even Feng never thought that the sealing crystal would hold such a powerful spell. The destruction spear was just slightly inferior to the Great Demon King's attack from before. Good. Everyone, attack with everything you've got. Feng shouted. Ignoring the fact that he was still in a weakened state, he activated Power of Darkness, which allowed him to move his body. He then charged straight at the incapacitated infant dragon. As for everyone else, they, too, activated their berserk skills at Feng's command, instantly doubling their basic attributes. Damages exceeding 100 million appeared above the infant dragon's head one after another. 10%. 6%. 3%. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Just as the infant dragon was about to recover from its incapacitated state, Feng activated Divine Providence before using his strongest trump card. Tier 3 skill, Blade Awakening. Tier 4 skill, Lightning Edge. The next moment, Feng, who had entered a transcendent state, brandished the abyssal blade. A river of light then descended upon the infant golden dragon's body. Minus 135,474,514. Minus 129,435,471. Minus 264,854,214. A series of damages exceeding 100 million appeared above the infant golden dragon's head in rapid succession, the attack thoroughly plundering its remaining HP. Chapter 2792, Astonishing Harvest. The infant golden dragon uttered a mournful cry as its titanic body crashed to the ground. Subsequently, an unprecedented silence descended on the cavern. We did it. We succeeded. Everyone heaved a deep sigh of relief when they looked at the infant dragon's corpse lying on the ground. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of joy and excitement also appeared on their faces. After all, they had just created a miracle, a full dragon-slaying battle. Even if their opponent was merely a Tier 4 infant dragon, they had still slain a real dragon. The next moment, before the survivors of the team could recover from their joy, brilliant flashes suddenly enveloped their bodies as their experience bars filled up rapidly. The amount of EXP the infant golden dragon awarded was leagues above the EXP from ordinary mythic bosses. Even Feng leveled up 3 times consecutively, reaching 32% of level 140. As for everyone else, they gained even more levels from the raid, with Lionheart reaching level 141 and Yuluo reaching level 139. Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 even went from level 127 to level 138. The amount of EXP everyone received stupefied them. Nobody thought that killing a level 140 infant dragon would grant so much EXP. Of those present, only Feng and Lionheart did not place much concern on their levels. After all, as veteran Tier 4 players, they knew very clearly how easy it was for Tier 4 players to gain levels. In fact, they could most likely attain level 150 in 10 days, reaching the minimum requirement to challenge their Tier 5 promotion. However, players would not necessarily be able to get promoted to Tier 5 just by meeting the level requirement. After all, players would have to create a powerful mana body of their own. Compared to the levels he gained, Feng was much more concerned about the infant golden dragon's loot. The infant golden dragon they had killed was a dragon in the truest sense, not one that the main god system had weakened drastically. This point was clear just from the EXP the infant golden dragon awarded. Compared to the magic dragon clan that Feng had killed some time back, the infant golden dragon was like an entirely different creature. Some time after the infant golden dragon died, sacred light descended from the cavern's ceiling, illuminating the entire cavern. Simultaneously, melodious hymns also echoed in everyone's mind. It seems divine providence did its job. Feng sighed in relief when he saw the sacred light shining down from the ceiling. Although divine providence increased his luck attribute significantly, the hidden attributes' effects would be diminished when dealing with monsters at the superior mythic standard or above. And while the infant golden dragon was considered only a mythic monster, it was still part of the dragon race. It was far stronger than ordinary superior mythic monsters of the same level. Hence, the fact that he managed to trigger a divine hymn was truly a stroke of luck. Of course, part of the reason he managed to trigger a divine hymn was most likely this being the first kill of a real dragon in the ancient god's domain. Meanwhile, as the divine hymn descended, a system notification also entered everyone's ears. System, congratulations. You have killed a Tier 4 infant golden dragon. You have obtained the Dragon Slayer title, World Reputation plus 100, and 1 gold legacy treasure chest. Crap. There's such a benefit as well? Bloodblade was astonished when he saw the system notification. Initially, he thought that they would be working for Feng for free. He never imagined that slaying the infant dragon would earn them such astonishing rewards too. At this time, even Lionheart was surprised by this situation. After all, the rewards were simply too lucrative. Firstly, the Dragon Slayer title would allow them to enjoy the status of a high noble in the various cities of God's domain. In fact, their authority would be even greater than the typical high nobles, close to reaching that of a city lord. Not to mention, with the Dragon Slayer title equipped, their basic attributes and physique would increase by 20% when dealing with dragon-type monsters in the future. As for the awarded gold legacy treasure chest, it was something all Tier 4 players would dream of obtaining. The gold legacy treasure chest had a considerable chance of awarding a legacy book, which would grant the user with a significant number of legacy skill points when used. The treasure chest also had a high chance of containing rare Tier 4 skill and spell books, as well as a small chance of containing a legacy guidance for the road beyond Tier 4. These rewards were far more valuable than weapons, equipment, and magic crystals. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the gold legacy treasure chest's value was equivalent to a fragmented legendary items. For some people, the treasure chest was even better than a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, aside from the reward notification, Feng, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo received a second system notification. System, warning. The world of God's domain has noticed your existence as an outsider. You will be expelled from the world in 1 natural day. Sure enough, it was a success. Feng revealed a faint smile upon seeing the system warning. If killing the infant golden dragon and altering a small portion of God's domain's history could not get him out of the ancient God's domain, he would really have a headache. After all, he had already achieved his original goal in coming here, and he still had many matters he needed to deal with in the modern God's domain. He simply couldn't afford to waste time here. As for the matter of earning various resources here, that was supposed to be a long-running project. Moreover, the amount of resources he could obtain depended entirely on the Skyflare Adventure team's strength and resources. Meanwhile, Skyflare's development couldn't be accomplished overnight. This is great. I can finally go home. As for Yuluo, she, too, grew joyful when she saw the system warning. In fact, she felt even happier at seeing this system warning than when she received the gold legacy treasure chest. While everyone rejoiced over the gold legacy treasure chest they received, over 100 items appeared in midair and began descending to the ground. The sight of the infant golden dragon's loot made everyone present momentarily forget about the legacy treasure chest. B the aura of items can actually reach such an intensity? Crimson Billow was astonished as she studied the items that were gradually piling up on the ground. Just what kind of items dropped? Could there be a legendary item? This question plagued everyone's mind. The reason for everyone's reaction was the aura that the infant dragon's loot radiated, which practically rivaled that of superior mythic monsters. Even ordinary Tier 3 players would have to expend a lot of effort just to approach the loot. At this time, only Feng managed to remain relatively calm. This was because he had heard of other people slaying dragons before. Only, the dragons that the God-ranked expert teams killed back then weren't Tier 4 infant dragons but adult dragons at the peak of Tier 5. According to what he had heard, the sight of those dragons' loot was truly a spectacle to behold. Just the visual phenomenon the loot created had covered a radius of over 10,000 yards. The combined aura the items radiated had also been so powerful that even Tier 4 players couldn't approach the loot, only Tier 5 players and above could do so. In comparison, the visual phenomenon created by the infant golden dragon's loot only covered a radius of several hundred yards. The aura the loot radiated was so weak that even Tier 3 peak experts could approach it if they gritted their teeth. Hence, Feng didn't find this outcome particularly surprising. However, the infant golden dragon's loot and Tier 5 adult dragon's loot wouldn't actually have a significant difference in quality. What difference in quality there was would only be akin to the difference between an epic item and a fragmented legendary item. It wouldn't be as significant as the difference between a fragmented legendary item and a legendary item. After all, both kills were dragons. One side was just slightly stronger. Moreover, as Tier 6 God-ranked experts were responsible for killing the adult dragons, the loot quality was reduced. In comparison, their team had defeated a Tier 4 infant dragon without a single Tier 5 player on the team. If one were to talk about raid difficulty, their team faced a much greater difficulty than the Tier 6 God-ranked expert teams. I wonder if it dropped a complete Saint guidance? If one did drop, I might be able to improve my mana body further. Feng prayed inwardly as he looked at the items slowly piling up on the ground. At this time, compared to materials, weapons, and equipment, what he hoped to obtain more was a legacy guidance. This was typical of Tier 4 experts. After all, even with multiple fragmented legendary items, a Tier 4 expert wouldn't be able to go up against Tier 5 existences. As for the possibility of the infant golden dragon dropping a legendary item, that was utterly impossible. As far as Feng knew, players couldn't obtain legendary items through killing monsters. It didn't matter even if the monster in question was a dragon. At best, monsters would only drop fragmented legendary items that could be repaired into legendary items. Thus, every legendary item was incredibly precious, and a Tier 5 expert would be fortunate to obtain even one. After another dozen seconds or so passed, all of the items finally landed on the ground. Feng immediately approached the mountain of loot and began sorting through it. The spectating Skyflare members couldn't help drooling, wishing they could help Feng with the loot. Guild leader Black Flame has really hit the jackpot this time. I wonder if a legendary item dropped. If he gets a legendary item, his combat power would most likely skyrocket and approach the Tier 5 standard. Wind Chaser sighed as he enviously watched Feng collect the loot. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. He finally understood how big a gap divided Tier 4 and Tier 5 existences. It was even larger than the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences. Ordinary weapons and equipment couldn't make up for this gap. Only the rumored legendary weapons and equipment might work. If Feng could get himself a legendary weapon now, he would truly become an invincible existence. After all, no Tier 4 player could go up against Tier 5 existences yet. Meanwhile, after working non-stop for 10 minutes, Feng finally finished sorting through the loot. Once he organized the loot, he had to press his hand against his chest to suppress the excitement in his heart. The loot dropped this time was simply too amazing. It was definitely the most amazing loot he had ever seen. This included even the loot he had seen in his previous life. Setting all else aside, just the golden longsword sitting in his bag had very nearly made him faint from happiness. This weapon was one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons as well as one of God's domain's 36 famed swords. It was also the prototype of the weapon Void Breaker and could cut all existences. Its name was the Light of Two Worlds, also known as the World-Breaking Gold. Chapter 2793, World Authority. The golden longsword covered in crimson divine runes sitting inside his bag was definitely the dream weapon of all swordsmen. So, that's why the Light of Two Worlds was rumored to have been destroyed and no longer existed in God's domain in the past. Feng couldn't help his elation as he inspected the longsword in his bag. As it turns out, the weapon can't be obtained in the modern God's domain but only in the ancient God's domain. Light of Two Worlds, one-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 6000, tier attack power, 270% of strength, attack speed, 3% of agility, all attributes, increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the mana annihilation effect, causing a spatial collapse in an area of 4 by 100 yards. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 300% damage, strength increased by 70%, agility increased by 60%, intelligence increased by 30%, endurance increased by 60%. Attack speed increased by 40%, ignore levels plus 50. All sword type skills effect increased by 40%, all sword type skills plus 1 level, effect of mana increased by 50%. Additional skill 1 spatial slash, tier 441 attack, increases strength by 200%, power by 2 ranks, up to tier 5 advanced rank at maximum, and attack range to 1000 yards. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional skill 2 golden soul. Tier 4 improves perception of magic elements by 200% and mana control by 300%. Reduces all concentration consumption by 70%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 6 hours. Additional skill 3 World Breaker. Tier 4 consumes half of the user's concentration and mana to enhance the Light of Two Worlds, granting the weapon the power to break worlds for 1 attack. Forcibly increases the power of attack by 1 tier, up to tier 5 advanced rank at maximum. Cooldown, 1 hour. Created by the ancient god of light. The Light of Two Worlds possesses the power to cut all things. The divine power sources within the weapon have been destroyed by an inexplicable power. However, as the weapon itself is still intact, it is possible to fully repair it by injecting new divine power sources. Divine power source injected, 0/2, despite being the prototype of the Void Breaker. The Light of Two Worlds had still managed to rank number 1 among God's domain's 36 famed swords. One could easily imagine how powerful the weapon was. Although the Light of Two Worlds was currently incomplete, just the basic attributes it provided already made it far superior to even the Abyssal Blade. It undoubtedly had the highest attack power out of all the one-handed swords Feng had ever seen. Not to mention, there were also the outrageous skills the weapon carried. Just by wielding the Light of Two Worlds, a Tier 4 swordsman would be capable of exchanging one move with a Tier 5 existence. This was a feat that was impossible with ordinary fragmented legendary weapons. However, while the Light of Two Worlds was incredibly powerful, its usage condition was also astonishingly high. Without the several fragmented legendary items on Feng, he wouldn't be able to equip the weapon. Meanwhile, the Light of Two Worlds' appearance could also be considered heaven-sent. Now that Feng had reached level 140, both the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray could no longer keep up with his level. Hence, he had mainly been fighting with only the Abyssal Blade all this time, with the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray as support. However, now that he had the Light of Two Worlds, he could arm both his main and sub-arms with adequate weapons. In fact, even if he failed to collect the 2 remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a replacement weapon. Moreover, even if he did manage to complete Solomon's sword, the complete Light of Two Worlds wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior to it. The only problem was that divine power sources were incredibly hard to find. In fact, Feng had only ever heard rumors of divine power sources. He had never actually seen one before. This was because divine power sources were far more valuable than god crystals. They were the power sources of gods, and they carried incredible strength. The value of a divine power source was comparable to a legendary item. Meanwhile, the Light of Two Worlds actually required 2 divine power sources. It seems I'll need to have the guild investigate divine power sources. Looking at the Light of Two Worlds, Feng inwardly resolved to repair the weapon, no matter the cost. Legendary weapons were far too rare in God's domain. Now that one had appeared before him, it would be a huge waste if he did not try to repair it. Meanwhile, after seeing Feng had finished sorting through the loot, Lifeless Thorn and the others approached him with curious eyes. "Commander, did anything good drop this time?" Looking at Feng, Solitary 9 asked in a whisper, "Did a legendary item really drop?" They had just defeated an unrestrained Tier 4 infant dragon. If Feng said nothing good dropped, nobody would believe him. Solitary 9 was very curious to find out just how excellent the infant golden dragon's loot was. After all, there was still no news of any player obtaining a legendary item, so nobody could tell how powerful legendary items were. If a legendary item had truly appeared among the items dropped, they would have hit a huge jackpot. "Aren't you guys taking legendary items too lightly? There's no way a legendary item can drop from a monster." Feng smiled and shook his head when he saw the excited expressions of Solitary 9 and the others. He then said vaguely, "However, while there is no legendary item in the loot, there are several items whose value is comparable to legendary items. To me, at least, these items are almost as valuable as actual legendary items." He had no intention of telling everyone the specifics of the items dropped this time. This was because the loot was truly astonishing. Aside from the Light of Two Worlds, there were two other items that could easily cause a sensation among God's domain's various powers. One of the two was a magic array design. Although the design only recorded a master magic array, this master magic array was more valuable than even some grandmaster magic arrays. This was because this magic array existed only in the ancient God's domain. The 12-array magic world. This magic array could increase the density of all mana within its area of influence by 200% and players' mana perception by 100%. Although it only had two specific functions, if brought back to the modern God's domain, it would definitely stand at the peak among all magic arrays in existence. As for the second item, it was a mysterious flame. Be it in the ancient God's domain or modern God's domain, mysterious flames were incredibly rare items, especially Tier 3 mysterious flames and above. A Tier 3 mysterious flame was just as rare as a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, the mysterious flame the infant golden dragon dropped was the Tier 4 mysterious flame Hellfire. A Tier 4 mysterious flame was something Feng had only ever heard about in God's domain. According to rumor, after reaching Tier 4, mysterious flames would all possess astonishing power and a variety of incredible effects. Take the Soul Fire, for example. It was a mysterious flame capable of annihilating a player's soul, leaving the said player with no choice but to delete their accounts and restart from scratch. Such a feat was impossible for most Tier 5 existences. Moreover, even if a Tier 5 existence had the ability to wipe out a player's soul, it would only work on low-tier players. As players reached higher tiers, their souls would also grow stronger and become more resistant to destruction. After a certain point, even a Tier 6 god wielding the power to annihilate the immortal souls of players wouldn't be able to force the said player to delete their account. Nevertheless, the Tier 4 Soul Fire could easily annihilate even the souls of Tier 3 players. Only after reaching Tier 4 would players become somewhat resistant to the Soul Fire's strength. This was also why the corrosive effect of the mysterious NPC's soul chain had weakened considerably after Feng had reached Tier 4. Allowing Feng to live for much longer. Now, he had obtained a complete Tier 4 mysterious flame. It was different from the incomplete soul fire that he had gained through the mysterious NPC's soul beast. The other dropped items were similarly very precious. Out of the 100+ items dropped, over 30 were legendary materials such as dragon claws, dragon teeth, dragon scales, and dragon blood. There were also over a dozen master recipes and epic equipment forging designs. The rest were mainly inferior legendary materials and level 150 epic weapons and equipment. Two materials stood out among all that bounty, both inferior divine artifact ranked materials. The Dragon Eye and the Dragon Crystal. These were the quest items Angelica Teresa needed. Meanwhile, after hearing Feng's words, Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 stopped asking questions. They understood that the items dropped this time were extraordinary and could not be revealed. Moreover, Feng had already answered the main question plaguing their minds. There was no legendary item among the dropped items. You Luo, you guys start resurrecting the others. "We'll return to Meteorite City afterward," Feng said to the team's healers as he looked at the dead Skyflare members' corpses scattered around the cavern. Once everyone was alive again, Feng opened a spatial gate in the direction of Meteorite City. Thanks to the spatial gate, the return trip, which should have originally taken a dozen hours or so by flying ship, only took 4 hours, astonishing Skyflare's members. If not for the spatial gate's long cooldown and short duration, it would have definitely been considered a godly skill in God's domain. After returning to Meteorite City, Feng completed all his transactions with Lionheart. Aside from the Crimson Dragon flying ship, Lionheart also purchased an additional 20 crystals of souls and 100 drops of soul water, which netted Feng an additional 6 million magic crystals. Lionheart also used 3 million pieces of mana ore, which was treated as equivalent to 750,000 magic crystals, to exchange for another 5 crystals of souls. Although the mana ore's price had been slightly inflated, this was unavoidable, as purchasing mana ore in bulk was incredibly difficult. Purchasing too many would naturally raise the ore's market value. However, for Feng, getting 3 million pieces of mana ore for the price of just 750,000 magic crystals was already a bargain. After the transactions with Lionheart, Feng passed 30 crystals of souls and 1,000 drops of soul water to Yenya for her to conduct future transactions with the Skyflare Adventure team. At the same time, he also tasked her with secretly purchasing some of God's domain's rare items. Finally, after settling all his business affairs, Feng handed the Dragon Eye and the Dragon Crystal to Angelica Teresa, who was still recuperating from her injuries. As soon as he handed over these 2 items, not only did Angelica's favorability of him increase by 100 points, but she also gave him a Tier 5 legacy guidance she had obtained from a Sword Saint. Feng was a little surprised by this reward. Is this the hidden reward for not bringing Angelica Teresa on the raid? While the infant golden dragon had indeed dropped a lot of excellent items, it hadn't dropped any legacy items. This situation had rendered Feng quite speechless at the time. Now, Angelica Teresa directly handed him the legacy guidance he wished for dearly. After the conversation with Angelica, Feng immediately received a system notification. System, congratulations. You have completed the inferior mythical quest, World's Choice. You have gained World Authority +2. System, you have obtained World Authority. World Authority currently at level 1. Please feel the specific effects of World Authority on your own. As soon as the system notification appeared, an indistinct chain became visible around Feng's body from the void. A moment later, this chain suddenly disintegrated, and he immediately felt the world around him becoming much clearer than before. He could even sense that his intimacy with the world of the ancient god's domain had improved slightly. The world was no longer as hostile toward him as before. So, these are the effects of World Authority? Feng was astonished when he sensed the changes to his body. His affinity with the magic elements was at least 50% better than before. His perception of his mana's operating principle had also improved significantly. After careful observation, he noticed that the layer of white mist that hindered his perception had thinned out by roughly 30%. With such a tremendous improvement, his chances of constructing a Tier 5 mana body would increase by at least 20%, at least 10 times more than what a legendary item could provide. Meteorite City, Silver Hotel. After spending half a day experiencing the benefits of having World Authority, Feng decided to take a break. I've already made major strides in my mana control in merely half a day of experimenting. At this rate, my control over mana can probably reach the Advanced Master Standard in just half a month. Feng looked at the time in astonishment. Initially, he had estimated that he would take 3 or 4 months to reach the Advanced Master Standard for mana control. Now, he would need only half a month to accomplish this feat. The amount of time he could save with World Authority was astonishing. After reaching Tier 4, what was most important to players would no longer be weapons and equipment but their control over mana. The stronger a Tier 4 player's mana control was, the easier using skills and spells would be. They would also have an easier time constructing their Tier 5 mana body. From what he knew, one's mana control needed to be at the Advanced Master Standard at the very minimum to construct a Tier 5 mana body. In other words, so long as his mana control reached the Advanced Master Standard, he could begin attempting to construct a new mana body. Commander, it's almost time, Lifeless Thorn said as he entered the room. Okay. I've finished all my business here already. We can go now. Feng nodded. Afterward, Feng, Lifeless Thorn, and Solitary 9 went in secret to a forest several thousand yards away from Meteorite City and met up with Luo, who had been waiting there for quite some time now. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, Guild Leader Black Flame, will we really be able to return? Luo couldn't help asking as she counted down the time. She had tried all sorts of methods to leave the ancient god's domain, yet none of them had succeeded. Although there was the system notifications assurance this time, she still felt a little doubtful. Relax. The system won't lie to us, Feng said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Luo's face. Shortly after Feng finished speaking, the system's timer of 1 natural day struck 0. Immediately, the space around the 4 shattered, forming 4 small space-time tiers. An invisible force then pushed them into these space-time tiers. In the blink of an eye, Feng's group of 4 disappeared from the quiet forest as if they never existed here in the first place. Chapter 2794, God's Domain State of Affairs. This place was a vast, blue ocean with nary a cloud in the sky. At this time, a tear in space spanning over 1,000 yards suddenly appeared above the ocean, its appearance kicking up strong winds that disrupted the peace of this place. A moment after the spatial tear formed, 4 figures flew out of it and plopped into the ocean. Their impact on the water generated waves dozens of meters tall, the commotion attracting the attention of the dozen or so ships sailing nearby. The mana here is so thin. The sense of rejection is gone. I think we're back. While standing on the ocean's surface, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Luo grew excited when they sensed the familiar low mana environment and the lack of rejection from the world. Although the ancient god's domain had plenty of benefits that the modern god's domain did not possess, they had played in the modern god's domain for most of their career in god's domain. Most of the people and matters they knew of were found here. Naturally, they were glad to return to the modern god's domain. Meanwhile, the appearance of Feng's group also gave the players on the nearby ships a huge shock. Crap. Who are they? How can they stand on water? They should be using some kind of levitating skill. No. If they were using a skill or spell, there should be strong mana fluctuations. But I don't sense any coming from the 4 of them. At this moment, Feng's group of 4 had all their information concealed with their black cloaks, so the surrounding players couldn't uncover any information about them. The only thing the surrounding players were certain of was that the 4 were all players. Knowing this, the surrounding players couldn't help wanting to find out the identity of Feng's group. Let's hurry up and leave, a level 123, Tier 3 ranger driving an advanced speedboat said. The situation in this sea zone has been chaotic recently. We'll be doomed if we get dragged into the war between adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island. Indeed. Let's leave this place quickly. Now that such a huge commotion has occurred here, Warblood's members will definitely come over. If they find us here, they might take us for members of other adventurer teams and kill us, the level 122 shield warrior standing beside the ranger youth said, nodding in agreement. While the players on this advanced speedboat were conversing with each other, Feng and his companions, around 100 yards away, heard every word of their conversation. So, this place is near Dragonheart Island. Feng revealed a faint smile. It seems we were lucky. We didn't get teleported to some dangerous and remote location. Space-time teleportation was incredibly random. If they got teleported into a dangerous location, such as a forbidden land or a special location that prevented teleportation, making their way home would be very troublesome. Nodding, Lifeless Thorn said, but based on these people's words, there seems to be quite a struggle occurring on Dragonheart Island. That's normal. With the NPC population growing continuously, the number of NPCs operating at sea would naturally increase. While they might not be as numerous as the landlocked NPCs, they will still outnumber players by a large margin. And with the participation of NPCs, the various powers will definitely struggle even more desperately among themselves for resources, Feng said, unsurprised by Dragonheart Island's current state of affairs. This was because he had received some news from Liang Jing a few days ago. According to her, God's domain was truly messed up right now, and NPC forces had even begun taking action against the guild towns of players. Although the NPC forces did not directly assault guild towns, they still created a lot of trouble inside the guild towns. They forced the guilds running these towns to submit to them and pay a ton of resources and coins in tribute. Otherwise, they would continue their harassment until the guild town imploded. In Feng's previous life, many unrated guilds and third-rate guilds had no choice but to submit to these NPC forces' extortion. After all, if these guilds lacked the income from their guild towns, they would truly be doomed. Now that God's domain's first major update had arrived ahead of schedule, once the NPCs began taking action with full force, even first-rate guilds and superpowers would have no choice but to pay tribute to the NPC forces to buy time to develop themselves. After all, in God's domain, players were merely a minority. One could also say that players were outsiders. Apart from immortality, players did not have any advantages over the original inhabitants of God's domain. God's domain's inhabitants far outnumbered players when it came to the top combatants both sides possessed. This would remain true even 10 years after God's domain's launch. Upon hearing Feng's words, a hint of anxiety appeared on Yuluo's face. Immediately, she took to the skies and flew toward the nearby advanced speedboat, her approach giving the 6 players on the boat a fright. These 6 players stared at Yuluo with horrified expressions. Their reaction was because the ability to fly freely in the sky was unique to players at Tier 4 or above. Tier 4 players were existences that even NPCs feared. Although there were only a small number of Tier 4 experts in God's domain, every one of them was a big shot capable of shaking heaven and earth with their every move. These Tier 4 experts were not existences ordinary Tier 3 experts like themselves could meet. "How may I help you, miss?" the Tier 3 ranger serving as the leader of the party asked respectfully as he looked up at Yuluo. The strong were respected in God's domain. This fact might not have been evident in the past. However, after experiencing the changes brought by the system's major update and the various NPCs' arrogant behavior, these players thoroughly understood that the world of God's domain was a much more straightforward and crueler place than the real world. When it came to dealing with Tier 4 powerhouses, if they offended the other party, it wouldn't be strange for them to get annihilated the next second. They also wouldn't be able to do anything about it. "Do you know Heaven's Blade situation?" Yuluo asked. Heaven's Blade was her home. Its well-being had also been a concern for her all this time. Before she entered the ancient god's domain, the competition on Dragonheart Island had already been incredibly intense. Heaven's Blade had even clashed with several of the island's top adventurer teams and suffered casualties numbering in the thousands. This was why she had risked grinding and exploring a dangerous location by herself. Since her disappearance from the modern god's domain until now, a month had gone by. Meanwhile, 1 month was more than enough for the entirety of God's domain to undergo significant changes, let alone a small place like Dragonheart Island. Heaven's Blade? The ranger youth was surprised and confused by Yuluo's question. What? Have you never heard of Heaven's Blade before? Yuluo frowned. Or do you not want to say it? As Yuluo's voice chilled, the Tier 3 shield warrior and the others shuddered involuntarily and looked toward the ranger youth. They didn't know whether they should speak up. Although Yuluo hadn't revealed any killing intent thus far, her aura alone was already more than enough to instill fear in them. After all, they had personally witnessed just how powerful a Tier 4 player could be. A Tier 4 player could kill hundreds of Tier 3 players with just the flip of a hand. The silence had stretched out for a second when the ranger youth wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said hurriedly, "Miss, you misunderstand me. It's not that I refuse to tell you. It's just that this matter is already common knowledge in God's domain. I was just wondering why you would ask such a question, miss." Common knowledge in God's domain? Yuluo couldn't help feeling a little confused. According to Feng, before his group entered the ancient God's domain, nothing big had happened to Heaven's Blade. It had simply been competing with Dragonheart Island's several top adventurer teams for resources as usual. Feng had left the modern God's domain only a few days ago. Logically, nothing significant should have happened to Heaven's blade. That's right. This incident caused quite the commotion back then. It affected over a dozen superpowers, the ranger said, nodding. 3 days ago, through some unknown means, not only did Warblood enter into an alliance with one of Dragonheart Island's local NPC forces, but someone from Warblood also got promoted to Tier 4. As a result, Warblood's influence on the island skyrocketed, and even 13 thrones suffered losses at the hands of Warblood. What about Heaven's blade? Yu Luo asked. Heaven's blade. The ranger hesitated to answer because he knew that the Tier 4 powerhouse before him was definitely related to Heaven's blade. After taking a deep breath, he continued, Heaven's blade disbanded 2 days ago. Disbanded? Yu Luo was stunned. How is this possible? She had developed from the ground up together with Heaven's blade, and the adventurer team was basically her home. Yet, now, she was being told that Heaven's blade had disbanded? At this moment, let alone Yu Luo, even Feng was stunned when he overheard the ranger's words from a distance. Heaven's blade was one of Dragonheart Island's top 5 adventurer teams. Not only did the adventurer team boast close to 10 peak experts under its command, but its commander, Zwei, was even one of Dragonheart Island's top 3 MTs. In the past, Zwei had also been a legendary figure, and she had developed Heaven's blade into an overlord-like existence in God's domain. Hence, hearing that Heaven's blade had actually disbanded now came as a shock to him. If Heaven's blade disbanded, where did Heaven's blade's executives go? Suppressing the emotions in her heart and doing her best to stay calm, Yu Luo asked in a quivering voice, where did Commander Zwei and the others? Shaking his head, the ranger replied, this, I do not know. I only know that Heaven's blade seems to have enraged Warblood. Warblood is still hunting down Heaven's blade's members even now, going as far as sealing off Dragonheart Island. People on Dragonheart Island can't contact the outside world. Even those seeking to leave Dragonheart Island need to go through Warblood's inspection. If I were to guess, Heaven's blade's executives have probably left Dragonheart Island and already gone somewhere else to develop. I understand. You may go now. Yu Luo could no longer remain calm after listening to the ranger's words. After waving her hand at the party of 6, indicating that they were free to continue with their business, she turned around and flew back to Feng's group. After hearing Yu Luo's words, the party of 6 felt like death row prisoners who had just been granted amnesty. Hurriedly, they sailed away from the area on their advanced speedboat, not daring to remain for even a moment longer lest Yu Luo change her mind and vent her anger on them. Yu Luo, what do you plan to do now? Feng asked as he took in Yu Luo's downcast expression. According to their original plan, they would go their separate ways after returning to the modern era. However, it turned out that Heaven's blade had disbanded. And Yu Luo probably couldn't save Heaven's blade by herself. Me? Feng's question left Yu Luo at a loss. I don't know. The modern god's domain she was familiar with no longer existed, so she didn't know what she should do. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Since that's the case, why don't we go take a look at Dragonheart Island for now? Feng suggested. I still have some matters to deal with on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, although Heaven's blade has disbanded, I believe Commanders Zwei and Heaven's blade's other executives wouldn't leave the island so easily. After all, their foundation and all their resources are on Dragonheart Island. It would be difficult for them to decide to change their base of operations within a short period. So, once we reach Dragonheart Island, you might be able to contact them. Yu Luo's eyes immediately glowed at Feng's words. She felt that what he said was indeed true. Heaven's Blade's members had been residing on Dragonheart Island for such a long time now. How could they possibly just pack up and leave? Not to mention, even if Heaven's Blade was no more, she could still contact Commanders Zwei and the others. After all, unlike the ancient god's domain, long-range communication between players was possible in the modern god's domain. Okay. I'll follow you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Yu Luo nodded. Afterward, Feng opened a spatial gate and teleported toward Dragonheart Island. Chapter 2795, Dragonheart Island's Chaos. The waters surrounding Dragonheart Island, over 1,000 ships were currently scattered around the island surrounding Dragonheart Island, all bearing the mark of the War Blood Adventurer team. Any ship traveling to Dragonheart Island had to submit to War Blood's inspection. In addition, as Dragonheart Island was enveloped by a sealing magic array, communication between the island and the outside world was impossible. Teleportation into and out of the island was also blocked. At this time, Dragonheart Island was practically War Blood's territory. Damn it. War Blood is too vicious. We clearly aren't Heaven's Blade's members, yet they charged us 3 magic crystals and 20 ancient bronze just for leaving Dragonheart Island. A level 114, Tier 2 berserker driving a speedboat cursed angrily as he watched the departing speedboat belonging to War Blood. Shoo! Keep your voice down. They still haven't gone far. A level 120, Tier 3 elementalist on the same speedboat hurriedly covered the angry berserker's mouth. He then warned, War Blood has the final say on everything on Dragonheart Island right now. Even the superpowers have no choice but to go along with War Blood's whims. We are leaving Dragonheart Island to sell our haul this time. We'll be finished if we get targeted. I wonder what Heaven's Blade did to anger War Blood to such an extent. Even now, War Blood is still hunting for Heaven's Blade's members. The captured members are even sent to be imprisoned by NPCs, a level 117. Tier 2 Oracle mused when she saw that War Blood's speedboat was already more than 300 yards away. Isn't that obvious? War Blood's clearly trying to get Heaven's Blade's lands near the World Tower, the berserker said indifferently. They are discovering more and more treasures in the World Tower's underground floors right now. The 4th underground floor is especially amazing. However, the abnormal energy in the 4th floor is overwhelming, and the food needed to recover from this energy is incredibly expensive and uneconomical. The only other way to recover quickly is to rest in the special region around the World Tower. Meanwhile, Heaven's Blade owns a total of 5 plots of land in that special region, including the sole large-sized plot in the special zone and a medium-sized plot. War Blood is currently in a frenzy to expand its influence, so how can it possibly let such a fat piece of meat get away? Indeed. The lands around the World Tower are in high demand right now. Since War Blood has already forced Heaven's Blade to disband, it naturally won't let go of Heaven's Blade's lands. The reason War Blood is capturing Heaven's Blade's members is simply to force Heaven's Blade's commander to submit and give up those lands, the elementalist youth said, nodding. However, I doubt Heaven's Blade will give up so easily. After all, so long as Heaven's Blade has those 5 plots of land, it can make a comeback any time. When the players aboard the speedboat spoke of the World Tower, they couldn't help a sense of yearning for it. Before the players on Dragonheart Island began exploring the World Tower's 4th underground floor, they hadn't placed much importance on the lands around the World Tower. After all, those lands were absurdly expensive. Moreover, they were far from Dragonheart Island's business district. Naturally, nobody had been willing to purchase them. However, after players began exploring the 4th underground floor, they found that it actually housed Tier 4 legacy lands. As a result, the 4th underground floor was now a bone of contention for all superpowers in God's domain. Unfortunately, there were only 34 plots of land around the World Tower, which weren't even enough to divide among the local player forces, let alone the foreign superpowers. Moreover, it turned out that not only did Heaven's Blade own 5 plots of land in that special zone, but the adventurer team had even gotten its hands on the best one. How could this not make the various superpowers and War Blood go crazy? Before the party of 6 could continue their conversation, a loud explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Immediately, the party of 6, together with the other players in the vicinity, turned to look toward the origin of the explosion. The next moment, what entered everyone's eyes was a group of around 30 cloaked players summoning 2 flying mounts. The 2 Tier 3 peak experts leading the team worked together and rapidly finished off 20 Tier 3 War Blood experts. Afterward, they each hopped onto a flying mount and broke through War Blood's encirclement together with their team. It's Heaven's Blade's remnants. Activate the magic array. Don't let them escape. When the nearby War Blood members saw this scene, they promptly sprang into action. Suddenly, the several dozen War Blood speedboats positioned around the 2 flying mounts set up a sealing barrier. It was evident that War Blood's members were prepared for Heaven's Blade's members. The next moment, before the two flying mounts could ascend 200 yards into the air, they were trapped within a magic barrier covering over 1,000 yards. The translucent barrier had visible runes decorating it. One could easily tell that it was an advanced magic array at a glance. If trapped by this barrier, even Tier 4 mythic monsters would need a lot of time to break out of it, let alone Tier 3 players. Damn it, the female Guardian Knight leading Heaven's Blade's team cursed when she saw the barrier, a trace of frustration appearing in her eyes. She then turned to the man standing at the front of the other flying mount and asked, "Vice Commander Shadow, what should we do? It'll take us at least 3 minutes to break out of this barrier. That's more than enough time for War Blood's members to surround us." At the Guardian Knight's words, the man named Divine Shadow standing atop the flying serpent frowned. It was clear that he hadn't expected War Blood to use such a powerful move against them. "We have no choice but to fight. I'll activate my Berserk skill and distract them afterward. In the meantime, you guys figure out a way to escape this place," Divine Shadow said as he looked at War Blood's approaching experts. He then turned to the female knight Cleansing Flame and added, "Remember. Do everything you can to leave, even if it means escaping by yourself. Only if you escape will Heaven's Blade have hope." "Yes, sir," Cleansing Flame answered, a solemn expression appearing on her face. Now that Heaven's Blade had already disbanded and War Blood was even hunting down Heaven's Blade's members on Dragonheart Island, Heaven's Blade's only hope of making a comeback was to seek help from the outside world. With the deeds of the Special Zone's lands in her hands, it was entirely possible to recruit the help of a super guild if they paid a certain price. However, before Cleansing Flame could control her flying serpent to head for the barrier's edge, a powerful voice echoed in the ears of Heaven's Blade's members. "Escape? Do you think it's that easy? None of you should think of leaving today." Before Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame could react to the situation, a man suddenly appeared in front of them. This crimson-eyed man wore a dark red robe and held a crimson wooden staff. His entire being also gave off an indescribably evil feeling. Just by hovering in the air, this evil-looking man exerted a powerful pressure on Heaven's Blade's members. Divine Shadow and the others felt as if a mountain were weighing down their bodies. They could also feel the mana surrounding them growing hostile. Autumn Plant? A hint of confusion appeared in Divine Shadow's eyes when he saw the crimson-robed man. "Impossible. Shouldn't you be leading a team to the 4th floor?" The evil man blocking their team was none other than Autumn Plant, one of War Blood's 4 great vice-commanders, as well as War Blood's sole Tier 4 member. As a great wizard, he was in existence capable of destroying half of a small island with one attack. Previously, Autumn Plant had even single-handedly wiped out tens of thousands of 13 Thrones' experts using a single Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Over 20 of the casualties were Void Realm experts, and 3 were Domain Realm experts. As a result of this severe loss, 13 Thrones had no choice but to back off from competing with War Blood. After this battle, Autumn Plant had also been crowned the undisputed #1 player on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, it was because they had caught wind that Autumn Plant had left for the World Tower's 4th underground floor that they had attempted to escape Dragonheart Island. Yet, now. Ha ha ha. If I didn't visit the 4th floor, would you remnants be willing to come out? Autumn Plant sneered contemptuously as he looked down on Divine Autumn and the others. You tricked us. Divine Shadow clenched his fists in anger. He never thought that he would fall for Autumn Plant's trap. We've always been rivals in the past. Now that you've gotten promoted to Tier 4, I want to see just how strong you've become. After saying so, Divine Shadow activated his Berserk skill, his aura skyrocketing to the point of rivaling Tier 4 mythic monsters. At this time, if comparing purely in terms of aura, Divine Shadow was not the slightest bit inferior to Autumn Plant. Fool. When Autumn Plant sensed the intensity of Divine Shadow's aura skyrocketing, his scion remained unchanged. Instead, he merely waved his hand. Before Divine Shadow could react, over a dozen crimson chains appeared out of thin air and bound his body. And despite struggling with all his might, he couldn't break free from their restraint, no matter what. On the contrary, his resistance weakened as time passed. How is this possible? Cleansing Flame was stunned. Divine Shadow was one of Heaven's Blade's few domain realm experts. With his berserk skill activated, logically, he should be able to put up a good fight against a Tier 4 player. Yet, Divine Shadow was captured instantly. Autumn Plant had thoroughly shattered their understanding of Tier 4 existences. You people don't know just how massive the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 classes is. Do you really think you can turn things around when going up against me? Looking at Cleansing Flame's stunned expression, Autumn Plant sneered, let alone one domain realm expert. Even 10 domain realm experts working together won't last more than 3 moves against me. Realizing the difference between them, Divine Shadow turned to Cleansing Flame and the others and shouted, damn it. Damn it. Everyone, kill yourselves. Don't let him capture you. Don't even think you can kill yourselves so easily. Autumn Plant said, brandishing his staff. The next moment, blood-red chains appeared from the void and bound Cleansing Flame and the others, preventing them from moving their bodies at all. The difference between the two sides was clear for all to see. How can a Tier 4 class be so powerful? Divine Shadow and the others stared at Autumn Plant with disbelief. They had seen Feng's battle video during the reserve seat competition at the War God's Temple. In their opinion, although Tier 4 players were powerful, they were not an insurmountable opponent. However, they actually couldn't offer even the slightest resistance to Autumn Plant. The strength Autumn Plant displayed far surpassed Feng's. While Heaven's Blade's members were shocked by the massive gap in strength between them and Autumn Plant, Warblood's other members caught up with them and secured them. Alright, take them to the NPCs. Looking at Divine Shadow and the other remnants of Heaven's Blade, Autumn Plant smiled and said, now that we've caught 2 big fish, I refuse to believe that Zwei won't submit. It's over. It's over. Everything's over this time. Divine Shadow fell into despair when he saw Heaven's Blade's captured members. I've truly doomed you guys this time. The only reason why they had decided to take on such a risky operation this time was the misinformation he had believed. Now, everyone was doomed because of his foolishness. After all, if players were imprisoned by NPCs, nothing would change even if they forcibly logged out of the game. They would still reappear in prison after they logged back into the game. Unless they could break out, they would have to spend at least 15 days in prison. A 15-day gap was more than enough for everyone to fall far behind God's domain's frontline players. However, as Divine Shadow was falling into a pit of despair and self-reproach, a horned eagle carrying 4 people suddenly came flying over from a distance. To everyone's surprise, the horned eagle actually sported Heaven's Blade's flag extremely conspicuously. More remnants of Heaven's Blade? Seeing as they have a horned eagle, it seems another big fish has arrived. Autumn Plant's lips curled up in delight when he saw the horned eagle. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, this unexpected situation also confused Divine Shadow and the others. They couldn't understand why one of Heaven's Blade's horned eagles would be flying to them from outside Dragonheart Island. However, when they recalled Autumn Plant's capabilities, they immediately began shouting at the people riding the horned eagle to escape. Although Tier 4 players could fly, their flying speed wasn't comparable to flying mounts. Hence, it was still possible to escape if the horned eagle flew at full speed. Escape? Do you think that's possible? After saying so, Autumn Plant used instantaneous movement and rapidly approached the horned eagle. A Tier 4 Great Wizard's instantaneous movement had a range of 3,000 yards, many times superior to a Tier 3 Great Mage's instantaneous movement. Chapter 2796, Black Flame's astonishing appearance. When Divine Shadow and the other Heaven's Blades members saw Autumn Plant teleporting away, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they desperately tried to stop him. Unfortunately, none of them managed to break free of their restraints, and they could only watch helplessly as the scene before them continued playing out. Damn it. At this moment, Divine Shadow couldn't help wondering why Autumn Plant had managed to get promoted to Tier 4. In terms of combat standards, Autumn Plant couldn't even rank within Dragonheart Island's top 20. The only advantage he had was his race as a half-elf, which granted him a slightly better affinity with mana. However, the promotion quest of half-elves was also much harder than that of humans. For the sake of balance, races with strong talents in God's domain would often find their talents becoming shackles that prevented them from advancing. Hence, not many players were willing to convert to other races. Only those with incredible willpower would take this risky path. As proof of the limitation of other races, Autumn Plant had gotten promoted to Tier 3 slightly later than players of similar levels and combat standards. Yet, he was actually the first to reach Tier 4 on Dragonheart Island. This situation was simply unbelievable, no matter how Divine Shadow looked at it. In reality, though, Autumn Plant's promotion to Tier 4 was a complete accident. It wasn't something he had actively sought to accomplish. Instead, his promotion was related to the legacy of his hidden class. Vice Commander, we don't have many horned eagles. Aside from the two of the other Vice Commanders remaining on Dragonheart Island, the only other horned eagle I can think of belongs to the missing team leader, Uluo, Cleansing Flames said worriedly as she looked at the approaching horned eagle. Could that person flying toward us be team leader Uluo? It should be, but it's useless to say anything now, Divine Shadow said, smiling helplessly. If we can't do anything against Autumn Plant, what more can Uluo do? At this time, he no longer held any hopes of Uluo escaping. It might have been a different story if Uluo were a scout class, but as a cleric, she wouldn't notice Autumn Plant's rapid approach before it was too late. That's right. Now that Autumn has taken action, they can't escape. You should just obediently follow us back and persuade your commander. At this time, a blue-clad woman suddenly appeared beside Divine Shadow and the others, giving Cleansing Flame and the others a scare. This female ranger was none other than Inkfeather, another one of Warblood's 4 great vice commanders. I never thought that Warblood would send 2 of its vice commanders just to stop us. What an honor, Divine Shadow said provocatively as he looked at Inkfeather. Shadow, there's no point in inciting me. Sneering, Inkfeather said, even without Autumn here, do you think you can escape me? You should know very well that if we were to fight, I would have a greater chance of winning. Not to mention, I am more proficient at hunting down targets. At Inkfeather's words, Divine Feather stopped speaking as a domain realm expert himself. He had to admit that Inkfeather was powerful. Previously, he could still beat her when she had yet to reach the domain realm. At present, however, not only was Inkfeather in the domain realm already, but it was even rumored that she had obtained a fragmented legendary bow. Her strength was incredibly close to catching up with Tier 4 existences. Hence, in an actual confrontation, the chances that he would lose were indeed very high. You don't have to worry. Uluo won't be in any pain. Looking at Divine Shadow and the others, Inkfeather smiled faintly and added, she'll soon be like you. Once within Autumn's sight, nobody can escape. Afterward, Inkfeather and the other Warblood members shifted their gaze toward Autumn Plant, who had already popped up before the horned eagle. Upon noticing Autumn Plant, the flying horned eagle felt uneasy and came to an abrupt stop, looking at the Tier 4 Great Wizard with fear in its eyes. I don't know whether to call you bunch brave or stupid to approach while riding one of Heaven's Blade's horned eagles, Autumn Plant said, smiling as he looked at the 4 cloaked figures atop the flying mount. At this time, only 3 people in Heaven's Blade possess a horned eagle. Of the 3, 2 are still hiding inside Dragonheart Island. Even if you don't reveal yourselves, I can guess that one of you is that missing team leader, Uluo, right? Warblood had conducted a detailed investigation into Heaven's Blade's organizational structure after forcing the latter to disband. The sudden disappearance of Uluo was included in the information they dug 6 up. Uluo did not bother refuting Autumn Plant's words. She simply looked at the Great Wizard and said calmly, I never thought you would actually be the first on Dragonheart Island to get promoted to Tier 4. That's right. But many more unexpected things have occurred as well, such as the dissolution of Heaven's Blade and the fact that you're now a prisoner of Warblood. Autumn Plant said contemptuously instead of growing enraged at Uluo's words. Now, do you want me to take action, or are you going to follow me obediently? However, no sooner had Autumn Plant finished speaking than a chuckle came from behind Uluo. Long time no see, Vice Commander Autumn. It seems you've grown to have quite the arrogant tone. As this voice spread, Autumn Plant's complexion changed, and he stared automatically at the cloaked man standing behind Yu Luo. You are, for a moment, Autumn Plant doubted his ears. After all, he was familiar with this voice, to the point where just hearing it disgusted him already. In fact, he even had trouble speaking right now. Black Flame. Autumn Plant's reaction was because this man was the culprit responsible for Warblood's loss of reputation on Dragonheart Island. This man had also very nearly turned Warblood into a joke to the various superpowers. Hence, this man was the person Blood Oath, Warblood's commander, wished to kill the most. That's right. Nodding, Feng removed his hood and smiled at Autumn Plant. We meet again, Vice Commander Autumn. The instant Feng removed his hood, a wave of restlessness spread through the Warblood members spectating the situation from a distance. Heaven's Blades members were similarly astonished to see Feng. Black Flame was currently a big shot that everybody in God's domain knew of. He had thoroughly risen to fame during the Reserve Seat competition as the first player in God's domain to reach Tier 4. Although there hadn't been any news of him recently, his performance during the competition was still being discussed by countless players even today. This is great. It's really Guild Leader Black Flame. Cleansing Flame grew ecstatic when she saw Feng. Although Heaven's Blade wasn't considered allies with Zero Wing, the organizations had a relatively good relationship. In fact, Zero Wing was one of the guilds they intended to seek help from when they were planning to escape from Dragonheart Island. The arrival of Zero Wing's guild leader was undoubtedly a wonderful situation for Heaven's Blade. Moreover, Feng was a Tier 4 player. Even Autumn Plant shouldn't dare act recklessly before him. However, as Cleansing Flame and the others were rejoicing, Inkfeather sneered at them. Don't celebrate too soon. Black Flame's appearance here is just perfect. Looking at Feng's distant figure, Inkfeather smiled faintly. He turned Warblood into everyone's laughingstock previously. Now, we'll let him know that he won't get off scot-free for interfering in Warblood's matters. After saying so, Inkfeather shot a dazzling arrow into the sky, which was visible even from 10,000 yards away. Immediately afterward, the Warblood members patrolling on speedboats in the vicinity each took out a stone with strange runes engraved on it. They then began frenziedly pumping their mana into the stone. Suddenly, a storm brewed, blanketing the entire sea zone. Simultaneously, multiple barriers emerged from the ocean, thoroughly enveloping Feng's group of 4. An endless supply of water-type mana also bound them, the restriction weakening their basic attributes and physique by 30%. What a powerful restriction. Feng was a little surprised by this situation. There were very few magic arrays capable of affecting Tier 4 players significantly. Even a Master Magic Array would only be capable of reducing a Tier 4 player's basic attributes. It would hardly affect a Tier 4 player's physique. Nevertheless, the magic array used on them had reduced both their basic attributes and physique by a significant margin. This was truly an amazing magic array. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, you've really barged your way into hell now. Autumn Plant burst into delighted laughter when he saw that the magic barrier had taken effect. We originally intended this sea prison to be a present for Heaven's Blade Svi. Now, though, we're giving it to you. What do you think? Under normal circumstances, Autumn Plant would still have to be afraid of Feng. After all, Feng was the first player to reach Tier 4. Hence, Feng's understanding of Tier 4 classes should greatly surpass his own. There was also the fact that the moves Autumn Plant had employed against Tier 3 players would have hardly any effect on Tier 4 players. However, the situation was different now. The Sea Prison was a magic array capable of suppressing even Tier 4 existences significantly. While a 30% reduction of basic attributes couldn't be considered significant, a 30% reduction of physique was massive. Such a suppression would basically reduce a Tier 4 physique to the Tier 3 standard. With such a huge difference in physique, even if Feng possessed astonishing basic attributes, he wouldn't be a match for Autumn Plant. This sea prison is not bad, but you wasted it for nothing. After observing the runes on the barrier, Feng found that this ancient magic array's current performance could only be considered half-baked at best. At the very least, it needed over a dozen master magicians to exhibit its capabilities fully. What arrogance! Upon seeing Shi Feng's nonchalant behavior, Autumn Plant brandished his staff. Death is already knocking on your door. I want to see just how long you can keep up your facade. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After saying so, Autumn Plant summoned several dozen crimson chains that shot at Shi Feng. Tier 4 Legacy Spell, Bloodbound Lock. However, just as the crimson chains were about to reach Shi Feng, a ripple of mana came from his body and stopped all of the chains cold 1 meter away from him. Afterward, a voice entered Autumn Plant's ears. This binding spell is pretty good. Unfortunately, you used it on the wrong person. Chapter 2797, Splitting the Sea. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the War Blood members spectating from a distance couldn't help gaping in shock at the scene playing out before them, their minds refusing to accept this was true. Even Heaven's Blades members felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene, having personally experienced the power of those crimson chains. Those chains carried immense power, even a mythic monster should be incapable of struggling free of them. Moreover, evading those chains was also impossible. Nevertheless, the crimson chains Autumn Plant summoned actually failed to get within 1 meter of Shi Feng. Moreover, they hadn't seen Shi Feng make any movements. From their perspective, the chains seemed to be afraid of Shi Feng and did not dare move closer to him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Autumn Plant was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene before him. In fact, compared to the surrounding spectators, he was even more confused by this situation. After all, as the summoner of these chains, he knew that he had not held back in the slightest. There's no way he can stop a Tier 4 spell without using any skill or spell of his own. This is absolutely impossible. Glaring at Shi Feng, Autumn Plant demanded, "What did you do?" Had Shi Feng used a skill or spell to stop his spell, Autumn Plant would have found this situation reasonable. However, Shi Feng clearly did not do anything. The man simply unleashed his mana to the surroundings, yet that actually rendered the chains summoned by Bloodbound Lock incapable of getting close to him. At this moment, let alone Autumn Plant, even Yu Luo, Lifeless Thorn, and Solitary 9 were surprised by this situation. They knew that Shi Feng was incredibly strong. After all, he had very nearly killed Lionheart in one move. However, they never thought that he could actually stop a Tier 4 binding spell just by unleashing his mana. This situation had thoroughly shattered their understanding of Shi Feng. Can't you see it very clearly? Looking at Autumn Plant's horrified expression, Shi Feng said calmly, "As a Tier 4 Great Wizard, you should be well aware that a spell's performance is dependent on the difference between the quality of the spell's mana and that of the target's mana. Do you think a fragile rope can restrain an elephant?" After obtaining Level 1 World Authority, aside from a slight improvement in his affinity with and control of mana, he had also gained a significant boost in his understanding of the operating principles of mana. Hence, he was now capable of condensing mana of much higher quality and in much greater quantity. Now, the mana he could conjure was at least 50% stronger than what he could with just a 110% completion rate mana body. Thanks to this improvement, all mana that entered his mana domain was subject to his control. Autumn Plant's attempt to bind him with a Tier 4 binding spell that hadn't even reached a 100% completion rate was a complete and utter joke. Rather than relying on such a spell, Autumn Plant would be more effective if he tried to attack Shi Feng with his staff. What do you mean? Shi Feng's words confused Autumn Plant. A spell's performance was indeed dependent on the quality of its mana and of its target's mana. However, he was currently a Tier 4 Great Wizard. The spell he used was also at the Tier 4 standard. How could his spell not have any effect against a player of the same tier? What do I mean? Shi Feng shook his head in disappointment. He had already given Autumn Plant a clear explanation, yet the latter still failed to understand the cause of his failure. "Alright, then. I'll just let you feel it yourself." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a ripple of mana spread out from his body. The space within a 1,000-yard radius of Shi Feng darkened. When looking at this darkened region from a distance, one would even see space within this region warping. Caught within Shi Feng's mana domain, Autumn Plant suddenly felt his mind turning sluggish. He also felt as if his body had fallen into a mire, as the ambient mana had undergone a complete change. At this point, the mana around him couldn't even be considered mana. Unlike normal mana, this mana felt dark, murky, and silent. Surrounded by this mana, Autumn Plant very nearly retched in disgust, his complexion turning incomparably pale. No. This is impossible. How can you have such mana? When Autumn Plant looked at Feng now, his eyes were filled with fear and madness. He simply couldn't fathom how there could be such a person in this world. Meanwhile, upon seeing Autumn Plant rambling on like a lunatic while looking at Feng, Ink Feather immediately contacted him. Autumn, what happened on your side? Ink Feather stared at Autumn Plant's crazed behavior in confusion. Do you need our help? Autumn Plant had clearly been normal just a second ago. However, as soon as the dark space appeared, he began behaving abnormally. No. Run. Run quickly. Autumn Plant urged frantically when he received Ink Feather's call. He's not human. He's not human at all. Not human? What do you mean? Ink Feather grew even more confused at Autumn Plant's words. His mana is too terrifying. We are absolutely no match for him. Autumn Plant exclaimed with a horrified expression. You need to escape quickly. Immediately notify the commander and have him contact Secret Hand. Only Secret Hand can go up against him. Notify Secret Hand? Is there a need to go that far? At this point, Ink Feather suspected that something was wrong with Autumn Plant's mental state. Their opponent was only a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Even if Feng was indeed the first player to reach Tier 4, there shouldn't be any need to seek help from the Secret Hand Association, the largest NPC force based on Dragonheart Island. After all, Warblood still had plenty of trump cards in reserve. Even if they couldn't get rid of Feng shouldn't think of breaking out of the sea prison. Hostile players caught inside the sea prison would have their stamina and concentration drained rapidly. Even a Tier 4 player wouldn't last more than 10 minutes within it. And if a player's stamina and concentration zeroed out, they wouldn't be able to move their body at all. They might even die outright. Hence, even if their team was no match for Feng in a frontal confrontation, they could still whittle him to death inside the sea prison. When Ink Feather showed no intention of listening to his words, Autumn Plant felt like he was about to go crazy. No. Listen to me. You don't know just how P-11 before Autumn Plant could say anything more. Feng finally took action. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. The swordsman unsheathed the abyssal blade, raised the magic weapon slightly, and executed a vertical slash at the space in front of him. First sword, light shadow. Suddenly, an illusory greatsword several hundred meters long appeared in the sky and fell toward Autumn Plant, leaving a dark void that divided the world into two in its wake. Before anyone could react, the sea prison trapping Feng's group split in half, and a massive void spanning over 1,000 yards opened up in the ocean. Seawater then flooded into the dark void, creating spectacular waterfalls. Surging waves carried the nearby ships toward this spatial tear, and the ships that fell into the void had their crews instantly vaporized. The 1,000+ Warblood members maintaining the sea prison's magic array spat out blood on the spot and fell into a mentally weakened state. It was evident that they had suffered a severe backlash from the barriers breaking. Meanwhile, a dark void had replaced the area Autumn Plant originally occupied. As for Autumn Plant himself, he was nowhere in sight. Chapter 2798, Another Tier 4. No. This is impossible. Ink Feather and the other Warblood members were thunderstruck by the scene before them. The sea prison was an ancient magic array capable of trapping even superior mythic monsters, yet it had shattered from just one attack. Moreover, this same attack had also annihilated Autumn Plant, a Tier 4 great wizard. How could they possibly believe this? Feng and Autumn Plant were both Tier 4 players, so how could there be such a huge disparity between them? Not to mention, Feng had executed his attack while under the sea prison's suppression. Even if Autumn Plant truly wasn't a match for Feng, he shouldn't be utterly powerless to resist the attack. Nevertheless, let alone putting up a fight, Autumn Plant couldn't even escape. Divine Shadow and the other Heaven's Blade members also couldn't help gaping in shock at this scene. After watching Feng's heaven-splitting slash, they finally understood the true strength of Tier 4 existences and why God's domain's NPCs would behave so fearfully and respectfully toward Tier 4 existences. Feng had transformed the terrain with just one attack. If a full-blown fight ensued between two Tier 4 existences, the effect the fight would have on the surroundings would be unimaginable. Vice Commander, what should we do now? The sea prison is already broken, and Vice Commander Autumn has been killed. I'm afraid that a level 122, Tier 3 assassin asked worriedly as he looked at Inkfeather. Have everyone retreat. Inkfeather said, gritting her teeth. Also, notify the commander of everything that happened here. Black Flame is no longer someone we can handle. We need Secret Hand's assistance. Understood. The Tier 3 assassin breathed out a sigh of relief when he heard Inkfeather's words. If they were to fight Feng, they would die without question. Subsequently, Warblood's members frantically retreated to Dragonheart Island, many of them even using Tier 3 instantaneous movement scrolls or other life-saving scrolls. Their reaction was because they knew very clearly just how terrifying a Tier 4 player could be. While more than 3,000 yards might separate them from Feng right now, the swordsman could probably close the distance in just a few seconds if he flew at full speed. Black Flame. Warblood will remember this transgression. We will be waiting for you on Dragonheart Island. Inkfeather bellowed. With Feng's group rapidly approaching, she promptly activated her Tier 3 instantaneous movement scroll and disappeared, abandoning the bound Heaven's Blades members. 2 seconds after Inkfeather disappeared, Feng's group of 4 arrived before Divine Shadow and the others. Those people were so arrogant before, yet they ran away even faster than rabbits. Solitary 9 burst into laughter when he saw that none of Warblood's Tier 3 experts remained in the vicinity. In response, Lifeless Thorn also laughed and said, "It's normal. They know that they'll just die even if they stay behind. After all, even their sole Tier 4 expert died, so Tier 3 players like themselves wouldn't be able to do anything." The strength Feng displayed was truly astonishing. Let alone Warblood's members, even Lifeless Thorn himself was shocked. During the fight with the infant golden dragon, Feng had forcibly cancelled his summoning. The backlash had drastically reduced both his concentration and basic attributes throughout the raid. And although he had activated a berserk skill near the end of the raid, the skill only allowed him to just barely participate in the fight. Hence, one could say that Feng had never exerted his normal strength in the entire infant dragon raid. However, when Feng went up against Autumn Plant, he had already fully recovered. Only, Lifeless Thorn had never imagined that Feng had already become so strong. Now, Lifeless Thorn wouldn't find it strange if Feng could go toe-to-toe against a superior mythic monster. After all, the attack Feng executed earlier was simply astonishing. It definitely carried power at the Tier 5 standard. Guild Leader Black Flame, I am Vice Commander Divine Shadow of the Heaven's Blade Adventurer Team. I really have to thank you for your help this time. If not for you, we would have definitely been imprisoned by Warblood for 15 days. Divine Shadow, who had been freed from his restraints, hurriedly stepped forward to thank Feng. At this moment, the only feeling in his heart was a deep sense of awe. In the past, Divine Shadow only considered Feng a local tyrant who had better luck than others. In his opinion, so long as he got promoted to Tier 4, he wouldn't be inferior to Feng in any way. However, Divine Shadow now found his previous thoughts laughable. After all, in terms of strength, Feng and he were like the sun and a candle. Even if he really managed to get promoted to Tier 4, he doubted he could last a single move against Feng. As for Cleansing Flame, when she looked at Feng, complicated emotions momentarily filled her heart. Previously, it was only thanks to Feng's help that Heaven's Blade had managed to survive the existential threat it faced. Originally, she thought that with the significant improvements she made during this period, she had shortened the gap between herself and Feng. However, it seemed that the gap between them had widened even further instead. In fact, Feng had become so strong that she could no longer grasp just how powerful he was exactly. It's nothing. I just happened to pass by, Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Divine Shadow. Team leader Yu Luo and I were trapped in the same place for some time. After we left that place, we appeared near Dragonheart Island. Can you tell me what Dragonheart Island's present situation is like? Although the World Stone allowed him to log in and out of God's domain anytime he wanted, he had not logged off for several consecutive days because he had focused on grinding for levels. Meanwhile, God's domain was a game that was constantly changing. Several days was more than enough time for significant changes to sweep through the entire God's domain, let alone a small area like Dragonheart Island. Dragonheart Island was a location he had paid constant attention to as well as one of Zero Wing's development focuses. The World Tower on Dragonheart Island was incredibly special. Even Tier 5 players could benefit from it because there were plenty of ancient ruins hidden inside. In addition, once communication between the two main continents of God's domain increased in frequency, Dragonheart Island would become an important trade hub. Hence, he had established roots on Dragonheart Island a long time ago. However, due to the many matters he had to deal with on the eastern continent, he had no choice but to leave Dragonheart Island's matters to someone else. As a result, Zero Wing had never been able to develop properly on Dragonheart Island. Now that his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation and he also possessed massive wealth, he would naturally have to write Zero Wing's development on Dragonheart Island into his agenda. After all, Dragonheart Island had plenty of rare and precious resources. In fact, the rare basic materials that he needed for the construction of the small mobile fortress could all be found on the island. This was also one of the reasons why he had decided to head to Dragonheart Island directly. I see. Realization dawned upon Divine Shadow when he heard Shi Feng's words. He now roughly understood why Yu Luo was with Shi Feng's party. He then shook his head and sighed. Guild leader Black Flame, Dragonheart Island has already become Warblood's private playground. Outside forces are unable to interfere with Dragonheart Island's affairs at all. Even Heaven's Blade has been forced to disband because of Warblood. Is it because of an NPC force? Shi Feng asked. Somehow, Blood Oath actually managed to partner up with the Secret Hand Association, Dragonheart Island's strongest NPC force. Because of this, even Dragonheart Island's local superpowers have to abide by Warblood's will to avoid getting targeted, Divine Shadow answered, his heart brimming with hatred toward Warblood. If not for the Secret Hand Association, Warblood couldn't have forced Heaven's Blade to disband no matter what. Even if Warblood had Autumn Plant, it would still be incredibly difficult for one Tier 4 player to deal with the entirety of Heaven's Blade inside the vast World Tower. Naturally, it was also impossible for one Tier 4 Great Wizard to besiege a fortress. However, it was a different story for NPC forces. Even the weakest NPC force operating on Dragonheart Island had several Tier 4 NPCs under its command, what more the Secret Hand Association. According to the information Heaven's Blade found, the Secret Hand Association had as many as 14 Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, some of these Tier 4 NPCs even held considerably high positions in Dragonheart City. Hence, it was a piece of cake for the Secret Hand Association to deal with a player force like Heaven's Blade in Dragonheart City. Most importantly, after the system's major update, NPCs no longer had any restrictions placed on them. While NPCs might still hesitate to take action inside an NPC city, once outside the city, NPCs could freely attack players. Therefore, any player force that dared to oppose Warblood would have their members hunted by the Secret Hand Association outside Dragonheart City. However, getting hunted and killed by the Secret Hand Association's NPCs still wasn't the worst part. In fact, getting killed would have been preferable. After all, these NPCs could actually imprison players for up to 15 natural days. Let alone Tier 3 peak experts, even Tier 3 apex experts couldn't afford such a penalty. I see. No wonder Warblood dares to be so arrogant. After hearing Divine Shadow's explanation, Shi Feng more or less understood his frustration. Even in his previous life, such occurrences had been prevalent after God's domain's first major update. Now that most players had yet to reach even Tier 3, they would find it even more impossible to oppose NPC forces. Guild leader Black Flame, now that you've killed Autumn Plant, I'm certain Ink Feather will relay this matter to Blood Oath. Since they know they're no match for you, they will definitely contact Secret Hand. However, Secret Hand should take some time to react. Hence, my suggestion is that we leave Dragonheart Island's vicinity during this time. That way, those NPCs won't be able to do anything against us. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Although the Secret Hand Association was powerful, so long as they left the association's sphere of influence, the association's NPCs would most likely stop pursuing them. At worst, they would no longer be able to mingle on Dragonheart Island. However, God's domain was a massive world. They could easily head to other locations to grind for levels. It wouldn't be too late for them to seek payback once they raised their strength. No. I won't be leaving with you. I still have some matters I need to deal with on Dragonheart Island, Feng said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, moreover, I have a debt to collect from Warblood. After Feng finished speaking, Yu Luo added in a determined tone, that's right. I'm also going to Dragonheart Island to meet with the commander. I will definitely make Warblood pay. Divine Shadow couldn't help growing anxious at Yu Luo's words. They had gone to great lengths to escape from Dragonheart Island. If Yu Luo were to head to Dragonheart Island now, it would be a one-way trip. Yu Luo, stop fooling around. Guild leader Black Flame is a tier 4 player, so he might not have any problems, but you are. An astonishing aura suddenly burst forth from Yu Luo's body, interrupting Divine Shadow and subjecting him and the others to powerful pressure. The aura Yu Luo released was even more frightening than autumn plants. Divine Shadow was dumbfounded when he sensed Yu Luo's aura. Only after a long time did he manage to ask, you've reached tier 4? Chapter 2799, returning to Dragonheart City in response to Divine Shadow's question, Yu Luo faintly smiled and nodded. Emichim. I was lucky to get promoted, thanks to guild leader Black Flame. Despite Yu Luo's humble response, her affirmation still dumbfounded Divine Shadow. However, the life aura Yu Luo radiated couldn't be faked. Basic attributes couldn't make up for the difference in life rating he sensed. Team leader Yu Luo, you're amazing. Cleansing Flame was similarly stunned by the revelation. After snapping out of her daze, she exclaimed joyfully, now that you've gotten promoted to tier 4, that makes you Dragonheart Island's second tier 4 expert. If the commander finds out about this, she'll definitely be tickled pink. The current era no longer belonged to tier 3 players but to tier 4 players. So long as a power gained a tier 4 player, it would receive a significant boost to its status and authority, and even NPC forces would not dare offend it recklessly. When Divine Shadow remained in a daze even after a long time had passed, Yu Luo smiled and prompted, Vice Commander Shadow, may I return to Dragonheart City together with guild leader Black Flame now? You are now a tier 4 player, so I naturally can't stop you. There is also no need to stop you, Divine Shadow replied, sighing. He never thought that after not seeing each other for only a month, Yu Luo would have already grown into an existence he had to look up to. He then continued, however, I will return with you. Things on Dragonheart Island have changed significantly after the major update. You can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble if you have me guiding you. Vice Commander, I'll go with you too. Currently, after the Commander, I have the highest status in Dragonheart City out of everyone in Heaven's Blade. With me around, those NPCs shouldn't make too much trouble for us, Cleansing Flame volunteered. Status? Trouble? Yu Luo was confused by Cleansing Flame's words. Since when did players require a certain degree of status to enter Dragonheart City? On the other hand, Feng understood what Cleansing Flame meant. After the system's first major update, aside from NPCs becoming the majority in God's domain, NPCs would also start behaving more realistically. This was especially true for the various NPC forces. Although NPC forces were powerful, most of them still operated under the banner of specific kingdoms, empires, or neutral cities like Dragonheart City. Hence, ostensibly, these NPC forces wouldn't dare mess around with players in NPC cities. However, that did not stop these NPC forces from abusing their positions to harass player forces. One example would be imposing pointless inspections on players trying to enter or exit the city, which wasted their time. Hence, a player's status in NPC cities became very important. However, the status mentioned here was different from the noble ranks players gained. Having status in an NPC city meant obtaining a position carrying actual power in the city. As for the noble ranks players gained previously, they were merely empty titles after the major update took place. Noble ranks no longer granted players actual power in an NPC city, only benefits such as the ability to recruit personal guards. Take Feng's visit to the Twin Towers Kingdom's capital city, for example. The way the senior administrator of the city hall there referred to him was completely different from how most NPCs referred to him before the major update. The senior administrator hadn't addressed Feng with honorifics such as Bronze Legatee, Lord Earl, etc. Instead, the NPC merely addressed him as Sir. Only after Feng had taken out the War God's Temple certification did the NPC change his address to Lord Guild Leader. This was because he was the guild leader of a guild the War God's Temple recognized officially. In NPC cities, his status was roughly equivalent to the deputy city lords. Without the War God's Temple certification, though, Feng would merely be an insignificant existence to the senior administrator. Of course, had Feng revealed his Tier 4 ranking, he would similarly receive different treatment. Only, compared to that of players holding actual positions of power, his treatment would still be slightly inferior. After all, no individual Tier 4 player would dare cause a ruckus in an NPC city unless they were tired of living. Hence, so long as an NPC wasn't an adventurer that frequently operated out in the fields, they wouldn't fear Tier 4 players at all. Alright, you can come with us. Divine Shadow couldn't help feeling a little helpless as he looked at Cleansing Flame. However, what she had said was also true. Previously, if not for Cleansing Flame holding the position of a squadron captain in Dragonheart City's Dragonheart Knight Legion, they would have had trouble even stepping out of the city's entrance, let alone escaping Dragonheart Island. Afterward, Divine Shadow secretly led Feng's group back to Dragonheart City. As for the other Heaven's Blade members, they used this opportunity to depart from Dragonheart Island's vicinity quickly to avoid the Secret Hand Association's pursuit. Dragonheart Island, Dragonheart City. Due to the system's major update, Dragonheart City had become much livelier. Now, NPCs of foreign races were everywhere in the city's port, and previously scarce Tier 3 NPCs crowded the port. Most of these NPCs were at level 130, with some even reaching level 150. They were practically comparable to the Tier 3 NPC guards of Dragonheart City. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City's player population had also increased significantly. This was especially true of Tier 3 independent experts. Roughly 30% of the Tier 3 independent experts operating in the major sea zones surrounding Dragonheart Island gathered here. As for the reason, firstly, Dragonheart City's trade market was much more prosperous than other locations. Here, one could purchase many items that normally couldn't be found in the outside world. For example, Dragonheart City's auction house sold epic weapons and equipment usable by players. The only problem was that the currency used here was not the standard coins but ancient coins. Secondly, the World Tower's fourth underground floor had Tier 4 legacy lands. Moreover, aside from independent experts, many of God's domain's superpowers had also dispatched their members to develop on Dragonheart Island. Because of this situation, Dragonheart City most likely housed the largest number of Tier 3 players out of the various cities in God's domain. This was also one of the reasons why Feng decided to visit Dragonheart City in person. However, before Feng and the others could enter Dragonheart City, they came across Ink Feather once more. At this time, Ink Feather and several hundred other War Blood members were carefully inspecting the players trying to enter the city. Even Blood Oath was standing by the entrance and quietly observing the moving crowd. His appearance at the entrance garnered a lot of attention from the surrounding players. What's going on? Why is Blood Oath here? I heard that someone killed one of War Blood's executives in the nearby waters. Blood Oath must have come to deal with those offenders personally. Crap. Who's the daring bastard that killed War Blood's members? The players began a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Blood Oath. They admired the person who dared kill War Blood's executive. After all, even the superpowers had to behave themselves around War Blood on Dragonheart Island. Otherwise, they would meet a tragic end. A single death definitely wouldn't be enough to compensate for the offense of killing one of Warblood's executives near Dragonheart Island. Hush. Keep your voice down. Don't you see that man beside Blood Oath, a level 122, tier 3 ranger said, berating his guildmates. Pointing at a stalwart man clad in silvery knight armor standing beside Blood Oath, the ranger said, that person is Sabrid, one of the Secret Hand Association's tier 4 NPCs. He is also one of the vice commanders of the city's Night Legion. If he hears you, you'll be locked up for several days. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. At the ranger's warning, his party members promptly stopped speaking. The name Sabrid was one they were very familiar with. This NPC was precisely why the various superpowers seeking to establish roots on Dragonheart Island had suffered severe losses. These foreign superpowers had many of their tier 3 experts caught and jailed in Dragonheart City's prison for 3 days. The reason for their imprisonment was that they had offended Sabrid. Damn it. Blood Oath actually managed to get Sabrid here in such a short time. Divine Shadow's complexion darkened when he saw the knight standing beside Blood Oath. That Sabrid will definitely cause all sorts of problems for us to prevent us from entering the city, and so long as we show even the slightest sign of aggression, he'll abuse his authority to have guards capture us. Before Divine Shadow could finish explaining, Blood Oath noticed Feng's group, and a sly smile appeared on his face. Lord Sabrid, I found those troublemakers, Blood Oath said to Sabrid as he pointed at Feng's group. It's those people. That man standing in the lead even let Heaven's Blade's remnants get away, disrupting Warblood's expansion plans completely. Is that so? Sabrid, who looked to be in his early 40s, looked at the location Blood Oath indicated. Narrowing his eyes, he said to the soldier standing beside him, bring them to me. If they resist, you know what to do, right? Leave it to us, Vice Commander. The level 150, tier 3 soldier smiled and nodded. He then led a team of around a dozen guards and approached Feng's group. Chapter 2800, Silent Entrance. Upon seeing the squad of NPC soldiers walk out of the entrance, the Warblood members standing by the gate looked at Feng's group triumphantly. The soldier squad consisted of 12 level 150, tier 3 NPC soldiers. These NPCs were already close to 30 levels higher than the current average level of tier 3 players in God's domain. In addition, these NPCs also possessed the identity of Dragonheart City soldiers. After the major update, the NPC soldiers of NPC cities were no longer as rigid as before, enforcing all rules thoroughly and behaving impartially in their judgment. Instead, these NPC soldiers had become humanized, bending the rules to their liking. They could be strict with some and lenient with others. Meanwhile, so long as their actions fell within the permissible range of the rules, players would be utterly helpless against them. Vice Commander Feather, let's see how Black Flame can continue acting arrogantly. Snowy Afterglow, who had reached level 123, said to Ink Feather as he watched the NPC soldiers approach Feng's group. Even if he's tier 4, he will still have to behave here. Black Flame isn't a simple person. If he can restrain his temper, with his status as a tier 4 player, these soldiers won't dare make things too difficult for him, Ink Feather said, shaking her head. Everything will depend on Black Flame's subsequent actions. Forbearance was a basic quality leaders of guilds possessed. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Feng naturally possessed this quality too. If Feng decided to behave this time, the means they could use against him wouldn't be very effective. If they failed to exact their revenge on Feng now, the only thing they could do was ambush him outside Dragonheart Island. He has always been arrogant. I doubt he'll tolerate this humiliation, Snowy Afterglow said. Even if he can, so long as he dares show even a little bit of resistance or behave disrespectfully to Lord Sabrid, we'll be able to take care of him. Let's hope so. Ink Feather also hoped that Feng would choose not to tolerate the NPC guards' harassment. That way, they would have an easy time dealing with him. While the soldiers were approaching Feng's group, the surrounding players who saw this scene couldn't help stopping to spectate the situation. What's the matter with these soldiers? They can actually leave the entrance on their own initiative? Wait, that assassin seems to be Divine Shadow, one of Heaven's Blade's vice commanders. What? Heaven's Blade's members actually took the initiative to show themselves. Are they tired of living? The surrounding players recognized Divine Shadow in no time at all and were astonished. After all, Warblood had long since placed a bounty on all of Heaven's Blade's members in Dragonheart City. By showing up at the city's entrance now, Heaven's Blade's members were basically throwing themselves into the jaws of death. Now that these NPC soldiers are going straight for them, they're seriously doomed. These NPCs are first-rate when it comes to making life difficult for others. They interrogated me for 2 whole hours the last time I came here. If I hadn't bribed them with a magic crystal, I would have most likely had to wait for a few more hours before I could enter the city. These soldiers are probably the Secret Hand Association's members as well. If Heaven's Blade's members get detained, it definitely won't end with just a few hours of interrogation. These soldiers will most likely corner them until they speak out in retaliation. And if they do that, they'll be jailed right away. Seeing the NPC soldiers taking the initiative to walk away from the entrance, the surrounding players looked at Feng's group in pity. However, none of them stepped forward to help. After all, it would be an express train to hell if they did so. While the surrounding players were discussing quietly among themselves, the 12 NPC soldiers had surrounded Feng's group. Dragonheart City is in chaos right now, so our superior has instructed us to tighten inspections to prevent people from making trouble in the city. Not only are you bunch acting suspiciously, but you are even concealing your identities with cloaks. Remove your cloaks and come with us, said the rough-looking guard heading the squad. Sneering, he added, rest assured, the interrogation will be over quickly. It'll only take around 12 hours, so it won't delay you for too long. Oh, right. Just in case, please open your spatial bags and let us inspect them. We cannot let you bring any prohibited items into the city. As soon as the head soldier finished speaking, the other guards began smiling as well. That's right. Hurry up and open your bags. Don't worry. We won't take any of your items. We'll only take a look at them. Right. It's just for an inspection. This is for Dragonheart City's safety. The several NPC soldiers laughed as they looked at Feng. Meanwhile, Divine Shadow's complexion turned ashen when he heard the soldiers' words. He had never imagined that the Secret Hand Association's NPCs would be so ruthless. A spatial bag was a player's greatest secret. Revealing the contents of a player's bag to other players would not only potentially attract trouble but also expose their trump cards. Excuse me, but we don't plan on entering Dragonheart City, Divine Shadow said, rejecting the soldiers' demand outright. There was no way they could allow the soldiers to inspect their bags. This was especially true for Feng, the guild leader of Zero Wing. It was evident that these soldiers were trying to pick a fight with them. Now, their only choice was to abandon their plan to enter Dragonheart City. However, the head soldier smiled when he heard Divine Shadow's refusal. It doesn't matter whether you enter the city or not. In fact, you bunch look even more suspicious now. So, there is an even greater need for you to be checked. You'd best open your spatial bags quick. Otherwise, my brothers and I will personally take action, the head soldier said, raising his hand. Immediately, the 11 other soldiers gripped their weapons and released their killing intent. However, as these soldiers gripped their weapons, Cleansing Flame stepped forward. She then took out a bronze token from her bag. I am Cleansing Flame, a captain of the Dragonheart Knight Legion. These people are my companions. I can prove that they have no problems, Cleansing Flame said. In a slightly annoyed tone, she continued, moreover, you people from the City Defense Legion are responsible for maintaining order within the city, not outside. You are overstepping your boundaries. When Cleansing Flame took out her Dragonheart Knight token, Divine Shadow breathed out a sigh of relief, glad that he had brought her along. Otherwise, they would have gotten caught in the Secret Hand Association's trap. As Dragonheart City's trump card legion, the Dragonheart Knight Legion was far superior to the City Defense Knight Legion. Moreover, the City Defense Knight Legion did not have the authority to inspect members of the Dragonheart Knight Legion. The Dragonheart Knight Legion? Looking at Cleansing Flame, the head soldier smiled nonchalantly and said, "Since you are a member of the Dragonheart Knight Legion, we naturally have no right to inspect you. However, that is not the case for your companions. They are acting suspiciously and are even wearing cloaks. As Dragonheart City's first line of defense, we have a responsibility to maintain the city's safety. Hence, we cannot leave them be. They must be checked." The soldier's words enraged cleansing flame. "I will report this to Commander Anos." "Go tell him, then." "I believe Commander Anos will understand our painstaking efforts," the head soldier said, smiling. "However, before that, your companions must undergo inspection. I will give you only 10 seconds to consider. If you don't open your bags yourselves, don't blame us for doing it for you." As the head soldier finished speaking, the other soldiers readied their weapons. It was evident that they did not plan on giving Feng's group any chance to escape. Meanwhile, when the surrounding players saw this scene, they gasped. How ruthless. Sure enough, nobody can afford to offend war blood on Dragonheart Island. No wonder even the superpowers dare not disrespect war blood on Dragonheart Island. Although many of the players present would normally suffer at the hands of these NPC soldiers, the soldiers would only put them through long hours of interrogation, at most. This was definitely the first time the players had seen these soldiers draw their weapons against players. Ha ha ha. Amazing. Amazing. As expected of Secret Hands members. I want to see what that black flame is going to do now. Snowy Afterglow burst into laughter when he saw this scene. I heard that black flame has many treasures on him. If we can get him to reveal those treasures, all our efforts this time would definitely be worthwhile. Ink Feather also nodded in agreement with Snowy Afterglow's words. In reality, even she did not think that the Secret Hand Association would be so ruthless. Now, Feng was truly between a rock and a hard place. Whether he chose to anger the guards or reveal his spatial bag for everyone to see, he would still suffer in the end. Black Flame. Now, it's my turn to let you know what it feels like to live in misery. When Blood Oath saw the scene playing out before him, the smile on his face grew even brighter. Previously, when Feng had killed him during the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's conference, Blood Oath's reputation had plummeted on Dragonheart Island. However, the tables had turned now. After partnering with the Secret Hand Association, Blood Oath had always hoped that Feng would come to Dragonheart Island. To ensure this happened, he had even had his subordinates provoke Zero Wing frequently. Now, his chance for vengeance had arrived. This was also only the first step of Blood Oath's vengeance. Even if Feng agreed to the soldiers' demand, he still had plenty of things prepared for Feng afterward. It wouldn't matter even if Feng was a Tier 4 player. Dragonheart City was different from the average NPC city. In terms of combat power, Dragonheart City was even stronger than the capital cities of some empires. Moreover, as Dragonheart City was a neutral city, the identities and positions one held in kingdoms and cities did not matter here, only Dragonheart City's identities and statuses. This was also why the various superpowers had no choice but to submit to war blood. While everyone was secretly discussing the situation, Divine Shadow whispered to Feng, "I'm sorry for this situation, Guild Leader Black Flame. I'll hold them back afterward, so run away when you get the chance. These soldiers won't dare abandon their post, so as long as you leave Dragonheart Island's vicinity, they won't continue chasing you." Their only way out of this situation now was to flee. Confronting these NPC soldiers would only mean death for them. If they did that, they would be playing into Blood Oath's hands. Hence, Divine Shadow decided to exchange his own life for everyone else's freedom. "No, that won't be necessary," Feng said, shaking his head. "Leave the rest to me." Guild Leader Black Flame? Divine Shadow was a little confused as he looked at Feng. There was clearly no room for reconciliation between them and the NPC soldiers. Aside from escaping, he simply couldn't figure out how they could get out of this situation. At this moment, let alone Divine Shadow, even Yuluo found this situation strange. She couldn't understand what Feng could possibly do in this situation either. When the head soldier saw Feng stepping forward, he grinned and asked, "What? Have you made up your mind?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Feng was the person Vice Commander Sabrid had singled out. No matter what Feng's answer was, the head soldier would have ways to make things difficult for him. Made up my mind? Chuckling, Feng said, indeed, I have made up my mind. Good. Nodding, the head soldier said, then, open up your spatial bag. As soon as the head soldier finished speaking, Feng made his move. The next moment, a fleeting flash appeared before Feng, and the head soldier's body got bisected. The soldier's 20 million HP instantly fell to zero, the two halves of his body spraying blood all over the place as they fell to the ground. Chapter 2801, Combating a Tier 4 NPC. He killed the NPC? How dare he? Everyone present was taken aback when they saw the head soldier bisected. Even Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame had their mouths hanging wide open, neither of them having expected Feng to take action. Moreover, not only did Feng take action, but he had even directly killed an NPC soldier. This was simply... This guy is doomed. He's definitely dead. He actually killed one of Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers. This won't end with just a few weeks' imprisonment. Dragonheart City was a neutral city. Hence, its management was much stricter than that of NPC cities in kingdoms and empires. Before the major system update took place, players who killed another player or NPC within Dragonheart City would not only be killed on the spot but also be prohibited from logging into the game for a month. And when they could log back into the game, they would lose 10 levels and have their souls placed into a weakened state for 10 days. This penalty would basically cripple a player's account. Now, not only did Feng commit murder after the system update, but the person he killed was even an NPC soldier. At this point, everyone no longer dared imagine what kind of punishment he would receive should he be killed or caught. Inkfeather and the other War Blood members standing by the entrance were caught off guard by Feng's actions. How much courage does he possess? Inkfeather couldn't believe her eyes as she took in Feng's casual appearance. Did he lose his mind? She had thought of the possibility of Feng resisting the NPC soldiers and escaping. However, the possibility of him killing an NPC soldier had never occurred to her. Yet, Feng had executed this feat so decisively. As for Blood Oath, when he saw this scene, he became ecstatic. Good. As expected of the first player to get promoted to Tier 4. Blood Oath sneered. Unfortunately, today will be the day you fall. However, before everyone could recover from the surprise of seeing Feng kill the head soldier, Feng brandished the abyssal blade once more. The next moment, a galaxy of stars appeared around Feng and enveloped the 11 NPC soldiers remaining of the squad. Sword's orbit. Damages exceeding 50 million appeared above the Tier 3 NPCs' heads one after another, the 11 NPC soldiers getting killed instantly. A bunch of useless fools. Do you think Dragonheart City's rules have any use against me? Feng said as he glanced at the fallen NPC soldiers indifferently. He then sheathed the abyssal blade casually as if he hadn't done anything to speak of. If it were before he had entered the ancient god's domain, he would still have to be wary of Dragonheart City's rules. However, he no longer had such worries now. At Feng's words, a deathly silence momentarily enveloped the surrounding area. He's nuts. He's definitely nuts. Who is this guy? He actually dares slaughter Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers? When the spectators saw Feng's actions, some felt crazed, some felt fearful, some felt excited, and some felt awed. One thing was for certain, though Feng's feat of killing 11 NPC soldiers in one go would be forever etched in their minds. Without a doubt, Feng was the most ruthless player in God's domain. The surrounding players became curious about Feng's identity. Meanwhile, when the silver-armored knight Sabrid saw this scene, his eyes turned bloodshot, and the intensity of his aura skyrocketed. He no longer suppressed his aura, thoroughly displaying the power of a level 160, Tier 4 NPC. His aura was so overbearing that everyone nearby shuddered involuntarily. Outrageous. You dare lay hands on the city defense Knight Legion? Don't even think of leaving this place alive today. Sabrid bellowed as he leaped into the air. Simultaneously, the other NPC soldiers stationed at the entrance also took action, their numbers exceeding 100. We're really doomed this time, Divine Shadow despaired when he saw Sabrid taking action. He couldn't understand why Feng had acted so rashly. Their group stood no chance against a level 160, Tier 4 NPC, even though Feng was Tier 4. After all, NPCs possess not only higher basic attributes than players but also superior mana control. Their weapons and equipment were likewise superior to those of players in general. However, while Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame were despairing over this matter, two voices of complaint entered their ears. Guild leader, you're too fast. That's right. You should have told us in advance if you were going to attack. At least give us some time to prepare. The next moment, both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 took out their weapons in frustration, evidently intending to fight these NPC soldiers. Have they lost their minds, too? Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame were on the brink of mental collapse at this moment. Feng was famous for being an arrogant guild leader, so while his reaction was shocking, it was still within the realm of expectations. However, what was up with the two players following Feng? Yu Luo, though, did not appear surprised by Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9's actions. She, too, grabbed her staff and said quietly to Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame, Vice Commander, Flame, wait behind us. I'll deal with the NPCs coming at us. BIL 11/B. At Yu Luo's words, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame turned to the cleric in surprise and confusion. What had become of this world? Was this really the same Yu Luo they knew? Seeing the two's horrified eyes, Yu Luo smiled and consoled, don't worry. Nothing will happen. We're just dealing with a bunch of NPC soldiers. Out of everyone present, she reacted the calmest to Feng's actions. As she had reached Tier 4 herself, she understood quite well that Tier 4 powerhouses were no pushovers. Even the NPCs in the ancient god's domain didn't dare offend Tier 4 players. Yet, these Tier 3 NPCs in the modern god's domain actually dared do so. They were simply tired of living. After all, even the kings of kingdoms dared not casually offend Tier 4 powerhouses. She had to admit that while some NPCs had grown smarter after gaining conscious thought, some had grown dumber as well. Either that or pushing around Tier 3 players had become a habit for these Tier 3 NPCs, and they now assumed that the existence known as players were pushovers that didn't know how to retaliate. The fact that players still had the mindset that NPCs shouldn't be provoked had most likely contributed to this misconception as well. However, after experiencing life in the ancient god's domain, Yu Luo understood very clearly that god's domain never had any absolute rules. The only absolutes were strength and status. In the ancient god's domain, instances of players killing NPCs occurred frequently. Even killing city lords wouldn't be a problem so long as one could bear the consequences and had the strength necessary to accomplish the feat. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Hence, she found it laughable that Warblood thought it could rule over Dragonheart City without fear just because it had gained the support of an NPC force. Warblood was utterly ignorant of the fact that after players reached Tier 4, they would be living in a completely different world from Tier 3 players. At this time, Sabrid had already arrived in the air above Feng's group and was looking at Feng with anger in his eyes. This was because even he hadn't expected that Feng would dare kill the soldiers. Furthermore, he would be held responsible for their deaths. Unable to hold back his anger, he bellowed, foolish heaven-blessed individual. Do you think nobody can punish you just because you've reached Tier 4? None of you will escape today. After saying so, Sabrid unslung the snowy white greatsword he carried on his back and executed a slash at Feng. A sword-light shot at Feng, leaving behind a black tear in space that extended hundreds of yards away. The power of this attack could heavily injure even a mythic monster of the same level. Tier 4 skill, sky-splitting flash. Well said. Looking at Sabrid's approaching attack, Feng said leisurely, however, you provoked the wrong person. After saying so, Feng unsheathed the light of two worlds and brandished it. Chapter 2802, Power of Two Worlds Swords Orbit. Boom! When the two attacks collided, a powerful shockwave spread to several hundred yards away. Even the nearby Tier 3 expert stumbled a few steps back, while the Tier 2 players went flying several dozen yards. He blocked it? Who is he? The spectating players were stunned when they saw Feng still standing in his original position. Despite going up against a level 160, Tier 4 NPC's Tier 4 skill, Feng was actually an even match, emerging from the exchange unscathed. At this time, let alone the spectators, even Sabrid was surprised by this situation. Surprised? Looking at Sabrid's slightly bewildered expression, Feng smiled faintly and said, "It seems that the vice commander of Dragonheart City's City Defense Knight Legion only amounts to this much." However, despite saying such words, Feng dared not be careless around Sabrid. The Light of Two Worlds had indeed increased his basic attributes and the power of his sword-type skill significantly. Thanks to it and the several other fragmented legendary items he equipped, his basic attributes reached an astonishing level. Although he still wasn't a match for superior mythic monsters of the same level, he wasn't that far off either. However, Sabrid was at level 160, 20 levels higher than Feng. In terms of basic attributes, Feng definitely lost to Sabrid by a large margin. Hence, the only way he could beat the NPC was by relying on his powerful mana and superior combat techniques. "Boy, you are courting death." Sabrid grew even more enraged at Feng's words. Suddenly, the mana within a 1,000-yard radius began gathering around Sabrid in a frenzy. It was evident that the knight had not used his full strength for the previous attack. After the gathered mana reached a critical point, Sabrid instantly transformed into several dozen afterimages that surrounded Feng. The NPC was dazzlingly fast. Tier 4 skill, Broken Shadow. At this time, even Feng couldn't tell which of these afterimages was the real Sabrid. It felt as if the NPC had truly split into several dozen clones of himself. Before Feng could react, fiery runes appeared on Sabrid's snowy white greatsword, the flames the runes gave off incinerating even space itself. Tier 4 taboo skill, Starfire Blade. The next moment, every one of Sabrid's afterimages executed a slash. Despite the Starfire Blade being effective for only one attack in reality, Sabrid had turned it into several dozen attacks. Amazing. As expected of a Knight Legion's vice commander. He actually managed to fuse his Tier 4 skills to such an extent. Feng couldn't help being in awe when he saw the several dozen attacks coming at him from all directions. Combining two skills was much more difficult than combining two spells. However, so long as one succeeded, one could dramatically increase the effectiveness of the skills. Disappear. Sabrid bellowed, the power that his weapon radiated skyrocketing even further. It was clear he had stopped holding back and planned to slay Feng. Seeing the several dozen space-tearing greatswords approaching him, Feng held up his sword horizontally before him. Tier 4 legacy skill, Blade Domain. Immediately, 7 magic swords materialized around Feng. The magic swords then transformed into innumerable stars in his surroundings. Swords orbit. Boom. 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 A series of explosions and shockwaves blanketed the area in front of Dragonheart City's entrance. After several dozen clashes, the ground under Feng cracked, and the space around him shattered. His HP had fallen by more than 5 million as well, his HP bar falling by 1/3 of its capacity. He didn't die? Inkfeather's eyes widened in shock when she saw the amount of HP Feng lost, her mind refusing to believe this outcome. Sabrid was a level 160, Tier 4 NPC, moreover, he was the vice commander of one of Dragonheart City's Knight Legions. His strength was above average even among Tier 4 NPCs. With his combination of a Tier 4 skill and a Tier 4 taboo skill, he could inflict significant damage on superior mythic monsters of the same level. Yet, Sabrid's attack had only taken 1/3 of Feng's HP, amazing. The power of this fusion attack actually reaches the Tier 5 basic rank. After taking a look at his remaining HP, Feng felt even greater admiration for Sabrid. If he hadn't switched to the Light of Two Worlds, which raised all his sword-type skills by 1 level, he would have had to activate his Berserk skill to repulse Sabred's fusion attack. However, activating his Berserk skill would also mean that he had been pushed to his limits, on the brink of death. After all, Berserk skills weren't unique to players, NPCs had them as well. Boy, it seems you're quite sturdy. Sabred was inwardly astonished when he saw Feng still standing. He never imagined that a heaven-blessed individual could be so strong. However, this is the end for you. After saying so, Sabred raised his greatsword into the air. Immediately afterward, a dozen identical greatswords appeared around him, forming a magic array. Tier 4 skill, Blade's Shadow. Tier 4 taboo skill, Sealing Void. The next moment, the dozen greatswords transformed into black holes that shot toward Feng. Upon seeing the black holes spanning several dozen meters, the nearby spectators, both players and NPCs, fell into despair. This was because they could already foresee that once these black holes collided with the ground, the impact would vaporize everything within several hundred yards. Sure enough, Tier 4 NPCs are no pushovers. However, this still isn't enough to get rid of me. Feng smiled when he saw the descending black holes. Let's test this move on you. The next moment, Feng tightened his grip on the light of two worlds and poured half of his mana into the weapon. Suddenly, crimson divine runes lit up all over the sword, releasing a dazzling and mesmerizing brilliance. As this dazzling light bloomed, a deathly silence enveloped the world around Feng. Even time itself seemed to flow significantly slower. Subsequently, Feng swung the light of two worlds at Sabred. World Breaker. Boom! A strange light instantly penetrated the descending black holes like a hot knife through butter before landing on Sabred. When the strange light disappeared, time began flowing normally again. Meanwhile, the black holes in the sky had all disappeared. As for Sabred, he had lost over half his HP from the attack, retaining only around 200 million HP. Cracks had also appeared on the armor he wore, and fresh blood flowed out from all over his body. However, before Sabred could react, the slightly pale Feng had already arrived before the NPC. Not giving Sabred any time to catch his breath, Feng brandished the light of two worlds once more. Spatial Slash. Swords Transmigration. Although the fusion of skill and combat technique wasn't comparable to the fusion of skill and skill, the combination still increased the effectiveness of his skill significantly. The next moment, 6 sword lights tore through space and approached Sabred. Reacting quickly, Sabred held his greatsword horizontally before him and activated the Tier 4 defensive skill, Steel Fortress. The skill created a defensive barrier in front of him and increased his defense by 500% temporarily. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3 slashes. Every one of Feng's attacks managed to slice through Sabred's defensive barrier without fail, but the barrier still bought Sabred enough time to defend against the attacks with his greatsword. Boom. 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 Read latest chapters at WuXiaWorld. EU. The next moment, explosions echoed throughout Dragonheart Island one after another. Simultaneously, Sabred's HP fell time after time. When the last sword light collided with Sabred's greatsword, the NPC got smashed into the ground at the speed of light, the impact creating a crater over a dozen meters deep. This last attack also zeroed Sabred's HP, and the knight passed away with a reluctant look on his face. Meanwhile, Feng, hovering in the air, saw his experience bar filling up rapidly. In no time at all, a golden glow enveloped him as his level rose from level 140 to level 141. However, nobody paid any attention to Feng at this time. Instead, everyone had their heads down as they gaped at Sabred's corpse lying in the crater. As if time had stopped moving, a deathly silence enveloped the entrance of Dragonheart City. Chapter 2803, God's Domain Strongest. He died? A Tier 4 NPC died, just like that? When the spectating players saw Sabred's dead body, they couldn't help doubting their eyes. Some of them even thought that the NPC was only playing dead and hadn't actually been killed. Blood Oath, standing by the entrance, also felt that the scene before him was fake. Sabred was the vice commander of one of Dragonheart City's powerful knight legions. He stood at the peak among Tier 4 existences. How could he possibly have been killed by a player? Of the spectating players present, the only ones who remained relatively calm at this situation were Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yu Luo. They didn't find it particularly surprising that Feng had killed Sabrid. After all, Feng had already reached level 140. For Tier 4 existences, a 20-level gap wasn't much of a difference. However, the three of them had never imagined that Feng would be able to kill Sabrid so cleanly. The attack he used to injure Sabrid heavily was especially amazing. If not for that attack, the fight between the two would have lasted much longer. Unlike Lifeless Thorn's trio, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame had their mouths fall wide open when they saw this scene. Their minds clearly failed to process what had just happened. While everyone was struggling to accept this scene, reality poured a bucket of cold water over them. The next moment, several items actually appeared around Sabrid's corpse. Of them, one was even the greatsword Sabrid used. The greatsword hovered in the air, radiating an unparalleled aura. Upon being subjected to this aura, many of the Tier 2 players felt an instinctive fear overwhelming their bodies. Only the Tier 3 players fared better. A fragmented legendary weapon. Nobody knew who shouted this sentence. However, it snapped everyone out of their daze, and they couldn't help ogling the snowy white weapon with glowing eyes. Some players even had the urge to charge forward and snatch it. However, before anyone could step forward, Feng had already arrived beside Sabrid's body, the aura he radiated scaring everyone into retreating. The pressure Feng gave off was simply too powerful. Even though he had already retracted his mana domain, everyone still felt stifled, none of them daring to look him in the eye. As for the fragmented legendary weapon, none of the players present dared entertain any thoughts of it now. After all, Feng had just killed a level 160, Tier 4 NPC. A single thought from him was probably more than enough to kill players like themselves. For a time, the tens of thousands of players and NPCs standing in the vicinity quietly watched Feng collect the items Sabrid dropped one after another. If I can become like him one day, my life would be complete. Let alone becoming like him, I can most likely walk around Dragonheart Island fearlessly with even half of his strength. As the adventurer team players spectating the fight from the distant port watched Feng collect Sabrid's loot, a sense of yearning and admiration awoke in their hearts. They also grew excited beyond words. The fact that Feng had managed to slay a Tier 4 NPC right in front of Dragonheart City, a large neutral city, definitely made him God's domain's strongest player. In fact, most likely, nobody would believe them even if they described this scene to others. Nonetheless, they had managed to witness this miraculous feat. How could their blood not boil in this situation? However, amid everyone's excitement, Feng suddenly disappeared. Before anyone realized it, Feng had already reappeared in front of Blood Oath, catching Blood Oath and the three peak experts protecting him off guard. "Commander Blood Oath, we meet again," Feng said with a faint smile. "I'm sure you know why I came here." Although Feng spoke in a calm tone and was even smiling, Blood Oath and the others paled as if they had just seen a ghost. "Black Flame. You'd best not mess around." Doing his best to calm his anxious heart, Blood Oath glared at Feng and added in a low tone, "This is already inside Dragonheart City. Moreover, now that you've killed Sabrid, neither Dragonheart City nor Secret Hand will spare you. If you know what's good for you, you'd best leave now. You'll be dead once the City Lord or the City Defense Legion's commander arrives." On Dragonheart Island, players would suffer entirely different penalties depending on whether they had fought inside or outside Dragonheart City. The fight with Sabrid had been outside the city. Hence, even though Feng had killed Sabrid, the penalty he would suffer wouldn't be particularly severe. After all, the area outside the city wasn't subject to the city's protections. Even if a fight took place right outside the city's entrance, the city's NPC soldiers would, at most, move to stop the fight. They wouldn't detain the offenders at all. This was also why Sabrid and the other NPC soldiers dared take the initiative to persecute Feng's group before. However, Blood Oath's current position was inside Dragonheart City. If Feng killed him now, the severity of his crimes would be on a whole other level. Is that so? Smiling, Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and brandished it. 3 sword lights shot out from his weapon and instantly plundered the lives of the 3 peak experts standing around Blood Oath. Even when their bodies hit the ground, none of the 3 had realized what had happened. Feng then turned to Blood Oath and asked, "What about now?" "You. How dare you?" Blood Oath was thunderstruck when he saw his 3 subordinates killed. Everyone else in the vicinity also saw this scene without missing a detail. Crap. Awesome. This is awesome. Black Flame. He must be Black Flame, right? He actually killed 3 of War Blood's peak experts right in front of Blood Oath, and Blood Oath doesn't even dare make any strange moves. Am I dreaming? Everyone felt their blood boil with excitement when they looked at Blood Oath, who dared not move a muscle in front of Feng. Their worship of Feng rose to a whole new level. Blood Oath was known throughout God's domain. After all, he was a big shot that even the superpowers had to submit to on Dragonheart Island, an existence standing at the peak of Dragonheart Island. Nonetheless, Blood Oath looked no different from an ant in front of Feng. This situation was simply crazy. It was so crazy that they couldn't even react to it. However, shortly after the crowd began bubbling with excitement, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky and landed at the entrance. Every one of these figures exuded an aura much stronger than that of Sabrid. Read latest chapters at Wuxia EU. Upon seeing these figures, Blood Oath reacted as if he had seen his savior. He looked at Feng and laughed, "Black Flame, you are finished. Now that the Vice City Lord and 2 Knight Commanders have arrived, you shouldn't even think of leaving this place alive." One of the 3 new arrivals was none other than Cruz, Dragonheart City's Vice City Lord. He was a level 180, tier 4 Great Wizard, a big shot standing at the top of God's domain. According to rumors, he was only half a step away from tier 5 and could even contend against demon princes of the same level. As for the 2 other figures, one of them was Sheriviria, the commander of the Holy Star Knight Legion and one of the World Tower's protectors. She was a bona fide level 200, tier 5 Great Holy Knight. The last person was Landrek, the commander of the City Defense Knight Legion. He was a level 180, tier 4 Sword Emperor. Although he was the weakest among the group of 3, he was still significantly stronger than Sabrid. This was because Landrek owned Earth and Glory, a genuine legendary spear. With this weapon, he was fully capable of contending with tier 5 existences of the same level. With these 3 NPCs around, even a tier 5 player wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 2804, Difference in Status. Why did all these big shots show up? The players present gasped when they saw Cruz, Sheriviria, and Landrek at the entrance. They never thought that Feng's fight would attract so many NPC powerhouses. After all, players normally couldn't meet even one of these big shots. Nevertheless, 3 of them now appeared. Protector Sheriviria, in particular, was one of the apex powerhouses of God's domain. In the absence of tier 6 gods, she would be part of the strongest group of existences. This was because not only was Sheriviria a tier 5 NPC, but she even owned 2 legendary items, the Galaxy Sword and Bulwark of Light. She had slain dozens of demon kings, elven royalty, and void demons before. Even if a tier 5 player existed now, they would simply be seeking death if they tried challenging her. The next moment, Blood Oath walked up to Vice City Lord Cruz's side quickly, then pointed at Feng and said respectfully, "Lord Vice City Lord, not only did this ruffian kill Vice Commander Sabrid, but he even killed my companions inside the city. You must punish this ruffian and protect Dragonheart City's order." Blood Oath spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice, his words echoing throughout the entrance. It sounded as if he was pronouncing the death sentence on Feng. Upon seeing the arrival of the 3 NPCs, Inkfeather breathed out a deep sigh of relief. When she looked at Feng again, a hint of glee appeared in her eyes. "Let's see how you get out of this situation." When the other players present saw this scene, they couldn't help shaking their heads dejectedly. With 3 of Dragonheart City's NPC powerhouses here, it was most likely impossible for Feng to escape with his life. Just when everyone thought another battle would break out, Cruz, the white-bearded old man standing beside Blood Oath, spoke up. A dragon slayer. I never thought I would get to see one in my lifetime, and such a young one at that, Cruz said, a faint smile appearing on his face. It seems times are changing. The Vice City Lord's words rendered everyone present stunned and confused. What dragon slayer? Blood Oath was similarly stunned by Cruz's words. He couldn't figure out what the Vice City Lord was getting at. Instead of punishing Feng as soon as possible, the NPC brought up the topic of Dragon Slayer out of nowhere. Just what was this NPC trying to do? You overpraise me, Lord Vice City Lord. Turning to look at Cruz, Feng said, my friends and I just got lucky to slay a dragon that had yet to enter adulthood. No. A dragon is a dragon. Your accomplishment of slaying a Tier 4 infant dragon while being at Tier 4 yourself is something even Lady Shara never achieved, Cruz countered, shaking his head. If not for you, Lady Shara wouldn't have left the World Tower to come here in person. Cruz's words left Blood Oath dumbfounded. Shara Viria actually came here not because Feng had killed Sabrid but merely to take a look at Feng? At this time, let alone Blood Oath, most of the other players nearby were stupefied as well. What was going on with this situation? When Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flames saw this scene, they were at a complete loss for words. They felt as if they were living in a completely different world from Feng. Not only had Feng killed the City Defense Legion's vice commander, but he also had subsequently killed 3 of Warblood's peak experts inside the city. Nevertheless, Dragonheart City's Vice City Lord was chatting with him as if none of these offenses had ever occurred. At this time, among the spectating players, only Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Yuluo knew why this was happening. The Dragon Slayer title wasn't just a title. It symbolized the accomplishment of a legendary feat in God's domain. With this title, no matter which NPC city one visited, one would enjoy a status close to that of the City Lord. For someone with such a status, killing a couple of provocateurs wouldn't be a problem at all. The only reason Sabrid had dared act rudely to Feng was his low standard, which prevented him from seeing through the Black Cloak's concealment effects. Otherwise, let alone provoking Feng, he wouldn't even have dared speak casually around Feng, knowing that Feng was a dragon slayer. After glancing at Lifeless Thorn and the other 2 Tier 4 players standing at a distance, Sharaviria turned to Feng and asked softly, Young Dragon Slayer, are you and your companions willing to serve as the Holy Star Legion's honorary knights? Honorary knights? The Holy Knight's words caught Feng slightly off guard. However, a moment later, he replied without hesitation, it is our honor. In an NPC Knight Legion, the position of honorary knight was second only to the position of commander. In the absence of the commander, an honorary knight even had the authority to mobilize the legion. Moreover, despite not being bound to the Knight Legion, an honorary knight would still enjoy various privileges and benefits from the Knight Legion. Meanwhile, the Holy Star Knight Legion was the Knight Legion tasked with protecting the World Tower. Compared to other Knight Legions, one could gain even more benefits as an honorary knight of the Holy Star Knight Legion. In the past, countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts had sought to join the Holy Star Legion. However, due to the Legion's strict requirements, less than 10% of the Tier 4 experts had gotten chosen and become an official member of the Legion, let alone becoming an honorary knight. Hence, the fact that Sharaviria was offering to let them become honorary knights greatly exceeded Feng's expectations. Good. You are now members of the Holy Star Knight Legion. Fight to protect the rules of the World Tower. Sharaviria nodded approvingly as she looked at Feng. You can head to the World Tower to collect your honorary badge afterward. As soon as Sharaviria finished speaking, she vanished from everyone's sight. Blood Oath was dumbfounded by this situation. He never thought that Sharaviria had come here just to meet Feng. Moreover, she hadn't even mentioned a single word about Sabrid, as if Sabrid was merely an insignificant insect. Before Blood Oath could snap out of his daze, Vice City Lord Cruz walked up to Feng. Congratulations, young dragon slayer, Cruz said happily. It has been 50 years since Lady Shara last conferred the Holy Star Legion's honorary knight position to anyone. Even Commander Landrak is still challenging for that position. Upon seeing Cruz speaking with Feng so amicably, the surrounding players felt their worldviews fragmenting. They simply couldn't figure out what exactly Feng had done to garner the appreciation of these NPC powerhouses, so much so that they even ignored the killing of Sabrid, the City Defense Legion's vice commander. The next moment, just as Blood Oath was about to say something, Feng cut him off, saying, "Lord Cruz, when my companions and I were trying to enter the city before, this person here accused me of being suspicious and instigated Vice Commander Sabrid to provoke my group. May I know if it is possible to imprison him as punishment?" Black Flame. "You're slandering me." Blood Oath panicked at Feng's words. Hurriedly, he explained, "I have done no such thing. It was Lord Sabrid himself who decided to do so. The people around us can testify for me." At this time, Blood Oath already understood that Vice City Lord Cruz had no intention whatsoever of pursuing Feng for Sabrid's murder. Moreover, now that Feng had gained a very high position in Dragonheart City, if Blood Oath did not withdraw from this place immediately, he would definitely suffer. "Do you mean that I, an honorary knight of the Holy Star Legion, am lying?" Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Blood Oath. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Cruz nodded and looked at Blood Oath. He then said sternly, "Regardless of whether your words are true or false, you have slandered one of the Holy Star Legion's honorary knights. For this offense, you will be imprisoned for 15 days as punishment." "No. This is unfair." He clearly attacked first. Blood Oath was startled by this turn of events. He never thought that Feng would play such a hand. However, it was useless to resist. Glaring at Feng, he bellowed, "Black Flame, I'll make you pay for this. The Secret Hand Association won't let you off, either. Get out of prison first, then talk." Smiling nonchalantly, Feng said, "Rest assured, once you get out, everything outside would have already ended." The Secret Hand Association indeed possessed a lot of Tier 4 NPCs. On the other hand, he was no pushover, either. This was especially true now that he was an honorary knight of the Holy Star Knight Legion. The association would have to think twice before they tried anything against him. The Holy Star Knight Legion was both the manager and protector of the World Tower. The Secret Hand Association would be suicidal to attack him inside the World Tower. As for Dragonheart Island surrounding sea zones, he rarely visited these areas normally. At most, he would be sailing by. Moreover, once the seal on Dragonheart Island was lifted, he could outright teleport to and from the island. Before Blood Oath could say anything more, a squad of level 160 soldiers came and escorted him away. How ruthless. Is this the status and influence Tier 4 powerhouses possess? Tier 4. I must get promoted to Tier 4. So, this is Zero Wing's Black Flame? He's even more amazing than the rumors. I wonder if Zero Wing is recruiting Tier 2 players. If I can join such a guild, I won't have to worry about anything in Dragonheart City. When the surrounding players saw NPC soldiers bundling off Dragonheart Island's most feared man, they were taken aback by Feng's capabilities. They also understood why Feng had not killed Blood Oath outright. Compared to the penalty of dying once, the consequences of getting imprisoned for 15 days were much more severe. This was especially true now that Feng had gained such a high status in Dragonheart City. For him, 15 days was more than enough to bring down the War Blood adventurer team. Meanwhile, all Blood Oath could do was watch as all of this happened. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this time, everyone present could already foresee Zero Wing standing at the peak of Dragonheart Island. Our problem has been resolved. After watching Blood Oath getting taken away, Feng returned to Divine Shadow and the others. Smiling, he said, "We can enter Dragonheart City now." In response, Divine Shadow and Cleansing Flame nodded their heads stiffly. Even now, they still found it difficult to believe what had happened. Just a moment ago, War Blood had been at the apex of its power. Yet, with only a few words from Feng, it now faced the threat of dissolution. Meanwhile, news of this situation spread like wildfire. In only a matter of minutes, it entered the ears of everyone in Dragonheart City. The news caused an especially large commotion among the city's various guilds and adventurer teams. Chapter 2805, Fame Shakes Dragonheart City, What Did You Say? Black Flame killed a Tier 4 NPC and even got Blood Oath imprisoned for 15 days? When the various guilds and adventurer teams operating in Dragonheart City heard of Feng's miraculous feat, they were thunderstruck. They repeatedly pressed the reporting personnel for confirmation regarding the validity of this information. As if having expected such a reaction, the reporting personnel promptly sent a battle video of Feng killing Sabrid to their respective superiors, as well as videos of Feng killing 3 of Warblood's peak experts right in front of Blood Oath and of NPC soldiers dragging Blood Oath off to prison. Dragonheart City, Bloodstone Bar, a group of level 123+, Tier 3 experts had gathered in this bar. Of the group, even the weakest person was at the refinement realm standard. There were also more than a dozen peak experts and 4 apex experts. Meanwhile, seated at the head of this group was none other than Elder Wu, one of 13 Thrones' founders. "1,000, are you sure this information is correct?" Elder Wu couldn't help feeling skeptical as he read the report from a woman shrouded in a layer of black mist. This was because 1,000 Lives' report was simply too astonishing. After all, the reason their group was currently operating so secretively was Warblood. Nevertheless, Elder Wu was being told that Warblood was finished. Moreover, its destruction was due entirely to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. How could he possibly believe this? It is 100% true. Many powers already have designs on Warblood's territory. If not for Warblood still retaining some contact with Secret Hand, they would have most likely taken action already, 1,000 Lives insisted in a determined tone. Moreover, according to the information I collected, Heaven's Blade appears to have formed a close relationship with Black Flame. If Zero Wing has Heaven's Blade's full support, I'm afraid it won't be long before Zero Wing occupies a significant portion of Dragonheart City's various resources. What is Black Flame thinking? He actually has the leisure to come to Dragonheart City? Is he not worried about the deteriorating situation over at the Twin Towers Kingdom? Elder Wu, who wore a somewhat haggard expression, was surprised by 1,000 Lives' words. Simultaneously, he was confused as to how Feng had grown so terrifying this rapidly. The fact that Feng had killed a Tier 4 NPC without any repercussions and imprisoned Blood Oath with just a few words proved that he already stood at the top of Dragonheart City in terms of status. He was now an existence that Dragonheart City's various powers had to look up to. Yet, according to Elder Wu's information, Zero Wing's operations over at the Twin Towers Kingdom were in dire straits. At this stage of the game, complete Tier 3 legacies were of utmost importance to the various superpowers. These legacies would allow them to go up against the NPC forces. Hence, over 20 superpowers were currently harassing Zero Wing's operations in the Twin Towers Kingdom with peak experts every day. While these superpowers were going up against the alliance of Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor at Sky Spring City, they had also dispatched many members to head to the Secret Covenant Tower from the neighboring NPC cities. To prevent these players from flooding into the Secret Covenant Tower, Zero Wing's alliance had stationed a large number of personnel on the routes to the tower. Thus far, battles between both sides involving over 100,000 players had already occurred 5 times, while battles involving several tens of thousands of players had occurred more than 20 times. In the most recent battle, Starlink and Miracle had even joined in the fray and dispatched a total of 4 Tier 4 experts. Fortunately, Zero Wing's side had dispatched 3 Tier 4 experts to counter. One of them was the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, one was Unyielding Soul's vice guild leader Unyielding Heart, and one was Crimson Emperor's vice guild leader Illusory Words. As for Black Flame, he was nowhere to be seen. In regard to this situation, everyone was confused as to why Black Flame sat out this battle. This battle had thoroughly shaken the entire God's domain. It was the first one involving multiple Tier 4 experts since God's domain's launch. By the end of this battle, a large portion of the glacial lake plain, where the conflict took place, had been reduced to a barren wasteland. Although the fight had ended in Zero Wing's victory, if not for Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, such as the Crimson Dragon flying ships, combat puppets, and advanced barriers, the outcome would have been different. Moreover, the increasing rampancy of NPC forces had forced the various superpowers to conserve a significant portion of their forces. However, Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor were no longer in a good state. The three guilds had suffered tremendous losses due to the protracted war. This was especially true for Zero Wing. After all, unlike Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor, Zero Wing had no background to rely on whatsoever. Knowing this, the various superpowers had also put in a lot of effort to whittle Zero Wing to death as quickly as possible. The actions the various superpowers took included poaching Zero Wing's experts and cutting off Zero Wing's income sources. Zero Wing's loss of income sources in the real world had put the guild in an especially difficult position. Most importantly, the various superpowers had also blocked Zero Wing's equipment and material sources. Although it wasn't a complete embargo, the various superpowers had jacked up the prices of equipment and materials to absurd levels. Now, just producing a piece of level 120 mysterious iron equipment cost 30 gold coins. If it were before, 30 gold would already have been more than enough to produce a piece of level 120 secret silver equipment. In addition, the various superpowers also purchased all of the level 110 plus secret silver equipment and above from the market, leaving nothing for Zero Wing, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor. After the many battles fought, the equipment stockpile of the three guilds should already be bottoming out. Meanwhile, without good weapons and equipment, how were their members supposed to fight? A player fully equipped in secret silver equipment would have more than a 20% advantage in basic attributes over a player fully equipped in mysterious iron equipment. Needless to say, the gap with players fully equipped in fine gold equipment would be even greater. Moreover, without proper weapons and equipment, the three guilds members would also have more difficulty grinding in the Secret Covenant Tower. At this time, Thousand Lives suddenly received a message from one of her subordinates. After reading it, she said, "I just received insider information from Warblood. It seems Black Flame's actions have affected even Secret Hand's control over the World Tower, so Secret Hand plans to teach Black Flame a lesson. However, since Secret Hand can't do anything against him on Dragonheart Island, it plans on partnering with Starlink to wipe out Zero Wing's forces in the Twin Towers Kingdom." Interesting. Black Flame really knows how to cause trouble. However, this is also a good opportunity for 13 thrones. A good opportunity? Thousand Lives parroted, confused by Elder Wu's words. Looking at Thousand Lives and the male ranger standing beside her, Elder Wu said, "Thousand, Rain, you two follow me. Everyone else, continue resting here and wait for our return." "Yes, sir," everyone responded respectfully. Afterward, Elder Wu secretly left the Bloodstone Bar together with Thousand Lives and Modern Rain. "Elder Wu, where are we going? Shouldn't we be heading to the fourth underground floor as planned?" Thousand Lives asked curiously as she looked at the pleasantly smiling Elder Wu. "We won't be going there for now. We have something more important to do," Elder Wu replied. "Something more important?" Having thought of something, Thousand Lives asked in surprise, "Are we going to partner with Zero Wing?" "Partner?" Shaking his head, Elder Wu said, "We don't need to partner with Zero Wing. We will just be giving Zero Wing an opportunity to defend the Secret Covenant Tower." "Defend the Secret Covenant Tower? How is that possible?" Thousand Lives couldn't help doubting Elder Wu's words. It might be fine if Starlink and the various superpowers were the only ones targeting Zero Wing. However, the situation was different now that the Secret Hand Association had joined the fray. At that time, who knew how many Tier 4 NPCs the association would send to deal with Zero Wing? With the forces Zero Wing currently had in the Twin Towers Kingdom, defending the Secret Covenant Tower would be utterly impossible. Seeing Thousand Lives' doubt, Elder Wu smiled and asked, "But what if Zero Wing has a city-building order? Elder Wu, do you plan on selling that city-building order to Zero Wing?" Realization immediately dawned upon Thousand Lives. The city-building order was an incredibly rare item. Thus far, even 13 thrones had managed to acquire only 2. And as the guild had already used one of these 2 orders, it only had 1 left. With the city-building order, players could construct a guild city in any kingdom or empire they wished. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. If Zero Wing could establish a guild city right beside the secret Covenant Tower, then its ability to control the tower would increase significantly. Combined with its Tier 4 combatants, Zero Wing would have a much better chance of defending the tower. Whether I sell it or not will depend on Zero Wing's sincerity, Elder Wu said, smiling. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, Thousand Lives shook her head and smiled. At the same time, she also pitied Feng slightly. Since Elder Wu grasped Zero Wing's lifeline, he would definitely take a huge bite out of Zero Wing. This was especially true now that Feng stood at the apex of Dragonheart City. Elder Wu, according to our investigation, Black Flame is currently inside that wanderer's shop, Modern Rain said as he pointed at a tattered, 3-story shop some distance ahead. Good. We'll go meet with guild leader Black Flame now. Elder Wu nodded. He then made his way to the wanderer's shop together with Thousand Lives and Modern Rain.